I'm finally breaking ground on my dream custom home build that I'm building myself as an owner builder, acting as my own general contractor. And in 6 months, this thing will be done and I'll be moved into it. Like the video, subscribe to my channel, and go buy my course so you too can become an owner builder just like me. Now just sit back, relax, get some popcorn, and enjoy the movie. We're doing all the site prep to start developing this raw piece of land, this 1 acre tract of land that I purchased. So we're gonna be installing the culvert, knocking down the trees, building the dirt pad, installing the temporary electric pole, and much more. Let's get in the video. All right, y'all, so before we get any further in the video, let me show you exactly what this finished property is gonna look like in just 4 or 5 months from now. So that is what the finished product of this project is going to look like in hopefully just about 4 months, if that is possible for someone building their third home. So I'm super excited to take on the challenge of transforming this blank, empty piece of raw land into what you just saw in that video, which is obviously a really cool looking property. So by the way, they did an incredible job on the visualizations and the renderings in that video you just saw, where they transformed my 2D paper blueprints into a 3D in color model. That way we could really see what our future home is going to look like. So I highly recommend to anyone looking for that rendering and visualization service to go check them out. I will put their contact information down in the description. So as you can see behind me, we're doing some dirt work, but before I talk about that, let me give you a little recap. So it's actually day 15 of this project. On day 1 and day 2 and a little bit of day 3, we did the first part of the site prep, which was installing the culvert. This is where we brought in 4 pieces of this concrete pipe. We set it in the bar ditch, got it level. We connected all the pieces with the gaskets in between, and then we covered it with dirt and sand. And that keeps the pipe stabilized and keeps it from moving and disconnecting in the future, as well as allows water to continue to drain down the bar ditch, because that is, of course, the purpose of a bar ditch. And then it gives us vehicle access to the job site. So that was step 1 of the site prep. Next, we knocked down 2 trees that happened to fall right here in the center of the future driveway. So we didn't just knock them down, we started by digging up the root system around the tree with a track hoe, and then we used the machine to push them over and knock them down. And then a truck and trailer showed up with a chainsaw. We cut them into more manageable pieces. Then we used the Traco to grab them, take them over to the trailer, drop them in there, and haul them out of here. And then right after that, we started on scraping the lot. On my specific building plans, it says we needed to scrape the top 6 inches of topsoil and debris out from under the future pad. And you probably are wondering, why do you need to do that? Well, good question. I'll tell you exactly why. So before I started this project, I got a soil sample where they came out and they dug down 18 to 20 feet and they took samples of all the soil, sent it off to a lab and got it tested to test, well, I don't know, I'm not a geotechnical engineer, but they tested it to see what kind of dirt I had. I provided that soil sample to my engineer and he specified the requirements for the dirt work as well as the foundation for this home build. Well, he specified that I have to remove the top 6 inches of topsoil out from under my future pad. So we started off by scraping the lot. We removed that 6 inches, and along with that 6 inches of topsoil came all kinds of debris and vegetation and grass, as well as old root systems that were right below the surface. And it's very important that we remove all of that vegetation and all those root systems, because you do not want those under the foundation of your house, because over time all that debris and vegetation and root systems will just break down and decay and decompose and turn to dust essentially, which is going to create holes below the foundation. It's going to cause erosion below the foundation, and of course that's just going to cause problems for the foundation. So after we scraped the entire lot and had it fully ready to start bringing in dirt, I got hit with a fat 8-day rain delay. It rained like 5 to 7 inches, and it rained like 4 or 5 days. So not only did we have to wait for it to stop raining, we had to wait another 3 or 4 days for everything to completely dry out, because of course you can't really do dirt work in the mud when it's wet. You'll get all these machines stuck. So after everything dried out, we were able to start bringing in all the loads of dirt and start building the pad. Here for my project, I have to build a about 2 foot deep dirt pad, and I have to build it that deep to ensure proper drainage, of course, make sure everything drains away from the foundation, but also I have to build the finished floor of my house level with the elevation of the street. So we're gonna go like 1 inch or 2 above the elevation of the street, and I have to meet that requirement because that is what the community requires for the finished floor of my house. So now is day 15. We're building the pad for the house. Let's get it done.
Oh, day 23 of the build, and we're still building this freaking dirt pad. I know that when I was scheduling this project, I thought that the site prep, which consisted of the culvert, knocking down the trees, and building this pad, would be finished after about 10 to 12 days. And here we are, day 23. Still probably have a day left. So that is construction for you. I thought it'd be done in 12 days, and it looks like it's gonna be taking 24 days. So yeah, at least we're getting it done. We have had probably 8 to 10 days already worth of rain delays, because I'll get further into the reasons for the delays when I get in my truck here in a second. But let me just show you what this pad looks like right now, and then I'm going to get in the truck and go to another location and show you where I'm purchasing the dirt from that is allowing me to save over $5,000 on this pad build. So here's what it looks like right now though. We've got everything to the right elevation for the most part, and he is using the roller to get everything compacted down. And you look at that machine and at least I think that thing is not very big. How can that really do any kind of compacting? But it has some kind of vibrating mechanism on that front arm that has the roller, and it just freaking vibrates really hard. I bet if I stay in the camera close to it, you can probably feel it. Let's see. I don't know if you can feel it, but let's see if you can see it on the wheel. Anyways, I don't know if you could really tell anything, but the roller actually vibrates really hard. So I'm not necessarily sure if it's the weight of the machine that does the compacting. I think it's more so the vibrating mechanism that kind of vibrates the dirt down real hard. So this is what the finished product looks like after it does all of the compacting. The thing has a bunch of little heads on it, and it leaves a bunch of holes in there. Anyways, I don't know the science behind the compaction, so I'm not gonna get into all that. But we're getting it compacted, and then tomorrow they should be able to do the rough grade, get the edges all cleaned up, nice and pretty, do any kind of filling in where is needed to make sure everything is perfectly level. And then we need to install the temporary driveway, which is gonna be crushed concrete where the future driveway is gonna go. So my material suppliers have a place to set all their material when they deliver, as well as subcontractors have somewhere to park, so we're not parking on the street. I'm out of breath, and it's probably because I've been laying in bed for the past 4 or 5 days with strep throat, and I haven't moved a muscle, so I apologize for that. But anyways, let me get in the truck, and we're gonna go to the location that I'm purchasing this dirt, and it's saving me over $5,000. Let's get in the truck. Fuck. Okay, so on this little short 5-minute truck ride to the job site of where I'm getting this dirt from, I'm gonna tell you where I'm getting the dirt from and why, and then I'm also gonna tell you why it's kind of caused me some delays and some problems on the first 23 days of this home build. So, a couple weeks ago, I started reaching out to all of the site prep subcontractors, which again, the site prep consists of the culvert, the knocking down the trees and getting those out of here, and then pretty much just building the dirt pad and installing the temporary driveway. We're just going to refer to those subcontractors as site prep subcontractors for this segment of the video. So a couple weeks ago, before I started the build, I started reaching out to all of my contacts for site prep subcontractors to get bids on this project, and I also took the time to go out and try to find new ones to just make sure that I was getting the best bang for my buck. I was getting the best price I could. So I get maybe 4 or 5 bids on the site prep, and they were all coming back anywhere from $30,000 to $40,000. And throughout the process, I happened to meet one guy, and he gave me a bid, and his price was like $35,000. But he told me, hey, if you can give me just a couple weeks, I might be able to give you a lot better deal because I'm digging a really big retention pond just a couple miles away from your job. And he said, if we can test that dirt to see if it's good select fill material, then we can use that material to build the pad for your house. So I said, hey, that sounds great. So he sent me a picture of a little hole he dug in the ground, and then a lab came out to that site and they took a sample and they tested those samples in their lab. And after about a week, he sends me the paperwork and said, hey, this dirt is good material to use. So just to double check, I even called the lab off the paperwork and said, hey, can you tell me about this dirt? And he said, it is good select fill material. You can use it to build the pad for your house. I said, okay, sounds great. So then I got back with the subcontractor, and he sent me a new estimate, which decreased from his original bid down to $25,900. So I know the going rate for a truckload of select fill material in my area is about $150 per load. So on his original estimate, he was going to charge me $150 per truckload of select fill. Well, now that we found out we could use the dirt from this site that we're headed to, he lowered that line item from $150 to $90 per truckload, which saves me $60 per truckload, which may not sound like that much, but whenever you multiply it to 100 truckloads, that's around $6,000 off of the total invoice. So I decided to take him up on this offer. I felt like it was a good value, and I wanted to save $6,000 on the site prep for my home build. So I gave him the green light, and it has caused me to kind of take twice as long. And it's not entirely his fault, because we have had at least 2 rains that I can recall that have caused anywhere from 8 to 10 days worth of delays. So it's not really his fault. But I will say, if I were to have ordered this dirt from a normal operating dirt supplier company that has their pits and their equipment and their trucks, you know, they could have delivered all this dirt to my job site in the matter of probably 2 days, maybe even less, maybe 1 day. They could have delivered 100 truckloads of dirt to my job site in 1 day. Where this guy, I didn't really think about this, but he can only deliver the dirt as fast as he digs it from the job site. So as he's digging the dirt that you're about to see, as he's digging this dirt with the excavator, he then has to load it into a truck, and then the truck has to drive it over here and dump it out, and then drive all the way back to the job site where he gets reloaded by the excavator. And another problem is the subcontractor that I hired is not in the trucking business. So he had to subcontract out a trucking company throughout this 2 or 3 week project to deliver the dirt from the pit it is getting dug out of to my job site, which has also caused some delays from all that coordination. So anyways, I'm pulling up to this job site now, and oh my shit, about got rear-ended. Okay, so anyways, I'm pulling into the job site now to show you exactly where I'm getting this dirt from. Okay, so here is the site where they're digging this really big pond, and I assume these guys drive back here, so hopefully I don't get stuck in my new truck. I wonder what's going on here. Surely that's not the big pond they're talking about. I'm probably not even supposed to be out here. So anyways, I think the big pond looks like right here. So I'm gonna stop right here and let's get out of the truck and look at it. Oh yeah, there's a pond. Don't look that big. All right, so this appears to be the pond, but it does not look entirely too big. But this site right here looks to be 2 or 3 acres, and they've been doing a bunch of dirt work out here. So I'm sure they've been getting a bunch of the dirt from out here where they've been working, as well as here in this pond, which apparently is going to be a little retention pond for some sort of development. So anyways, this is how I'm saving $6,000, $7,000 on my site prep, which I think was a good decision. It's just costing me twice as long to finish the site prep. So tomorrow will be the last day. We'll pick it up then. at the job site. Now it's day 31 of the build, and finally, after 31 days of playing in the mud, the site prep is complete, which consisted of installing the culvert, knocking down and clearing and hauling away 2 or 3 trees, and then building this huge, probably like 7,000 square foot dirt pad. And I say 7,000 square feet because that it includes the 2,000 square foot driveway. It includes the 5,000 square foot house footprint. It also probably includes about 2,000 square foot in the back for the pool and the deck, and then extra around the house. So a massive dirt pad build, fully complete after 31 days. It's crazy to think that after, I guess at this point in my last home build that I finished in 60 days, at this point, day 31 of my last home build, I already had the dirt work and site prep finished. I had the concrete foundation finished. I already had the house framed, and I think I was started on the siding and the windows and the exterior doors. And here I am 31 days through this project, and yeah, it is a little bit bigger, but I just have the dirt work finished. So it's a little disappointing, but I know it is a bigger project, as well as I worked with a new contractor for this part of the build who was, I guess, he was enjoyable to work with, but he was a little bit too slow for my liking. So I probably won't be working with him in the future unless I need his equipment power, because he does have quite the, what do you call it? Fleet of equipment. So anyways, as well as I did have probably 10 to 12 days worth of rain delays through this part of the build already, and it's kind of hard to do the dirt work in the mud. So therefore we probably had 10 to 12 days worth of exact delays, and it realistically only took us like 20 days to finish it. Anyways, day 31, this part of the build is finished. And right here you can see I have some material delivered for the next part of the build, which is of course going to be the concrete slab on grade foundation. You can see a bunch of rebar right here. And I had 2 choices for the foundation for this project, and that was either a traditional rebar concrete slab on grade foundation or a post tension concrete foundation. And you can see clearly I have a bunch of rebar here, so I'm going with the traditional rebar foundation. I am paying a little bit more, but I'll get into that in the next video. So we got that material here, as well as back here behind me, we got the forms delivered. I just have them tarped up right now because we're supposed to get some rain today, tonight, tomorrow. And I'm trying to protect this material actually a little more than I need to. Forms aren't that big of a deal to protect, but I'm trying to protect it a little extra because I'm gonna try to use a cost-saving technique by using these forms whenever we frame the house for some of the headers in the house. So if I'm able to pull that off, I think I might be able to save, I don't know, maybe $1,000, give or take, on the framing lumber. Okay, so now for the cost of the site prep, I'll pop up the invoice on the screen so you can see exactly what I'm looking at. But the concrete culvert material was $2,400. The concrete culvert installation with 8-inch thick layer of select fill, $1,200. The build pad labor was the labor to build the pad, as well as that included the compaction test, $3,200. Next we have the lot scrape, where we scraped 6 inches, was $1,000. The dirt delivery for the house pad, 120 loads, $10,800. Temporary driveway, the labor for the temporary driveway was $1,200. And then crushed concrete was the material for the temporary driveway, and that included 2 loads for $2,400. Then we had the tree removal, where we knocked down 2 trees, $700. And then trash haul off, $500, where we cut up those trees and put them in a trailer and hauled them out. $1,800 for the dirt material to build up the driveway. And then lastly, rough grade of $700 to do a rough grade all the way around the house to keep it, I guess, good positive drainage throughout the rest of the build. And then of course, whenever the house is finished, I have to do the final grade. So that was the cost for the site prep. And I'll go ahead and pop up on the screen exactly how much this project has cost me up to this point in the build. It will be the site prep plus the building plans and some other costs I've already incurred. I'll pop that up on the screen right now. So if you're interested in building your own house, like I'm building my own house here, and like I built my first 2 rental properties, then I'm gonna put a link in the description. You should go click it. It is the link to my digital course where I teach people just like myself, regular people, how to build their own houses, whether you want to build houses to rent, build houses to sell, or build your dream home to go live in. So today we're actually installing the form boards, and then this afternoon the plumbing crew is coming out to do the underground plumbing for all of the drains for the house. Thereafter that, we're going to start the prep work, where we're going to dig the footings and the beams, we're going to install the vapor barrier, and then we're going to install all of the rebar for this traditional rebar foundation. Then after that, we're going to pour in the concrete, put a finish on it, and take off all of these form boards, and the concrete foundation will be complete. I believe this part of the build, the concrete foundation part of the build, is going to last anywhere from hopefully about 7 days. So that's about how long this video will be, over the course of about 7 days. But before I show the form boards that are getting installed, I want to tell you how I'm saving roughly $10,000 to $15,000 on my concrete foundation. And I don't know exactly how much doing the foundation this way is going to save me at this point, but by the end of this video, once everything is finished, I'll be able to tell you the exact numbers on how much it costs and how much it saved me by doing the foundation this way. So let me explain. So a couple weeks ago, whenever I was doing all the planning and budgeting and sending all the paperwork to the bank to get ready to do this project, I had to get bids on my concrete foundation. So a couple weeks ago, I reached out to 5 turnkey concrete subcontractors to give me a bid for the foundation. And a turnkey subcontractor is one that provides all the material and all the labor to do their trade. So they are by far the easiest subcontractor to work with, because as a builder, all I have to do is schedule them to do the job and then pay them when the job is finished. So I received 5 bids from these turnkey subcontractors who are providing all the material and all the labor, and they ranged anywhere from $60,000 up to $75,000 for my foundation. Well, turns out that happened to be a lot more than I was really budgeting for the concrete foundation. So I had to start exploring another method, which is instead of hiring a turnkey subcontractor to provide all the material and all the labor, I had to act as the turnkey subcontractor who would provide all the material and all the labor. So I need to provide the form board material, I need to provide the makeup material, which is all the rebar and the vapor barrier and some other items, as well as I would have to order all the concrete for the concrete delivery to pour it out. And then I would also have to hire a form installation crew. I would have to hire a concrete prep work crew to dig all the beams and the footings, put in the vapor barrier, install the rebar, and then lastly I'd have to hire another contractor to do all the finish work and take off the forms to finish the concrete slab. So I had to go through everything to meet all these new suppliers and meet all these new subcontractors to be able to do this kind of work. And after I built the budget for the concrete foundation that way, I learned that the concrete foundation would probably cost me roughly $40,000 to $45,000 in comparison to the $60,000 to $75,000 it would cost me if I were to hire a turnkey concrete subcontractor. So of course, I took advantage of that opportunity to save $15,000 to $20,000 on the foundation by piecemealing the concrete foundation and hiring all labor-only subcontractors, as well as handling all the material orders for my concrete foundation. So that is how I'm going to save roughly $15,000 to $20,000 on this part of the build. Now let's go check out the form board installation. So you can see behind me, the crew actually already has about 80 to 90% of the forms already installed. And installing the forms really doesn't take all that long. This 7-man crew got here about 8 a.m. and they're gonna have everything finished by about 12 p.m. So that's roughly 4 hours to do a 5,000 square foot slab worth of forms. So it really doesn't take that long. But the very first step as the builder to get ready to do the forms is I have to hire a surveyor to come out and mark the building corners so that this crew knows exactly where to install the forms. So you can see right here is a building corner. This is actually going to be a bedroom, and you can see clearly there's a corner here. I had to hire a surveyor to come out, and he's the one who put the stake to signify this is where a building corner is going to go. And right here there's a nail below the corner. So right here is a nail that the surveyor drove into the ground that is exactly where this building corner needs to go. And you can see the form crew has this corner setting directly over that nail. So the surveyor marked 4 corners with nails, and then the form crew showed up, and that gives them enough information to know exactly where the forms need to go, where the foundation is going to get built. They also use, of course, the building plans that has a page specifically for the foundation. And this page has all the measurements they need to be able to cut each form to length, as well as what location to install them. So the forms, of course, lay out the location and elevation of the future concrete slab. We've got most of it finished. We'll get this wrapped up, and then this afternoon, the plumbing crew is coming out to install the underground plumbing for all the drains of my house. So the form installation crew was able to finish installing all of the forms in just a couple hours, and then the plumbing crew showed up to do the underground plumbing. So a lot of comments I get in my videos are, why do you put your plumbing underneath your concrete slab? Well, I understand they're probably located in different parts of America, but here in my part of America, and more specifically my part of Texas, Southeast Texas, the most common foundation type is a concrete slab on grade foundation, which essentially means you're just going to put a concrete slab, a big slab of concrete. You're gonna just set a slab of concrete on grade or on top of the dirt. And since you're putting this concrete directly on the dirt, the plumbing works with gravity and it has to run downhill. Therefore, the plumbing system has to go below the concrete slab and then drain outwards towards either a city sewer pipe, or in my specific situation, a private septic system. And this is going to be my first project ever installing, and at being a homeowner ever having a private septic system, so that ought to be interesting. So let me show you what our sewer system looks like and kind of how it works. So this is a 4-man plumbing crew. One guy operates the mini excavator, and the other 3 men get in the bottom of the trenches, smooth everything out and make it slope the way it needs to slope. And then of course they assemble all the PVC pipes and the connections in the right locations according to the house plans for the sinks and the tubs and so on. So this is what the plumbing looks like right now. And the kind of plumbing system starts right here, and it all drains that way, because on the other side of that guy right there is where the septic system is going to go. So you'll notice that the trenches start shallow right here, and everything falls on like a 1/8 inch slope that way. So the trenches get deeper and deeper. And pretty much this is like the main drain line that goes down this line. And you can see all of these other sinks connect right here. I believe that over there is a washing machine from the laundry that comes over here and connects to the main drain. And then you come further this way, we have a island sink right there. Over there, I think we have a, I don't know, I'm gonna say a refrigerator, but I'm not sure. Drains this away. And then we keep coming this way down the main drain line. And this here is a powder bathroom. Keeps coming this way. And then on this side of the house, we have a half bathroom, another half bathroom. Anyways, everything comes this way and slopes out under the hole in that form board where the main drain line is going to run out. And for now, they're going to stub it, meaning they're just probably going to put a cap on it. But eventually, I'm going to have a big septic system that's going to process all of the sewer generated from our house and living here. And it's going to go out into a sprinkler system and be sprinkled out into my yard. So the plumbing crew is now wrapping up the underground plumbing. This is something that has only taken this 4-man crew probably 2.5 hours at this point. The full underground plumbing will be done in probably 3.5, 4 hours. And then tomorrow we're going to start doing the makeup for the concrete foundation, which is going to be digging the beams and footings, installing all the rebar, and getting ready to pour in the concrete. prep work for my concrete foundation is fully complete. And actually in just about 12 hours, we're going to be pouring in the liquid concrete material into this foundation and finishing up this stage of the build. But before we do that, I want to tell you what kind of foundation I'm doing, why I decided to do this kind of foundation, and then I'm going to show you the finished product of this stage of the concrete foundation. So there are several different options out there for you to choose from when it comes to choosing a foundation for your home build. For instance, there are basement foundations, pier and beam foundations, traditional rebar foundations, post-tension foundations, and likely several other options out there that I'm not really aware of because they're not common practice here in my part of America. But for me specifically, I had two main concrete foundation options that I could choose from for this project. I did not have the opportunity to take advantage of a basement foundation, and that is because my soil type here on this land, as well as the water table here in my location, is too high. Essentially meaning if I were to dig out a hole and do a basement foundation, it would be filled with water 24/7. But maybe further inland, further away from the coast than Houston, Texas, where I'm just 90 miles away from the coast, maybe somewhere like Kansas or Nebraska, further inland of America, when you get further away from the water table drops, and that's when you can take advantage of the opportunity to dig a hole under your house and do a basement foundation. But for me specifically, I had two main foundation options that I had to choose from, and that was a traditional rebar foundation and a post-tension foundation. The main difference between the two is one is filled with a bunch of rebar and concrete, whereas the post-tension foundation does not have as much rebar. Instead, it has some cables that get stressed out and provide tension on the concrete slab. So those are the two main options. Post-tension foundations are likely much cheaper. For instance, on this one, I knew I could have saved anywhere from $5,000 to $10,000, but considering I only have experience working with traditional rebar foundations on my last two home builds, I did not want to use this big custom home build project as an experiment and try to do a post-tension foundation for my first time. So I felt the most comfortable going with a traditional rebar foundation, as well as the shape of my foundation is a little complex and the engineer recommended a traditional rebar foundation. Now let me show you the prep work and all the work that the crew did to get ready to pour in the concrete. So after all of the form boards were installed, and also after the underground plumbing was installed by the plumber, the next step was the concrete makeup crew came in to do all of the prep work for this concrete foundation. They started by digging the trenches for all of the beams in the house. And these beams, specifically for my build, were 12 inches wide by 24 inches deep, so 1 foot wide by 2 foot deep. These beams are located directly under all of the load-bearing walls on the house, as well as in some other locations, and really act as the backbone of this concrete foundation because they hold a very large volume of concrete, as well as a whole lot of really big rebar. So essentially, it is the backbone of this concrete foundation because the top of the concrete foundation is only 4 inches thick, and the beams are 12 inches wide by 24 inches deep. So I believe the beams are probably the most strongest part of this concrete foundation. After the beams were dug, the makeup crew installed this black poly vapor barrier throughout all of the concrete foundation. And this vapor barrier will keep water from coming into direct contact with the bottom of the concrete foundation. Because if water is in direct contact with the bottom of the concrete foundation, it will cause early expiration. And the last part of the concrete makeup is installing all of the rebar throughout the house. And like I said, the beams get jammed packed full of a lot of rebar. So they start by installing all of the rebar in all of the beams, and then lastly they come on top and they install all of the rebar across the top of the foundation in a grid pattern. And of course, all of this concrete makeup work gets done exactly to the engineer's specifications listed on my foundation plan on my building blueprints. So now that we are fully ready to dump in the concrete, I have the concrete finishers scheduled for 6:30 tomorrow morning. I have the boom pump truck scheduled for 6:30 in the morning, and I have 150 yards of 3,000 PSI concrete scheduled for delivery for 6:30 tomorrow morning. This is my first time handling all of the material and all the labor for a concrete foundation, so I'm a little bit nervous for tomorrow. So hopefully everything goes good. We'll see you in the morning.
All right, it's about 5:50 in the morning the very next day, so that means it is pour day, and I actually just pulled into the community. I'm about a quarter mile out from the home build, and to be honest, I got a little bit of butterflies in my stomach. I'm feeling just a little bit nervous. I feel like it's game day back in the day when we used to play college football, but I think I feel like that because remember back in the beginning of the video I told you I am piecemealing this foundation, and in the past I've always hired a turnkey subcontractor to deal with the material and deal with the labor, and along with that he took on the liability and responsibility of dealing with all the coordination between material deliveries and subcontractors. So therefore, today is a very important day that I'm taking on all of that liability and all that pressure and responsibility of dealing with the material deliveries and dealing with the labor subcontractors, which I've never dealt with before. And on pour day, it kind of all has to go perfect because once you pour in that concrete, it's going to start drying and you can't stop until you get everything poured. So anyways, just kind of a little bit more pressure on my shoulders today. I have a concrete pump truck scheduled for delivery at 6 a.m. Looks like they are here a little early. Thank God at least one van is here for the concrete finishers, so that's great. Now we're just needing some concrete to get delivered. So anyways, hopefully everything goes great today. I'm a little bit nervous. It is construction. I'm sure there will be one or two or several problems that come up, but it's not about what problems come up, it's about how I deal with the problems. So anyways, wish me the best of luck on my first concrete foundation pour day as an owner builder.
No, I was just letting you know. I hadn't called earlier because one of the pipes that comes out of the water wheel in the back, and it is the one that feeds me all the water. So that one it burst. So I was replacing it right now. You know, since it's been kind of cold this last couple of days.
Okay, so sure. Well, what's the update?
No, yeah, I was just calling you to tell you I'm ready. I'm about to go ahead and start loading your trucks.
Okay, gotcha. It's 6 a.m. now, so about when will the first truck be here?
You're 30 minutes from here, so you should. Yeah, there's not really much traffic or chaos on the way over there, so you should be getting the trucks around 6:30, 6:40, somewhere.
Okay.
In between.
Okay, so everything's good now, though?
Yeah, everything's good to go now, sir.
Okay, sounds great.
All right, sir.
All right, thanks, bye. All right, I think it is 6:03 in the morning and I already got a problem here today. He said a pipe bursted, which obviously is a lie considering temperatures never got below 32 degrees. But he said a pipe bursted where he gets the water for the concrete trucks, and now the trucks are 45 minutes behind. So now I have to pay for an hour extra on this pump truck that costs $250 an hour, and the finishing crew is probably gonna be pissed off because they wanna get done and finished and home as fast as possible. 6:03, one problem in. Let's see how many more come up today. Shit. How you doing?
Good, you?
Great. My name's Case.
Hey.
Good to meet you. I'm the builder. Go ahead.
Oh, we got a problem with that tree.
Okay, yeah, they told me they were gonna send some extra hoses,
Yeah.
no?
Yeah.
You got some extra hoses? Do you think the tree will still be a problem?
Oh, yeah.
What do you think? What are we gonna do?
Just gonna have to go in and out of it.
Really? Okay.
They'll have to push a little bit when you get up underneath them.
Okay, I mean, I was hoping y'all would send enough hoses where we wouldn't have to jack with it, but you still think we'll be hitting it, huh?
It don't matter. It's still gonna have to be down. If I put all the hoses on it, it's still gonna be hitting the limbs and knocking the limbs off.
Fuck. Okay. Sounds good. Well, we gotta do what we gotta do. Hopefully we don't fuck it up too bad, you know?
Yeah.
Poco problema. 45 minutos más tarde de concreto. Pinche. Él dice una pipa por mi agua es, pero es no muy frío. Él dice es muy frío. Es no muy frío. Pinche.
Sí.
Ok, pero él dice 45 minutos o a las 6 media o 7.
7.
Sí, más o menos.
Okay.
Good?
Yeah, so
Okay, muy bien.
It's no more problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's only there's one problem right now.
Más, más, más.
Problem.
Es construction, ¿ya? Problemas. Okay.
Todos los días.
Sí, mucho. Okay. Oh. Looks like the pump truck is finished getting set up. Pretty cool. I'm excited to see that thing work. And the finished crew is here ready to go. Now we're just waiting on concrete delivery. So freaking fix the pipe and deliver the concrete material, please. The first concrete truck has arrived, just an hour and 15 minutes late. So now let's get that concrete dumped into this concrete pump, then pumped out into my concrete foundation, and let's get this concrete foundation built without any more problems. Let's go. So right now there's about 5 more trucks waiting on the street, and then we can only dump out 1 truck at a time because only 1 concrete mixer truck can fit here on the driveway. But essentially the concrete is coming out of that boom that is spinning up there mixing the concrete and dumping into this big pump truck. And as it dumps out, it gets pumped through this hose right here. It gets dumped through this pipe. It gets pumped through this pipe and goes up the boom. Right now it's going over a big oak tree, and then it is getting pumped out into my concrete foundation. I estimated for 150 yards, which I believe is 15 of these concrete trucks. And right now I think this is like number 7. And you can see we have about half of the concrete foundation poured. Believe it or not, so far so good. I think we've only been pouring concrete for about an hour, hour and a half. So we'll probably finish this whole pour. If I order the right amount of concrete, we'll probably finish this full pour in only the matter of about 3 hours. Just keep up the good work, team. The pour for my concrete foundation is now fully complete, thankfully, and I was able to escape this part of the foundation without any major problems other than the concrete delivery getting started 1 hour late. So we were really off to a rough start, and I thought it was gonna be a rough day after that start, but we're able to escape this part of the build without any major problems. Yeah, we still got a little bit of work to do, but now it's the easy part. We've avoided most of the hard part. So now we are moving on to the finishing stage of the concrete foundation. And this 3-man crew was able to pour this 5,018 square foot slab in just under 4 hours because they started at 8 and they were done by 12 o'clock. So pretty impressive job by this 3-man crew. But now we are moving on to the finishing stage, which is the very last part. And this is where the crew goes through and rips off all of the float boards. You can see this has a 3.5-inch drop because there was a 2x4 here and over there as well. So everywhere that the floor drops, like the garage, the covered portiche, and the patio, and the shower, they rip off the floats, and then they start to finish the top of the concrete using some different trowels. Like he's using a bull float, that guy over there using a hand trowel, this guy on the machine is using a power trowel. Essentially, using all these tools to finish the concrete will put all of the aggregate down in the bottom of the concrete, and then the cement will rise to the top of the concrete and cause a good seal or a good finish on the concrete floor. And then for the patio, the covered portiche in the front and then also the garage, we are doing a broom finish, which a broom finish is going to make it a non-slippery surface for the exterior because of course it will get wet. So after they finish the concrete, which it is drying pretty fast because the sun is out and it went from like 35 degrees to like 50 or 85 degrees. After they do all the finishing, they will then wreck the forms or rip out all of these form boards. They'll finish the sides of the concrete and then there'll be nothing left to do but let it dry, and then we'll be starting the framing. So let's finish up this concrete foundation. After 7 long days of some very hard work, the concrete foundation is now fully complete. And in my opinion, it looks great. I'm sure there's some others out there that disagree, but you probably saw in the beginning of that clip, or maybe even behind me, that the framing material package just got delivered. And that is because we are starting framing tomorrow. I'm not trying to build this house in 60 days like I did my last one, but at the same point, I'm also not dragging my feet because every single day that we're building this house, we're paying a interest-only payment, I guess, to the bank for every month. So the faster I finish, the faster I get off of those interest-only payments and into a 30-year permanent mortgage. So that's a conversation for another day. But the concrete foundation turned out fantastic. And to be quite honest with you, I'll just say I had a fantastic experience taking on this challenge of doing this concrete foundation piecemeal and hiring labor-only subcontractors and dealing with all the material suppliers for this foundation. And man, if you can think back, that's like 8 different vendors that I had to work with. I had to get the forms delivered, I had to get the forms installed, I had to get all the rebar delivered and makeup accessories and whatnot, and I had to get all the makeup done. Then I had to get the concrete material delivered, I had to get the concrete pump truck delivered and scheduled, and then I also had to get the finishers scheduled to finish the concrete. So yeah, I think that's 7 different vendors that not only did I have to get scheduled, but before that I had to go out and find these people and meet new people to take on this challenge. And man, I would not go back. I wouldn't trade it for anything. A, because I saved a lot of money. B, I made some great contacts, and in life it's not about what you know, it's about who you know. So the concrete foundation turned out great. I'm very proud of the job the finishers did. That was my first time working with them, like I said, and they did a great job on the finish. And I'm not sure how it's going to go, but I am going to attempt to do a polished finished floor. So this concrete is actually going to be my finished floor. I'm not going to put down a bunch of tile. I'm not going to put down a bunch of vinyl or luxury vinyl plank, LVP, or anything like that, because that would cost a lot of money. But honestly, more importantly, I would like to do a polished concrete floor because I really think it's going to match like the design and style of the house we're going for, kind of a contemporary or minimalistic or modern or whatever the case may be. So the finish, as you can see, they did a polished finish right here, and it, very shiny, looks great. Although you can see there's some white shit on here, and I'm not sure if that comes off or not. But anyways, concrete, it's a cool material. It looks great to me, even with its imperfections. So I'm someone that sees the imperfections in concrete. You can put a clear coat on it or however they do the polishing. I'm yet to learn that, and I'm going to appreciate how they look. So to me, they look fantastic. I'm okay with the imperfections. So right here leading out is actually into the big, like 1,200 square foot covered porch area. There's going to be my future pool right out there, and you can see there's a difference in color from the house floors to the porch floors, and that's because this has a broom finish. I'll give you, maybe I'll just put up some B-roll, but this is a broom finish on all of the exterior concrete surfaces. We put a broom finish, and that is to keep it from being slippery, because of course water is going to get in here, and kids are going to be running back and forth in and out of the house, whatever the case may be, and you don't want to be walking out here on a slick finished concrete floor, slip and fall on concrete, probably hurt yourself. So that is why we put a broom finish on this porch area. We also did a broom finish here in the covered portiche, covered parking area. Did a broom finish over there in the front entry. But we did not do a broom finish over here in the garage, you can see we did a slick finish. And I kind of asked them, hey, why aren't we doing a broom finish there? And they recommended doing a slick finish. They said, oh, it's normal, we'll do a slick finish right here. So whatever, maybe I'll just do an epoxy, or maybe I'll go ahead and polish this area as well to give it a good finished look. So there's some of that. One other thing I think might be worth mentioning is definitely going to be a challenge is this is going to be my shower. And it is only, I think it measures like 4 foot by 5 foot. And I know a lot of people building a custom home probably don't do a 4 foot by 5 foot shower that they use every single day of their lives. Instead, they probably do something like freaking 10 foot by 8 foot or something like that. But me personally, I like getting in a small enclosed area that's all closed off with glass, and I like to have that steam really build up inside a small area. In comparison to a big area, it's gonna take longer for that steam to ever build up, even if it does, or it might just all get out of there. So that's why I did a relatively small shower. But the thing I was gonna talk about is, you can see we kind of did this shower a little bit differently because I told them to try to finish this area as best as possible. That way I can polish all of the flooring and have this shower pan match the exact flooring inside the house. Otherwise we would have to tile it or do something else, but I want to do the same flooring right here in my house as right there in the shower pan, so the floors are consistent throughout on the first level. Anyways, the concrete foundation is done. We have the framing material delivered, and actually my framer came out during the middle of the day and started snapping these red lines. I know the concrete, you can see over there, it's a little red. It's not the cleanest because there's already been people walking on it and whatnot, but the framer has snapped these lines. You can see all this drawing, and he went ahead and took the time to come out today to snap these lines, so when him and his crew show up, they can just grab the material and get started throwing up all the walls for the first floor. One other thing I really didn't mention throughout the process of building this concrete foundation is, whenever the foundation was getting poured in, the finishers stuck in these anchor bolts. These are, I guess, 1/2 inch thick anchor bolts that are 10 inches long, and it's sticking out of the concrete 4 inches, so it goes 6 inches deep down into the concrete. And these are placed on a 3 foot center, so every 3 feet are these anchor bolts, and these anchor bolts are what you attach the bottom plate of the framing to. So these anchor bolts are how the actual frame of the house gets attached to the foundation. And one other thing I put on here are these. Oh, these are Samson tie downs, and whenever the wall gets framed and the sheathing gets put up, these tie downs will get folded up and nailed into the sheathing, and that will really help secure, because those are a lot stronger than the 1/2 inch anchor bolts. All right, y'all, look, here I am, 26 years old, building my 3rd home ever, and it's a 3,500 square foot, 5 bedroom, 4 bathroom, custom home build. I'm building my own pool. All these crazy special features about this home and this property and this project. And no, I'm not bragging. I am excited, but I'm not bragging. My point is, this is just my 3rd home build ever, and I'm already taking on a project like this. And maybe you're watching this video thinking, man, I really wish I could learn to build a house or build my own house. Maybe you want to build a house to sell, to start a business. Maybe you want to build a house to rent, to build a bunch of rental properties, or build a fourplex or a multi-family property. Or maybe you want to build your own house to live in, like I'm doing in this situation, where I'm building my house to move in with my family and raise all my kids, which I'm stoked about. So my point is, maybe you're watching this video and you're having those thoughts. I just want to tell you, this is just my 3rd project, and to be honest, it's a really large project, and I'm really not having any issues. Yeah, it's construction, issues happen. And yes, it is a challenge and a risk to take on building your own house, especially your first one. But I was able to build my first house in like 3.5 months without any guidance whatsoever, and really not any hiccups. So my point is, if you're interested in building your own house, then I highly recommend you doing so. Building these houses has really changed my life, and I know it has set my life on a projection that is for the best. So I highly recommend you take that challenge and you learn how to build your own house, because I promise you it is for the best. Today is day number 35 of the build, exactly 7 weeks in. And you see 2 vans are here. Framing crew just showed up about 30 minutes ago, and they're getting started framing the house. And this is just 2 days after we finished the concrete slab. Very excited for the frame. Not excited for my my pocketbook, or what, my checkbook. Hey, whoa! So I got to meet with the framer right now, go over the rough openings for the windows, for the doors, some other things, get some details straight, then these guys are gonna work like a freaking machine. Knock this, I think it was 5,461 square feet worth of frame out in probably about 7 days. Let's get the frame started. Okay, I got it.
I got it.
Okay,
Hold on. Look, right here.
Right.
You want a 5 foot?
Fuck, I don't even see that one.
You don't need it?
Maybe I need to order it.
You put it anyway or something? But do you need it or no?
Yeah, I do need it. Poner uno más ventana aquí. Una ventana y uno. ¿Tú sabes? Uno y uno. Y
You have 3.
cinco.
Okay.
3 y 2.
Okay. I got it.
Okay, you got it.
You like the windows too much, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let me show you the elevation. 5'6" is to the bottom, right?
Yes.
And 6.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, this one. Muy grande. Puerta is 72. Ella dice una más pulgada. 73. 6 feet, 1 inch. Okay, es posible porque aquí the ceiling is only 10 feet.
No. Oh, yeah.
Posible or no?
Not possible.
The ceiling is only 10.
Ah, shit. That's possible. Ah, shit.
O
No.
O solo poner 10 y uno menos.
Well, why
pulgada.
not put a little bit more, the ceiling a little bit more high?
This okay for me?
But let me check the elevation.
Yo
Okay,
quiero corners
okay. For this one, I can fix for you. Okay. Hey, you see the pocket door, right?
Yeah,
Here.
yeah.
Why you put a lot of pocket door?
Mejor.
Why?
Es mejor. No pocket.
Okay. I can work.
Okay, that's it.
That's it. Right now.
So that was actually the good framer that I know. I'm actually paying about 50 cents per square foot more for this framer in comparison to some other options I had out there. I'm paying $3.50 a square foot, and I know I had other bids around $3 a square foot. So I'm paying, that equals about $2,500 extra for this framer, but I wanted to feel good about this frame. I wanted to know it's getting done really good, especially considering some of the complexities in the frame and some details that we're getting done for like design and whatnot. So that was just me going over all of the rough openings for the windows and exterior doors and interior doors with the framer, so that he had everything correct whenever he's doing the rough openings for those items. They're getting started now. This frame should take about 7 days, and I can't wait to see the structure go up. Let's get it done. So the crew just brought over this massive beam, the biggest beam that I had in the material order, and I'm pretty sure they're about to lift it 10 feet into place. And this ought to be interesting because I've never seen a beam this big personally. Let's see how they do it. I would have thought they would be using a machine, but I'm sure they've got a creative way because these guys are crazy. Let's see how they do it. Eight, 9 people carrying this beam. Wow, that is massive though. Massive to me, maybe not to some of y'all. home builders out there. This one's not near as wide as the last one. The last one was wider, I think. But this one is most definitely taller. Don't have to worry. Going up on the ladder. Wonder if that ladder's rated to hold this much weight. Probably not. To the order of Bertin Sanchez Paredes. Bertin Sanchez Paredes. So I had to pay the concrete finisher. That was his bill. Now no ties left on the concrete foundation. Fully moved on to the frame, but he is telling me what solution I should do for my shower floor for the master. Oh, grande. Granda. ¿Cómo se dice en español? Grenia. 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 Okay. Grande. ¿Todos?
Todo el shower.
Sí. Gracias, amigo. Siguiente casa. Perfecto. Trabajo. Muchas gracias.
¿Está bien?
All right. Okay, so now let's go check out the frame. I haven't been here all day. It's like 3 o'clock of day 2. And I know today's not going to be quite as progressful visually, because they got kind of the detail work. The first 4 walls go up super fast, but now they're doing all of the joist, the beams and the joist, and the joists really aren't that much of a visual change from the exterior, but when you walk in here, of course, you can see, hey, they've actually been working. They've been just doing all the joists. So let's go meet with Manuel, the chief of the crew. He's probably gonna act like he's too busy to talk, but I really gotta talk to him. Oh shit, they got the porch roof joist installed. Let's talk with Manuel.
Hey, what's up? You skinny?
Huh?
You skinny?
Skitty?
Me, yeah.
Scared you?
Skinny, yeah. What?
¿Qué pasó?
Nothing. It's not necessary right now. Later.
All right. ¿Todos bien?
Yeah, hey. The wall you gonna remove it, right?
No.
Right. The wall.
No remove.
Okay.
Okay, so, hey, yo necesito hablar con tú de puerta.
Oh, yeah. Later, man.
Pinche.
Later.
Solo 10 minutos ahí, yo soy.
Relax, please.
I don't know, he acts like I'm always so stressed out. All he tells me is relax. It's funny. So anyways, it's been a pretty progressive day here at the build for day number 2 of the framing. Looks like they're gonna finish all of the joists by the end of the day. We still got about probably 3 or 4 hours of sunlight left. So I gotta go run an errand, but I'm gonna show back up and I have to speak with the chief, Manuel, about some details here on the frame. So I'll pick it up then. We'll chat with Manuel, as well as I'll show you the finished product on all the joists. I'll tell you what kind of joist I went with, what was expensive, what was cheap, and why I had to go with the expensive material, because of course, as a builder, don't want to be, and as a homeowner, it being my home, I don't want to be freaking spending money for no reason. So we're getting it done. Let's go, baby. All right, the guys are loading up as they finish day number 2, and they were actually successfully able to finish all of the ceiling joist throughout the house. So yesterday, they finished all the first floor walls. Today, you can see they have the ceiling joist up there. And if you didn't know, basically the ceiling joists are what holds up the ceiling, or if you have a 2-story house, it's what holds up the second floor above the first floor. So depending on the span of the room, and also depending on if you have weight on the second floor, is going to determine what kind of ceiling joist you need to install in that specific area. So I'll walk through my house real quick and I'll show you the ceiling joist that I had to do. So this is a 1-story side of my house, and you can see this is all, I believe, called nominal lumber. I think that's the technical name for it. But anyways, it's just like regular 2x6 ceiling joist, which, as you can imagine, these are actually 2x8s right here down the hallway. 2x8s in this bedroom. Keep going. 2x6s though in this bedroom, I think. Let me check. Yeah, you can see that the joist in this room over here are just a little bit shorter than that big joist. So these are 2x8s and these are 2x6s, but very similar in cost. There's no big difference in 2x6s and 2x8s. So nominal lumber or regular 2x6s or 2x4s or 2x8s or 2x10s or 2x12s, yes, the boards of course get bigger, get more expensive the bigger they are, but there's a big jump up from when you have to go from nominal lumber to a engineered wood product, which I will show you here in a second. But walking out right here into the great room or the living room, there are actually just 2x6 joists up there, but there are actually 2 huge beams. Actually, there's a pretty big beam, and there is another. We'll resume here in a second. I think this freaking van got stuck in the ditch. An HOA president lives across the street. And yay, inteligente. No, he's stuck. 2-wheel drive. Pretty sure if they got everybody to push on the back of it, they could get it out of this ditch, but let's see if they can get it out. Something wrong every single day in construction.
Sin patinar, sin nada, como ¿cómo se llama?
Okay, so like I was saying before I got interrupted by people rutting up my ditch, like I was saying, so there are 2x6 joists in here accompanied by one big beam and then another big beam right there. And the beams are expensive, but the 2x6 joists are actually fairly cheap. You want to, ideally, if you're looking to be economical and affordable, you want everything in small nominal lumber. So 2x6s, 2x8s, 2x10s, 2x12s is what you want. So here's my kitchen. Looks like more 2x8s or 2x6s. It's a little dark, I can't tell, but the point is, it is not this beast of a system right here, which is, this system is in my master bedroom and my master bathroom, and it is what is supporting my YouTube studio or my office that is located on the 2nd floor right above my master bedroom. And since it does carry a live load and also spans a far distance, the engineer required that we go with a engineered wood product here that is called an I-joist. This is a man-made product. It's not like this natural wood that's put through a wood mill deal where it cuts a big trunk of tree down to a 2x4, 2x6, or 2x8, or 2x12, whatever. This is actually a man-made product, and it is called an engineered wood product. and is super strong, much stronger than 2x10s and 2x12s. So this is a very beefy joist system. And I had to do this I-joist system because my master bedroom spans about 18 feet, and also it does carry a live load with my YouTube studio right above me. So in the end of this video, or maybe the next video, I'm going to talk about the cost of the framing, and I will go over the cost specifically for that engineered wood product I-beam joist system that goes above my master bedroom. And I believe that that joist system above my master bedroom probably cost more than the joist for all of the rest of the house. So that's why it's so much cheaper to go with regular nominal lumber instead of an engineered wood product for ceiling joists. So keep that in mind whenever, if you are ever going to build your home. Anyways, day 2 of framing is wrapped up. Tomorrow's day 3, where they will start on either the second floor walls for the YouTube studio, as well as the roof framing. We'll see you then. It is the last evening of the last day of the framing trade, and right now you can see inside there's some guys using a wheelbarrow to clean up. They are also breaking out this temporary scaffolding that they had in the attic area. So some guys are doing the cleanup work and breaking down some of this temporary scaffolding. The other people on the crew are working on some of the custom finishes for this home. So being that this is my first custom home, I am having some challenges on the build already this far. I had some challenges in the planning especially, and that took twice, if not 3 times as long in the planning stages, getting all the building plans exactly the way that I wanted them. And now through the construction, I'm also having some challenges. And today specifically, it is probably the very last day of the framing. They might have to come out tomorrow and clean up some, but this is probably the very last day of the framing trade, getting everything framed. And I've been running back and forth from the build and also my a job I have going on for my roofing company where we're replacing the roof. And today on the framing, we are taking care of all the detail work, and the details are like the custom touches or custom finishes and all the cool things I want to incorporate into this build that are not included in the building plans. And since we did not hire like a super professional interior designer to put together this interior design, I don't really have anything to give to the framer to say, hey, this is the ideas I have, so go make it happen. So instead, I've just been running back and forth to the job site, showing my crew chief framer, hey, this is the idea I have. I've been searching through the DMs from me and my wife who's doing the interior designing on Instagram. I've been scrolling through and saying, hey, I want to do this in the hallway, or I find someone else, hey, I want to do this in the master bedroom. This one?
Yeah, let me see.
So right now they're knocking out, for the next 2 or 3 hours, they'll be knocking out the custom details for the home build. So the framer, he charges one price for him and his crew to come out and frame the entire structure for what's included in the plans. And then all of the custom details, like this hallway feature and the master bedroom feature that I'll show you here in a little bit, and some other details, cost extra money. So these custom details cost extra money in labor and also in material. But it's what I want to incorporate in the house to make this project special and enjoy living in my nice house. Let's get the hallway done. So now we're making some progress on the hallway, and there's some guys out here that are cutting the templates out of this OSB. So they're just curving this, as you can see, they've made the triangle, and then they're using 2x4 blocks to go all the way in between the pieces. And those 2x4 blocks are what the drywallers will use to attach their drywall, their sheetrock, to the blocking or to the curve. So let's check out in the hallway what it looks like. We've got these 2 done. I think we'll call those good. And then coming through here, you can see some more. This one is good, that one is good, but that one we're gonna have to flip because you see this one goes that way, and then I don't think you want 2 of them right by each other. So going the same way. So we're gonna have to flip that one, and then we'll have 1 more to install on the other side. I'll make sure to show the finished product of the hallway, of course, but then also here on the fireplace, something I just decided to do last second hopefully my wife, the interior designer, approves. Fireplace, TV, and then up there we added those 2x8 custom deals up there. Those are just going to get some kind of custom decoration. Maybe the fireplace all gets stuccoed or something, but we can also add some lights, some LED lights on the bottom of them, or do something cool, just a custom touch instead of having just sheetrock on that and then fireplace decoration there and then white sheetrock here. It'll add some kind of different something. I don't know, just going off the dome. So making progress on the details. I'll keep you updated. All right, you guys, we're coming to an end of day number 42 here on this custom home build project. And as you can see here in the background, the frame is fully complete. So today is day number 42. 42 days divided by 7 days a week. That means I'm 6 days in. This day makes the mark of the end of the 6th week of this home build. So in just 6 weeks, I was able to install the culvert, install the temporary driveway, knock down some trees and haul them off, build the dirt pad, and then it took a week to build the concrete foundation. And then here, just one more week, we have the full frame complete. And I'm sure, as you can notice, we already actually have some wall sheathing installed and some Tyvek stucco house wrap installed and some more material here delivered, because I don't like to build slow, I like to build fast. So as soon as we finished the frame, I had this roof overhang material and wall sheathing material delivered, and then the siding contractor showed up halfway and was able to get half a day's worth of work in today. So right now I'm gonna show you what the finished frame looks like, and then I'm gonna tell you exactly how much it costs to build the frame for this 5-bedroom, 5-bathroom house with a extra 400 or 300 square foot bonus room. So let's check it out. So as you guys just saw, the exterior of the frame turned out fantastic, and the crew was able to build this entire frame in 7 days. But that 7 days also included a Sunday where they didn't work, and also a Saturday where they quit at 1 o'clock and worked half day. So really they're able to build this entire frame in just 5.5 days. But I decided to go with a more expensive framer because of the size of this project and it being my first custom home build. I decided to pay an extra probably $3 or $4 grand for my favorite framer that I've used this far, because I didn't want to lose any sleep at night and I wanted everything done the right way. And also there are some interior custom details that I wanted to incorporate that I've never had experience doing as a builder. So now let's talk about exactly how much this frame cost me. And first let's start with the material. So to begin, the first floor wall system cost me $19,803. This includes the bottom plate, which is used to anchor the framing to the foundation, and then also all the 2x4s and 2x6s that are used to build the walls. $19,803. So next let's move on to the joist cost. We're going to divide the joist into 2 different parts. The ceiling joist for my master bedroom, and then also the ceiling joist for the rest of the house. And as I mentioned earlier in the video, I was going to check out the price for these really big beams here in my house. I know I had one in the garage. I also have one right here, and I have a couple smaller ones scattered throughout the house. But this beam right here is 5.5 inches wide and 18 inches tall by 22 feet long. And this beam cost me $971. So just for this beam right here that is holding up the ceiling for my kitchen and living room area, cost me almost $1,000. And the beam inside the garage was only 14 inches tall instead of 18, and also 2 feet shorter in length, cost me $696. So that's a $700 beam in the garage and a $971 beam here in the kitchen living room area. If you recall back to earlier in the video, the ceiling joist for my master bedroom was the engineered wood product, which was the I-beam joist system. That material cost me $6,976. But the ceiling joist throughout all the rest of the house, which is just 2x6s and 2x8s, I don't even think there was any 2x10s, cost $2,527. So the ceiling joist in my master bedroom cost 3 times more than the ceiling joist all throughout the rest of the house, and my master bedroom only takes up 1/10 of all the rest of the house. So unfortunately, I had to pay a big cost there to be able to build a YouTube studio on the second floor, but it is what it is. Next, moving on, the second floor's floor system, which is the 3/4 inch subfloor, and also the adhesive that we use to glue the subfloor down, cost exactly $1,000. Moving on, the second floor's walls, $4,137. Next, the second floor's ceiling joist, very small area, $723. And then lastly, all of the rafters and roof framing cost $4,495. So all of the material cost added up equals a total of $39,661 for this frame. Now let's move on to the lumber. So as I mentioned earlier, I decided to go ahead and pay for the better framer, which was about 50 cents more per foot and equated to about $3,000 or $4,000 extra to pay for the better framer. But the total labor cost to build this frame was $19,043. So he charged $3.50 per foot to build the frame. And the total framed area for this house was 5,440 square feet, and that includes the garage, the exterior porte-cochere, the exterior covered patio, and the covered entry exterior as well as the house. 5,440 square feet times $3.50 a square foot, $19,040. Next, I paid him an extra $1,500 to do some custom details. Like we're going to do some custom stairs. We did a custom deal in the hallway, some custom shelving in some other areas, and all of those details cost extra on top of his normal rate. So the total material cost of $39,661 plus the total labor cost of $20,543 makes the grand total for the framing trade on this custom home build $60,204. I get so many questions in my comment section saying, why didn't your framers install the wall sheathing? Well, here in my part of America, which is Houston, Texas, the framers only install the stick frame of the house. And then the next crew shows up, which is called the siding crew, and they're the ones who install the wall sheathing, the house wrap, the roof overhang. And then also typically they install the siding material, but on this home build they didn't install the siding material because the HOA only gave me 3 options for siding, which was either stone, brick, or stucco, and I decided to do stucco for the full exterior, and that's a job for another crew. And since I decided to do stucco, which everyone knows sucks at waterproofing, I decided to build 2-foot roof overhangs to keep all the rainwater off of the walls, and then at the bottom of the walls I did 2 foot of treated plywood just for some extra insurance, extra protection, should last a little bit longer. And I'm sure all of you are wondering, why don't you use that green material with the tape at the seams for your wall sheathing and for your roof decking? Well, my answer to you is that that stuff is like twice as expensive, and also they don't show me any love on my videos, so I'm not going to spend double the money for no reason, especially when I believe this OSB wall system and OSB roof decking with the underlayment over the top will do just fine for 30 to 40 years, especially considering, I got some news for you, this really isn't my dream home build. We'll call it my transition house. I want to live here less than 5 years, and then I want to move into something bigger and better and build something more badass. So anyways, that's why I don't use the green stuff, especially on this home build, maybe in the future. But the roof decking crew installed the deck in like half a day. It was like a 7,000 square foot deck, and that crew is a machine. Very happy to add them to my arsenal as a home builder and also as a roofing contractor, and I will use them many more times in the future. Now the full roof deck is finished, we're ready for windows, we're also ready for the shingle roof. Let's go.
And so today we're actually starting to install the roofing material, and my roof is about 7,000 square feet or 70 squares, and I decided to do 50 squares or 5,000 square feet of shingles, and then 2,000 square feet or 20 squares of standing seam metal. So we're gonna get started installing the shingles today, and make sure to stick around for the end of the video because of course I'm going to lay out all the costs on the siding, the sheathing, the roof overhang, the shingle roof area, and then also the standing seam metal. So let's get in the video. Right now it's about 2:30 and we're about halfway through the shingle roof installation. So let's go up on the roof and I'm gonna tell you about my roof design and what all went into that, as well as what kind of material I decided to do. So you can see I chose the color black. And the guys got about, I would say, we got about probably 70% of the shingles installed. There's 5 installers. It's actually 4 installers and a boss that's not doing too much work. But you can see all this 1-story roof section. All of the 1-story roof is gonna get black shingles. And then that 2-story roof there is gonna get metal. That's a skylight, but that's gonna get metal. And then the section that I'm standing on is also gonna get metal. Originally during the planning and designing stages of this project, I of course wanted to put a full standing seam roof on this house, but after getting the plans back and figuring out it was going to be a 70 square roof, which is 7,000 square feet, which is a pretty big roof, I quickly learned that a standing seam roof on this full roof would be super expensive. So when I was putting together the budget, I already figured out we're gonna be over budget and we're gonna be spending money out of our pocket on top of what the bank is gonna be giving us. So in order to cut cost on the roofing trade, this was a very easy way to save money. Instead of doing a full standing seam metal roof that would have cost about 50 grand, I'm gonna be able to do standing seam on these 2 sections and shingles down below for about 25 grand. So it's gonna save me about 25 grand by doing shingles on the lower sections, which of course is gonna really help us try to stay close to the budget as possible. And after making that decision of combining both shingles and standing seam metal, in the end, I kind of was like, hey, I think that's really what's gonna look best anyways, because on the ground level, the exterior walls are all gonna be white stucco because the HOA requires either stucco, brick, or stone, and we decided to go with white stucco. So all the walls are just gonna be pretty much plain white stucco, and then on the roof, it's gonna be black, and instead of having just white stucco walls and black standing seam big roof, it's gonna add in some architectural shingles, which is really, I think, gonna give it some differentiation and help the overall design and look of the house. So in the end, I'm happy that we decided to go with shingles and standing seam metal and give it a little bit of differentiation. So here's the filled shingle that I decided to go with on my house. Here's the top, what it looks like on the front. Here's what it looks like on the back. And then here is a ridge cap shingle that gets broken off and then folded up, and to make this piece here, which gives it a high profile look. I'll pop up a video of what it looks like finished installed, but essentially this gets bent over all of the hips and ridges and gets installed on the hips and ridges. So we have the filled shingle, and then we have the ridge cap shingle. That's the 2 main shingles that are visible from the outside of the roof. But this is the one I decided to go with. This is actually the GAF Timberline HDZ shingle brand. The manufacturer is GAF. Some people call it GAF, but roofers call it GAF. And it is the largest shingle manufacturer in, I think, the world, but for sure here in America. I did not necessarily choose this shingle because it is the best performing shingle. There are better performing shingles out there on the market. But in my opinion, this has the most solid color black, which I feel was very important for this house because it's just gonna be white stucco, black roof. And I didn't want a off looking black that would have some contrast with the black standing seam roof. So I really chose this shingle for the color, but it is a lifetime shingle, meaning it is supposed to last a lifetime unless a storm comes through and rips it off. But again, I'm only gonna be living in this house probably 3 to 10 years, and this shingle should last much, much longer than how long I'm supposed to live in the house. So it won't be a problem whenever I go to sell this house in the future. This shingle will still be in good shape. And then this here is the ridge cap shingle, as I already mentioned, and this shingle is actually a upgraded shingle. I probably spent like $1,000, maybe a little more, to upgrade my ridge cap shingles, and that is strictly for aesthetics as well, because this shingle is gonna give a much more prominent appearance. It's gonna be much thicker than the more economical brand, or the more economical choice for the ridge cap shingles. So that's gonna help the house look good as well. So these are the shingles I decided to go with on the project. Now let's get the rest of this roof finished up.
right, it's been a couple days since this shingle roof install was complete, so let me show you the finished product. So now I'm gonna give my finished roof a walk around tour, and I'll tell you what I like about my roof, and then also what I dislike about my roof. So to start, I do like the color, which is the main reason I chose this shingle in the first place. This is the GAF Timberline HDZ shingle, and the color name is charcoal. In my opinion, it is the best looking black shingle on the market, although you can get a somewhat slightly more affordable shingle out there. So you can see up close, this tab has like solid black, then it has some lighter black down here. Then this shingle has like a mix of black. So it's not all solid black. It does have a little bit of variation to it, which I think gives it a little bit of pop, which I think is important for a roof color. You don't want your roof just a solid color or solid black, because then it's gonna kind of look off. So a little bit of variation really helps the roof look good, at least in my opinion. Next, we have the ridge cap shingle upgrade, which you can see here is a hip. It has the ridge cap shingles installed on it. And this is an upgrade that I made. You can see is it's like twice as thick as normal ridge cap. So normal practice is just to install one layer of ridge cap shingles over the hips and ridges and nail it down. But this is twice as thick, which makes it stand up, twice as high, makes it look better. But again, twice as thick, twice the material, twice the money. And I think this upgrade cost me $850 to $1,000. If I could go back, I probably wouldn't install this shingle or this roof system to begin with, because I probably could have saved about $2,500. But now that it's done, I'm happy with the color of the roof, and I'm also happy with how the ridge cap upgrade looks. So next up is just the overall shape and design of the roof, which in my instance is a very complex and complicated roof design, because it is a custom house that has a weird shape and weird footprint to begin with. So since my house makes a big U and also is 1-story and 2-story and is just very complex to begin with, the roof kind of adapts to that and becomes a complex roof. And that does two things. For one, it is a pro because it makes the roof look good because it's complex and looks very difficult and different. But secondly, it makes it a little harder to waterproof. So it is a pro and a con. So if you look right here, because this roof is very complex, it has a lot of these extra penetrations where a roof slope meets a wall, and that causes a problematic area down here where it has to be carefully flashed and correctly flashed all around the bottom of this wall, because water can easily get in there if you do not flash it good. So overall, the design, I think, is a pro and a con. It looks great, but at the same point, it makes it a little more challenging to waterproof, which could cause problems down the road in the future. But I think we did a great job on the install, and we shouldn't have any problems. At least I hope so, considering I am a roofing contractor. Next, coming over here to this side, nothing too crazy. We do have a fairly different low pitch valley right here that hopefully doesn't cause any problems. I think the slope on this roof is a 512, so it's enough of a slope for this valley not to leak. It's just a little different of a valley. Then on this side of the roof, fairly simple, no problems here. And yeah, for the most part, that is it. One thing I really do like about the design on this house is my big roof overhangs. So if you look right here, you can see this roof overhang, or this eave, is 24 inches long, which means the roof overhangs the wall by 2 feet. And that does several things. A, it looks great in my opinion, but more importantly, in terms of the roof, it protects this penetration and the walls. So when the water falls off, it is going to fall out here in the field of the roof instead of falling up close to the wall. And if the wind is blowing like this, it's gonna have to blow 2 feet to get over to those windows and that wall and that roof flashing on the bottom. So in my opinion, I'm very happy with the design detail I did on 24-inch overhangs. Okay, so now let me tell you exactly how much this roof install costed me on this home build. And to put it in perspective, my roof is 85 squares. And a square is just a measurement tool that roofers and roof suppliers use to measure roofs. So a square is a 10-foot by 10-foot area on the roof. So my roof total size is 85 squares. That equates to 8,500 square feet. So my total roof is 85 squares, but only 60 of the 85 squares are shingles. So I installed 60 squares of shingles, and that translates to 6,000 square feet of shingles. So now that we know my roofing size, I'll tell you how much I paid. I paid $1,750 in labor to that 5-man crew to install these 6,000 square feet of shingles. If we break that down, that comes out to $25 per square that I paid the crew to install this roof. And then I paid an extra $250 to install the underlayment on the future metal roof area to go ahead and dry that area in so no water gets inside the house, so we can proceed with the rest of the building. So $1,750 in labor. I paid $10,269 for all the material, but I also had a $500 return after the job was complete. So the material really cost me $11,929, which comes out to about $198 per square, which is fairly expensive. I know I could have saved probably $2,500 in material if I would have just went with a normal builder grade roof system, which honestly, if I could go back, I would probably do, but the bill's been paid, the roof's installed, ain't no going back now. So that makes the grand total for my roof install $13,679. And now it is time to move on to the standing seam metal roof install that's gonna go on only 25 squares, which is about 1/3 as much of shingles. And it's probably gonna cost me almost double what I paid in shingles because metal is very expensive. Today we're installing 27 windows, including that 16-foot tall window behind me on my dream custom home build. Let's get it. So first I'm gonna start by telling you exactly how much I paid for all the windows on this project. But before I do that, let me say a couple months ago, whenever I was designing this house with the architect, I knew that having a lot of natural light in the house was gonna be a critical and crucial part of the design of the house, because it's gonna have a white stucco exterior, it's gonna have a black roof, and then the third important design aspect of the house is just big, large windows for a lot of natural light in the house. So whenever I was doing the budgeting that I had to turn into the bank, a couple months ago while I was designing the house, I was like, okay, I'm gonna put down $22,000 for the window material alone for this project. Well, a couple weeks go by, I ended up getting the final plans back that had the window schedule on the plans, and the window schedule is essentially just a material list that lists what size windows and what quantity of windows I need to purchase to build the house. So I got the window schedule back, and I sent that out to 3 or 4 different suppliers, and as I shopped the windows, I was able to get a price of $9,728 for 27 windows on this home build. So that means I originally intended to spend 22 grand, ended up paying just under 10 grand. So I was very happy to find out that my windows are gonna be a lot cheaper than what I anticipated. So I feel like I got a great price on the windows. So now let me tell you what kind of window I decided to go with. And let me start by saying this is a house that I'm building and intend on living in for probably 3 to 5 years. Yes, it's gonna be a nice house, it's gonna be great, and it's gonna be a great, I'm gonna say transitional house because I got really big goals in life. So, you know, this isn't a house where I had a unlimited budget. I was building a custom house to move into and live in forever. I think that's coming in the future, at least I hope so. And on that home, I'm gonna be very selective on all the material I decide to go in, that I decide to install in the home build, because of course I'm gonna live there for a long time. So in this instance, that's not the case. I did not have a budget to be able to spend, you know, $1,000 or $1,500 or $2,000 or $3,000 a window with wood cladding and all this special stuff like some custom home builds have. I just didn't have the luxury of having that option. So I decided to go with essentially a builder grade aluminum framed window that is double paned, meaning it has 2 layers of glass, which helps on efficiency. I think it's probably required that all homes in Houston, or all homes in Texas have double pane glass that get built now by code. But either way, it has double pane glass, so 2 layers of glass, and then it has a low E coating, essentially meaning it's going to be more efficient and reflecting UV rays. So these windows pretty much met all the requirements I was looking for in a window for this project, which was it had a black aluminum frame, it had double pane glass, and also had low E coating. And then honestly, most importantly, it was economical and affordable, which is allowing me to build this project. So what you're about to see is exactly what this property and this house is going to look like when it is all finished in hopefully about 60 days. I guess if that's even possible, because I still have to build a pool in my backyard that I haven't even started and really don't know that much about. But that's a conversation for another day. So that'll be interesting stuff coming up. But what you're looking at now is exactly what this house is going to look like when it's finished. And I wanted to show you this. That way you could see where all the windows are going on this home build. And as I already talked about when I was designing this house, I knew that natural light would be a critical and very important part of the design of this house. And having a lot of natural light requires a lot of windows and large windows. So during the design process, I tried to fit as many large windows in every place that was possible. And whenever you're choosing window placements, you can't just slap a window on an exterior wall and call it good, because, for instance, you don't want a window where you're going to be sliding your bed against a wall. Instead, you want to move the windows and have an open space. That way you can slide your bed against a wall and not have a window right there by your bed. Also, you can't just slap a window on an exterior wall, because there may be an interior wall running into the middle of that window. So there are some things you have to consider whenever you're designing the house and choosing window placement. But for the most part, I think I did a great job of fitting all the windows possible on this home build, and very large windows at that, to be able to allow a lot of natural light here into this house. I know that I have a 16-foot tall window on the front of the house. I have a 6-foot by 6-foot window on the stairwell, as well as a 4-foot by 4-foot roof skylight for the stairwell. Also have a 6-foot by 6-foot window in my office. And then all of the bedroom windows are pretty much 3-foot wide by 7-foot tall. So for the most part, the windows are huge, and they're going to allow a lot of natural light into this home build. So I think I successfully did a good job designing the house as far as the windows go to give us a lot of natural light in the house. Now let's get all these windows installed. So it's about 3 p.m. and the crew has installed 26 of the 27 windows. I guess it's really 25 of the 27 windows. This is the only one that is left, and you can see there's 2 windows there. So this is going to be a 30-inch wide by, which is 2.5 feet wide, by 16-foot tall window. And unfortunately, the manufacturer or the supplier said, yes, they can make a window this big. The only problem is they don't have a way of shipping it out here. So I'm sure if I were to have demanded them to make my window that big, maybe they could have done it, but it would have cost me a lot for them to ship it out here some special way. So how we're going to do it is we're going to install 2 8-foot windows on top of each other to make it 16 foot. And they're going to have a special piece in between them called a mull bar. So we're going to mull the 2 windows together, essentially creating 1 window. It is just going to have a frame cutting in the middle of it, which is where these 2 windows are going to meet. So here are the 2 30-inch by 8-foot tall windows. And then here's the mull bar that is going to get installed. It is a special piece that is made to combine 2 windows together. Some factories will go ahead and mull the windows together depending on the size and the style of the window. So for instance, if I wanted these two windows shipped out together but pieced together like this, maybe they'd go ahead and mull it in the factory and ship it out here where we could install a 60-inch wide by 8-foot tall window. But since my two are getting stacked on top of each other, they ship these out separately, and then my crew has to install the mull piece. So let's get this last 16-foot window installed. So the crew did a great job today on the window install, and they were able to install all 27 windows on this home build in just one day, and that was only a 2-man crew, so good job to them. And the finished product turned out great. The windows look great, and I'm ready to install the white stucco exterior against these black framed windows, along with a black roof and black standing seam metal roof in some parts as well. It's really gonna make the exterior design look really modern and what we're going for. So very happy with how the windows turned out, but unfortunately I can't say we made it through the day without any problems, and pretty much that's every day in construction. There's gonna be problems that happen. So today we broke the very first window that the installer picked up. He picked up the very first window, ended up breaking that, so that's gonna cost me an extra $250 to get that fixed. I'm not gonna back charge him, just to maintain a good relationship. You know, it's accidents happen in construction, and I want him to be happy to work for me. So that's the first problem. The next problem is I ordered an extra window that is 2.5 feet wide by 7 foot tall, literally taller than me. So I guess I'm either going to trash it, probably won't do that. I'll probably honestly just keep it here in my garage stashed away until the next home build, and then I'll try to fit that ginormous window somewhere in my next home build for a rental or something. So those are the two mistakes that happened today. The first one being from lack of attention to detail on my part whenever I submitted the window order and ordered an extra window, cost me $300 something. The next mistake being the installer's fault, breaking a window cost me $250 to get that window reglazed. So all in costed me $550 in mistakes on the day. Yeah, that doesn't really help me trying to stay on budget with this project. So one more time, the 27 windows cost me $9,728, and that is the material only cost, but the labor cost that I paid the crew to install these windows cost me $1,800. So that makes the total cost for the window trade on this home build $11,528, which again, I'm very happy for, because originally I intended on spending $22,000 to $25,000. So coming in at 50% of what I originally anticipated for, and I'm very happy about that. So that brings day 50 here on my custom dream home build to a wrap. This is James, the flooring specialist, and he was kind of walking me through the process, and I haven't really been here for much of it. So I guess the very first thing he did was clean the floors very well, yep. And then got on the big machine with the 200 grit. Yep. That has, I guess, what's on the bottom of those blades or whatever?
So it's a trowel machine that we took the trowel blades off, and we had special discs mounted underneath it, and it's Velcro underneath. Okay. And we have 8 heads underneath that machine, and then that's where we load 3 to 4 diamonds on each head. So you could either have 24 or 36 diamonds on there at a time.
I think whenever I had some other bids other than from Jeremy, and they didn't have a rider that they told me that they told me they had a push one with a square one.
I have 6 of them.
Okay, but this one is preferred.
I like this one because it gets work done faster. Yep. You're able to go over the floor more times. The other machines are just really, really slow, and I don't have 32 diamonds running at once. Okay, I got you.
So you got the real deal then. Yeah. I also thought they told me it was on propane. Is that right or no?
That is on a propane.
Oh, that one's on a propane. Okay.
And then I have some of my walk behind grinders are propane, and then I have some that are electric.
Okay, got it. So you cleaned it. You did 2 full passes with the 200 grit diamonds. Yep.
Diamonds.
Which essentially just grinds the floor down, right? Yep. I mean, that's what this whole process is, grinding the floor.
Yep. Okay. It's like concrete diamond polish is like kind of like wood. You start rough and you go to a finer and finer grit with multiple passes to get to like a smooth marble type finish.
Okay. I had all those options of what kind of finish do I want to do, and being that this is my first time, I didn't really know where to start. So I just kind of elected to go on what I felt was the safer side, which was just a lower sheen, lower grind. I didn't want them to grind all the way down into the floor and expose all of the rocks and aggregates that are below this cement kinda. So I just wanted like a kind of matte finish floor. So if I would have went any further than, if I would have did 800 or 1600 grit, I guess it would look like glass, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, and this is going to be fairly mattish finish.
You'll see reflection. You'll
Okay.
see like
bit.
trees and stuff
Okay,
reflecting,
cool.
but it'll be kind of muted a bit.
Okay, got it. So they grinded with 200 2 passes, and then you switched to the 400 diamonds.
Yep.
Which you just did maybe the first pass. You did a pass in here, yeah?
I've done 2 passes.
Okay, you
in
did
here
2
with
passes
that.
in here. So you're doing and did 2 passes with the 400 grit. At which point you also kind of patched these little minor imperfections wherever they were, where the framer happened to shoot nails down into the cement to brace the frame whenever they were doing the frame. And being that it was my first time, I didn't have the knowledge to say, hey, don't do that. So now I have a little bit of imperfections in my slab, but that's okay. It's just part of the polish. Yeah, part of the character. You know, I always know that, hey, that mistake kind of cost me and I won't do it again. So one more question for you. I kind of elected to go with the upgraded option of the polish instead of what you were maybe referring to, just the regular stain where you kind of grind it and stain it and whatever.
Yeah.
So would you say that is how much more cost effective percentage wise into a polish? The polish is the upgraded good stuff, not really going to scratch, not really going to damage, right?
Right.
Whereas just a top coat stain or whatever, is that like 70% of the cost of this, 50%? What would you kind of say?
I'd say it's about 50%.
So about 50%.
Yeah.
Okay. Well.
And then your all of your stuff is in your house, and then you need to recoat your floors.
Yeah.
That becomes a nuisance.
Yeah. Well, I'm happy with the decision I made this far. I'm ready to see the finished product. Y'all are doing a good job. Thanks. Keep it up. Good luck. It is the next day and all of the polished floors are finished and they are fully covered with these 4x8 sheets of T-ply that is going to keep them protected throughout all the rest of the construction, because as you can see, I'm just now getting started on the interior finishes and there is still a lot of work that needs to get done, and honestly a lot of messy work, especially drywall, which is going to be starting very soon. We're going to be hanging drywall on all these walls, and whenever they do the level 5 with the mud, they're very messy contractors. So it's important to keep all these floors protected throughout the rest of construction so they don't get damaged, and also so they don't get stained with any chemicals. The flooring contractor that did these polished floors, he told me if you get any of the purple plumbing primer on these floors, that it will permanently stain the stained concrete floors or the polished concrete floors. So I'm going to try to refrain from damaging the finished floors. Although I'm curious, because if I do cause damage, I'm curious if he will be able to come in and grind it down further and make like a patch. I'm sure it will be noticeable and it will stick out like a sore thumb, but I'm curious if that is possible, because I don't know if we're going to be able to keep these things perfectly protected throughout the rest of construction, because there is still probably 2 months left of things we need to do on this build. You can see the status. Got a long ways to go before this job is finished. So I decided to do polished floors on this build for probably 3 main reasons. Reason number 1 is for style. This is somewhat of a modern, sleek, modern Scandinavian house, and it's going to just have a modern look, and it's going to have gray tones all throughout, gray tones, tan tones, and then white, of course, on the sheetrock. And I believe, and my wife is also acting as like the interior designer and exterior designer on this project. She has pretty good taste in those kind of things. So we believe that the polished concrete floors would achieve that design and style that we're going for on this home build, which again is modern. So that's the first reason. The second reason we decided to do polished concrete flooring on this home build is probably affordability, because if you look at the spectrum cost of all the flooring options out there, I would not say it is the cheapest, but of course you're not going to put the cheapest flooring option in a home like this, but it's definitely not on the upper end. So I would say, you know, on the level 1 to 10, it's probably on the level 2 or level 3 low end of the spectrum. So I ended up paying $3.75 a foot for this flooring, and we'll talk about the total cost here in a second. But I know that you can install something comparable like a luxury vinyl plank, a vinyl flooring, somewhere in the $3.50 range up to the probably $5, $6, $7 range. And then if you get into tile, it's probably in the $5 to $8 per foot range. And if you get into glue down hardwood floors, it could be even higher than that. So I would say this is definitely an economical floor option. And then again, we love the look of it. So that's the second reason why we chose polished concrete flooring. And the third and final reason we chose polished concrete flooring on this home build is because of its durability and also its low level of maintenance needed to keep up with it. So currently we have one one-year-old baby. We also have 2 dogs. And then we also have another baby on the way that's going to be here in a couple months. And then hopefully several babies coming there after that. And if you know anything about kids or dogs, they will pretty much destroy anything because that's just what they do. So having polished concrete flooring is going to be very durable for my family and also for my pets, and we're not going to have any problems or have to do any repairs in the future, hopefully with this polished concrete floor. At least that's what I'm expecting. So that's the third reason we chose polished concrete flooring. Okay, now for the cost of the polished concrete flooring on this home build. And this invoice is broken down into 2 costs. The first one being for the actual polished concrete floors, and the second one being for the labor and material to cover all the flooring with this T-ply, which I hate that I had to pay so much to cover all this flooring just to protect it, because at the end of the day, all this stuff's just going to get ripped up and thrown in the dumpster, and it's not necessarily an investment that I'm making that is going to be improving the house. Instead, it's just a temporary investment that's just going to get ripped up and thrown in the trash because I had to protect the flooring. So now for the cost. There were a total of 3,004 square feet on the bottom level of this house. I thought it was like 3,200 originally, but they have on here 3,004 square feet for a rate of $3.75 per foot. And that came out to a total of $11,265 for all of the polished concrete flooring process. Moving on, 3,004 square feet of covered T-ply for a price of $1 a foot. I paid a total of $3,004 to cover and protect all of this concrete flooring. And again, that's something that I'm kind of disgusted I had to pay. And honestly, I probably could have did it a lot cheaper if I would have taken the time to buy the material, send it out here, find someone else to cover it. But I ain't got time to try to do all that. So I just paid the same contractor $3,004 to cover it and protect the flooring and be done with it and not have to worry about it for the rest of the build. So that is the cost breakdown on the polished concrete flooring. Overall, I'm very happy that I chose to go with this flooring because I learned a special kind of flooring. I learned about the process, and it's something I met a contractor that I can use on future builds. And this is probably a type of flooring that you will see me doing on probably all my builds to come in the foreseeable future, because I really like the durability. There's no repairs, especially if I do it in a rental property. There's going to be no repairs needed on the flooring. Also, it looks great. It matches our style and many other reasons. Overall, I'm very happy with the decision I made to go with polished concrete floors on this home build. I'm very happy that I got to learn a new process of how to go from a bare, raw concrete slab to a finished, polished concrete floor. I'm very happy that I was able to meet a new subcontractor that I can use to do all the polished concrete flooring on my future builds to come. And then lastly, I'm very happy with how they turned out, and I can't wait to see this whole house finished and then see my polished concrete floors right there. So for about the past 7 to 10 days, the stucco subcontractor that I hired has had 1 or 2 guys out here doing all the prep work that it takes to get ready for today, which is applying the scratch coat, which we'll talk about that here in a second. But I kind of neglected to record all of the prep work because it was fairly boring. And also, I'm actually trying to build the house. And then also I have stuff going on in the interior that I'm trying to record. And also I'm trying to run a roofing business. So I decided to not record all the prep work that was going on because it was fairly boring. Instead, I'll just give you a little short recap of what I kind of learned about the process. So after my siding subcontractor installed all of the wall sheathing and all of the Tyvek stucco house wrap, and also after the roof was installed, that is the point at which I hired the stucco subcontractor to get started. So he sent 1 or 2 guys out here over the past week or so, and they did all the prep work where they installed 1 layer of a, I guess, I don't know what the name of it is, and I'm a roofing contractor. We call it, of course, papel in Spanish. I guess it's felt in roofing terms, roofing felt, but I think it's an asphalt-based product. We installed 1 layer of that all the way around the house, and we installed that directly over the top of this Tyvek stucco wrap because I believe that petrol-based or asphalt-based product receives the stucco maybe a little better than the Tyvek stucco house wrap. So first we installed that 1 layer of felt all the way around the house. Then we started installing the metal lath, and I think metal lath is the term that is used to describe the whole prep work metal system, which essentially is a wire mesh that goes behind the stucco, and that kind of acts the same as rebar does in a concrete foundation. Essentially, it makes it very strong. It's like a reinforcing part of the process. So we installed all the metal lath, and then we also installed all of the other metal components like the metal corner trim pieces, all of the control joints throughout all of the walls. And then also on the bottom, we installed a piece that acts as weep holes that allows all the water that gets into the stucco to drain down and out the bottom of the weep holes. And that took about 7 days because there were some details I had to get done with a lot of staples and a lot of nails. And yeah, that part of the process was fairly boring. But now today is actually a fairly transformative part of the stucco process where we are applying the first scratch coat. They've already went all the way around the house 1 time with this cementitious product, looks like cement literally scratched on the wall, and once that dried they are applying a second layer. And the stucco subcontractor is not here for me to consult with, and none of these guys really speak English, and I don't feel like trying to learn in Spanish, so I'm just watching it happen in front of me, trying to learn as I can. But so far so good. We're getting the second layer of the scratch coat on the walls. I'll let you know what happens next. So right now the stucco crew is working on the second pass of the scratch coat. Yesterday there was about twice as many people here on the stucco crew, and they're able to finish all of the details on the prep work, and they're also able to complete the first full pass all the way around the house for the scratch coat. but to my knowledge, a scratch coat takes 2 full layers. So I believe the goal for today for the crew is to pass the house one more time and then the scratch coat will be fully finished. So I've learned that the scratch coat serves 2 main purposes for the stucco trade. The first one is it gives the mid coat and the finish coats a very sticky surface to adhere to. The second purpose of the scratch coat is to float the walls and make them all smooth and level. There's one guy here with a float of some kind where he is dragging it across the walls, making everything smooth so that the finish coat in the future looks pretty, of course. So right now, let's go check out the material that is getting mixed in the mixer that you are seeing getting applied on these walls. So what you can see here is all the ingredients that are getting put into this motorized mixer where it is spun and mixed up and then dumped out into the wheelbarrows and hauled over to the crew of guys who are using trowels to apply it onto the walls. So we have 3 ingredients that I'm aware of. The first one being this big pile of sand that's getting shoveled into the mixer. Next, we have these bags of straight cement. This says Mortamix Type S masonry cement. Those are getting put in the mixer. And then the third ingredient are these strands of fiberglass that are getting grabbed by the handful and thrown into the mixer. That is all the ingredients that makes up the material for the scratch coat. So let's get the scratch coat knocked out today, and then I will let you know what I learned comes next in this process of the stucco trade on my dream home build. Today is day number 69 of the project, and we are currently using this machine to cut all the metal panels to get ready to start installing the standing seam metal roof on my home build. Let's get into the video. So to get started on this standing seam metal roof install, the very first step we need to take is what you are seeing right here, and that is converting this coil of black sheet metal into the actual panels that are going to get carried up the ladder and screwed down for the standing seam metal roof. So right now this coil of metal is getting rolled out and rolled through this machine that is called a roll former, which is a very expensive machine, but this machine forms the panel into my desired shape, as well as it forms it to the width and then cuts it at the certain lengths that are needed to install a standing seam metal roof on this specific roof shape and design. This machine is very expensive, as I mentioned, as well as it is all computer based. So the owner of the machine simply puts in the measurements into the computer, hits start, and then it starts sucking the sheet metal out and doing everything computer based. So I couldn't imagine having to do all this by hand. I'm sure it'd be very difficult. So we're getting this knocked out, and then the next step will be getting started installing everything on the roof. So here's one of the metal roofing panels that's about to get installed on my roof. And yesterday this material was in the form of that coil of flat sheet metal, black on one side, white on the other side. Then it got put through that very expensive roll former machine where it was formed into what you see right now, which is a 18 3/4 inch wide snap block roof panel with a seam on this side, some striations in the middle, and then a screw flange on this side. So whenever you install a standing seam metal roof, you have two main options you can go with on your panels. One is being a flat panel, completely flat, or one being a striated panel like you see here. Most people want to go with a flat panel, although if you go with the flat panel, you're likely going to experience a visual imperfection on your roof called oil canning, which is apparently a naturally occurring characteristic of a flat panel standing seam metal roof. In order to avoid the possibility of having oil canning on my roof, I decided to go with a striated panel, which are these waves, and these striations make the panel much stronger and they eliminate the possibility for there to be any oil canning on my roof. Also, the roll former formed the seam on this side and also the screw flange on this side. So I'm going to lay this panel on the ground. I'm going to show you how these play an important role on the installation of this snap lock standing seam metal roof system. So instead of showing you how it works on the ground, I just thought I'd get up on the roof and show you how it works. So you can see these panels are already installed. This panel has a flange where clips and screws are being used to fasten this side of the panel down. The next new panel will get carried up onto the roof. Of course, this is just a scrap piece, and it will get set right on top where this snap lock seam will go right over the top of the existing fastened down panel. They will use either a rubber mallet or their foot to snap this panel down where it will lock into place. Then they will have a new screw flange where they can use these clips and screws every 2 feet on center and fasten that panel down. And then it's just repetition thereafter until the whole roof is covered. Obviously, there's a lot more details than what I just explained, but pretty much that's how the snap lock system works. So right now we have a crew of 2 people on the ground doing all the detail measuring and cutting, and we have a couple people up here on the roof doing the install. So let's go check out the ground crew and how they're doing all the detail cuts. So right now there's a ground crew of 2 guys who are responsible for doing all of the detailed cutting work and all the prep work to these standard panels before they get shipped up the ladder and fit into their puzzle piece of this metal roof installation. So this crew is responsible for doing 3 main things. They make a cut at the top of every panel so that it is the right length and that it has the right angle cut to fit at either the hip or the ridge. Secondly, they kind of manipulate the bottom of the panel and make some waterproof cuts so that it can be bent and hemmed over the drip edge and clamped down to the drip edge. And lastly, they remove this protective plastic film layer because we don't need that anymore because the metal panels are now getting installed. They don't need to be protected anymore. So once they get all 3 of those items done, they carry the panels over to the ladder, hand it off to the metal roof installers, which right now there's a crew of 2 guys up there doing the installation. Let's go check them out. Tore off the temporary roof covering that was keeping water out of this hole in my roof that is going to be a 4 foot by 4 foot roof skylight. Essentially, it's an interior design element that's going to allow a lot of natural light down into the special stairwell that we're doing in a future video. So we just tore off the temporary waterproofing and now we're actually installing the permanent waterproofing, the metal roof, and the actual skylight itself. Let's get it installed. So we got the skylight dried in with this peel and stick ice and water shield that goes all the way around the 2x6 curb. And then we took the skylight out of the box and I was very happy to see that it fit on the rough opening that I had the framer frame. So I'm very happy and relieved to see that I don't have to have him come back out just to move the framing a ½ inch or an inch. So that is all we're going to do with the skylight for now. We have it temporarily fastened with about 4 screws. Tomorrow when we resume the metal roof install, of course we're going to install metal roof on this side, we will take off the skylight and then give it one last reset and permanently fasten it with 15 screws like the instructions say to do. So anyways, that makes a wrap on day number 2 of the standing seam metal roof install. We will resume in the morning. So as y'all just saw, and as you can see behind me, the standing seam metal roof install on my dream home build is now complete. I know this is a rather short and sweet video, but honestly, I didn't know what else to show in this video other than the material getting delivered and shot out of the roll former machine. A couple guys on the ground making some detailed cuts, and then a couple guys on the roof screwing the panels down. Thereafter that, everything's just repetition over and over for like 4 or 5 days. Now, I didn't feel like staying on the roof with a camera for 4 or 5 days, recording every panel going down. So y'all got my full perspective as a general contractor. Maybe if I was an installer, you might have got another perspective and some more details, but you got my full perspective. So now let me give you a quick cost breakdown of what I paid for this trade on my home build. I hired one subcontractor to provide all the material and all the labor, and I paid him $16,050 to install the metal roof on the two-story sections of the home build, and also a very small metal roof on my special mailbox that's currently under construction out there by the house. I've already put in several hours of research and thoughts into how to overcome the challenges that I'm gonna have to overcome to be able to achieve a detail like flush baseboards and trimless doors. And if you're watching this video and you are an experienced home builder and you've done this before, maybe you're thinking, dude, it's not that hard. You just do this and this and this and this and then you're done. Well, I can tell you firsthand, coming from a beginner builder who is building his first custom house and trying to do this very complicated detail for the first time, and also does not have a mentor to call to say, hey, what steps do I need to go through to make all this look perfect? It was something that took several hours of preparation and several headaches from some very hard thinking, because at the end of the day, these details are gonna come down to about a 1/16 of an inch. And if I miss by any more than that, it's gonna look bad. It's gonna make me look bad as a builder. So I'm taking full advantage of the opportunity to document this process and teach you guys how to do flush baseboards and trimless doors so that you can do it on your home build. So throughout this video, I'm gonna show you each step that I take, and I'm gonna tell you the reason I'm doing each step that way, because everything took very careful consideration. And I believe in order to do this successfully, everything has to be done in probably a very specific order. At least we will know by the end of this video. So the very first step that I took is I installed these pieces of wood right here. And originally I thought I would install all of the baseboards throughout all the house, the finished baseboards, and then I would have the drywallers come and install the drywall. But I knew that that would cause some problems. The drywall hangers are going to come up here and hang the drywall, and they don't care about anything other than hanging the drywall, so they're likely going to damage the baseboards. And then the drywall finishers would come and finish the drywall, and they don't care about anything other than finishing the drywall, so they would for sure get drywall mud on all the baseboards, which would be very difficult to clean off. So in order to avoid those problems, as well as there's a piece of drywall trim that you'll see later in the video that needs to get tucked behind the baseboards, which would be impossible if we installed the baseboards first. So in order to avoid all those problems and to be able to successfully tuck the piece of drywall trim behind the baseboards, I elected to not install the baseboards first. Instead, I had a carpenter come out and install these temporary baseboards, is what I'm going to call them. Essentially, this is just a piece of OSB that was ripped to be 6 inches tall, and they're installed about every 3 to 6 feet. And these are going to act as a bumper for the drywall hanging crew. So the drywall hanging crew is going to show up, install the drywall, slide it down, and it's going to hit this bumper. And when it hits this bumper, they're going to screw it in. That is going to tell the drywall hanging crew they are hanging it at the perfect height. Thereafter, once the drywall is hung, we're going to rip out this temporary baseboard. We're going to install a drywall reveal trim along the bottom of the baseboard. And then later in the build, we're going to come back and install the baseboards over the top of that drywall reveal trim piece. So this was the very first step that I took in trying to achieve this detail. And as I'm shooting this clip, I'm pretty sure I heard the drywall delivery truck show up. So let's go check out the drywall material that I selected for this home build. Ow! So this here is the drywall material I selected to go with on this home build. The manufacturer's name is Panel Ray. In the beginning, I got 2 bids on the drywall material, one being from another manufacturer that was American made, and then the other bid being from a Mexico made manufacturer called Panel Ray. The American made manufacturer's drywall was about $2,000 more expensive, which equated to like 30 or 35% more expensive. So I decided to go with the Mexico manufacturer called Panel Ray and save myself about $2,000. These here are the 12-foot long panels. Obviously they're 4 foot wide, but 12 foot long. I purchased mostly 12-foot long panels because that is what the drywall hangers prefer to handle, in comparison to purchasing 4 by 8 foot long panels where they would have to handle a lot more pieces. These 12-foot long panels cover a lot more square footage, therefore they don't have to handle as many pieces. Makes their job a little bit easier. One important thing to note about the drywall I purchased is everything here is 5/8 inch. On my first 2 home builds that were simple home builds with regular textured drywall, I was able to purchase 1/2 inch thick drywall, but my drywall installer specifically told me I need to purchase 5/8 drywall for all of the walls and ceilings on this home build to be able to achieve a very good level 5 finish. And I'm not sure if that is the case with all drywall installers, but that is the case with my drywall installer. So I listened to him and I spent, I think, an extra $400 or $500 to convert from 1/2 inch thick drywall to 5/8 thick drywall. So now all the drywall material has been delivered. We're just waiting on the drywall hangers to show up, but before they show up, I have one detail that I'm going to personally take care of myself to try to keep some cockroaches out of our house. So let's do that real quick. So before the drywall hanging crew arrives, I'm gonna take advantage of this opportunity to do some pest control, and that is installing this Hot Shot roach killing powder inside the wall cavities. And essentially I'm just gonna walk around and spray this on top of the bottom plate, which is the 2x4 or 2x6 that sits right on top of the concrete slab at the bottom of the wall cavity. And I have to take advantage of the opportunity to do it now because once the drywall starts getting hung, and especially after the baseboards get installed, it's gonna make this impossible to do. So now is my opportunity to do it. I know pest control is definitely a topic for another video, especially like termite prevention or whatever. So I'm not going to get too far into the details other than that this is a powder product with boric acid. It's long lasting. It kills cockroaches, ants, silverfish, palmetto bugs, and water bugs. All I know is that I'm going to try to spray it down as thick as possible. I don't know if this is really going to last my whole house, but I'm going to spray it down in the thickest coat as possible and evenly as possible, and hopefully it does insect killing things and prevents roaches from being inside my house. If inhaled, move person to fresh air. If person is not breathing, call 911 or an ambulance. Remove contact lenses. Yeah, so probably shouldn't be breathing that stuff in, but I did buy 10 bottles for this full house, which is roughly 3,000 to 4,000 square feet of an area, and it turned out perfectly because I was able to cover like 95% of the area, including the interior walls. So I'm glad I'm done with that because it took me like an hour and pretty much just reminded me I freaking hate physical labor. That's what I consider physical labor, I guess, as well as I don't even know if the stuff's going to work. I mean, whether we put it in there or not, how do we really tell? But I already did it. Hopefully it does more good than not. So now I'm going to give it a little test. Let's do a little random test. Check a couple wall cavities. See how the coverage is. You see the powder right there. That one looks good. Let's give this one a test right here. A little light on the right side, but overall looks good. Let's do one more. Oh, looks good right there. Good right there. So I also made sure to be extra generous right here on the bathtub areas because apparently roaches really like wet area. I guess all insects really are attracted to wet moisture areas. So I'm glad that is done. Now I just need the drywallers to show up and start installing all this freaking drywall. Hanging the drywall should take 2 days. And it'll probably take a week to 2 weeks thereafter to finish all this process. Let's get started. So as you can see, the drywall is now getting installed, and so far so good. My plan is working out with the temporary baseboards. The drywall hangers are doing a great job using them as a bumper and butting the drywall up right against the top of the temporary baseboards. So I kind of expected this part of the detail to go relatively smooth. What I'm nervous about is ripping these out, installing the Z trim on the bottom of the drywall, and then installing the actual baseboards and having a consistent 1/2 inch shadow reveal everywhere. I think a couple problems could occur. One, maybe the concrete flooring is uneven, which is either going to result in one of two things. Either there's going to be an ugly gap on the bottom of the baseboards that I'm trying to avoid because I don't want to put caulking there. I just want it to look sleek without any caulking and perfect. Or maybe the baseboards will follow the flooring a little bit, causing the shadow reveal to be inconsistent. Maybe it'll be 1/4 inch some places, 1/2 inch in other places, 3/4 of an inch in another place. I'm trying to avoid that as well. So I kind of expected this part of the work and the detail to go good. I'm more so nervous about the future, ripping this out and what comes after this part of the detail. So I would say the drywall hangers are about 70% done. They have all of this guest wing side of the house finished, which here's a guest room. Here's a Jack and Jill bathroom. Here's another guest room. All this is finished. Coming through the hallway, we got the hallway and the hallway arches finished. Another guest room on the right, they got that one finished. Then coming into the living room, they've got most of the bottom level of the living room done. I think they have to use scaffolding to get this top section. And then they're working on the master bedroom side where they have made some progress there. So I'll pick it back up whenever all the drywall is finished and we'll check it out then. So right now I'm in my living room, and obviously, as you can tell, all the drywall has been hung in the house. Actually, there's still 2 guys here on the drywall crew who are finishing up today because they're hanging drywall in a half bathroom right off my living room that has 20-foot ceilings that they've kind of been putting off to the end because it's a little bit of a challenge because they can't fit their scaffolding in there. So yeah, they're struggling in that small, confined, close quarters area trying to hang drywall 20-foot high. So they're taking care of that, as well as they still have to hang the drywall inside of the garage. They just haven't got around to doing that. So the drywall hangers still have 1 full day here with a crew of 2 people, as well as you can tell, some of the drywall has already started to receive the tape and float part of the process. There's the drywall finishing crew has arrived. It's a crew of 2 people. They're actually like twins, I think. They're for sure brothers. I think they're twins, and they do all the drywall finishing for me. And they're starting to tape and float all the walls to get ready for the level 5 drywall that I'm very excited for because I've never done level 5 before, and level 5 is going to make all the walls in this house look perfect. Hopefully, at least that's the plan. I decided to do level 5 for one main reason, and that is because there is a bunch of natural light in this house. We have big sliding glass doors, we have a bunch of windows, and with all that natural light, that harsh light, it is going to cast a lot of light onto the walls, which will show very clearly any imperfections. That is the reason I decided to go level 5, because if I did level 4 or anything less, you would see ugly drywall. And that is what I'm trying to avoid by doing level 5. So level 5 is essentially a process of tape and floating all the walls like normal but instead of applying a texture, you will do skim coats on top of the drywall, which is going to make everything smooth. But we'll talk about that a little later in the video because the drywall finishers just showed up and they're getting started on that process now. So as that process progresses, I'll keep you in the loop. I'll show you how we're doing it. So let's take a little quick tour of the house. And when drywall goes up, it is when the house really starts to begin look like a house. It goes from like a freaking construction site to a house. So very excited that all the drywall is up. Me and my wife
think everything looks fantastic. At least that's our opinion. The arches inside the hallway turned out really good. That was a really cool detail that my wife found on Instagram. I'm very excited we did. For some reason, they cut a hole out right there above the header. So they're gonna have to make a patch there because clearly I don't want a little window above the door. So there's nothing too crazy on the guest wing side of the house besides this really cool hallway, which we really like I said. So coming out of the hallway into the living room area, 20-foot ceilings, got all the drywall hung up there. Looks really cool. Let's go over here and see how they're hanging the drywall inside of this powder bathroom. Don't want to really get in the way. Really dark in here. So there's one guy cutting the drywall, the other guy's hanging it. I peeked my head in there a second ago and they had some temporary scaffolding made out of some 2x6s and 2x8s that were allowing them to reach the 20-foot ceilings because clearly he's just on stilts. They can only probably reach like 10 to 12 feet. So that's how they're getting that half bathroom knocked out. Here's probably what we're gonna refer to as the entertainment center. The chimney, it's gonna go all the way up. It's gonna be micro cement. And of course we have a recessed TV area right here. It's gonna have surround sound. I decided to go with a sound bar right on the bottom. Then right below that, it's gonna be electric fireplace. Have some cabinets on the left, cabinets on the right. So that's a little cool custom detail. Here's the kitchen. One theme we tried to kind of maintain throughout the house are these arches everywhere that we could. I know this is a modern house and most modern houses are like really square and refined edges and things like that. But we decided to mix it up and go with some arches here in the hallway as well as some arches on like every casement opening or every hallway entrance. So you can see there's 3 arches there. Here is here's actually the dining room. You can see there's a bunch of windows right here, but this is a detail that my wife decided to do where we are going to install a pane of glass right there to act as a window that's going to see through the dining room to the freestanding stairwell. So that's a cool detail I'm excited to do. I don't know exactly how I'm going to do it. I don't know if I'm just going to have drywall and then a pane of glass stuck in there. I don't know if I'm going to try to wrap this in maybe a solid wood like mahogany or something like that and then put the pane of glass in there. So that'll be an interesting detail. That is, I still have some decisions to make there. Here's the freestanding stairwell. Freestanding stairs are going to go up, over, and then up to that landing pad to go into my office, which obviously have not made any progress there yet. That is coming up very soon. Excited about this expensive special staircase. Here's my master bedroom where we have a detail up here on the ceiling. I don't know what you call this ceiling. Special detail ceiling. We'll call it a fur down ceiling. I'm going to put some LED lights right on this lip that's going to illuminate the entire ceiling. So I'm excited about that. Nothing else too crazy. Let's see. Let's walk over here. Maybe this curved wall is a little detail that they still have to finish actually. And I think they need to use 1/2-inch sheetrock on this wall. I guess it's easier to use in situations like that. And that's pretty much a tour without going upstairs, which I'm not gonna do because I don't have a stair set to use and I don't want to lean a ladder. And then I'll show you the garage real quick. God, that generator's loud and annoying. We're having a problem with the temporary electric pole and the energy company is taking forever to come out, so that's just great. So we got to use the generator. But here is the garage. Still have to hang all that sheetrock on the walls and ceiling. So that is a tour. Let's go inside and talk about a detail on the windows for how I'm attempting to trim out all the windows in the house. So since all my windows are already covered in plastic and also taped at the edges, I can't really show you the detail I wanted to show you about how I'm doing these drywall return windows. I had the drywall finishers put up this plastic and also the tape to prevent getting any drywall mud on the windows or on the black aluminum frame because that stuff is super hard to clean off, and also the drywall finishers don't do the best job cleaning up after themselves. So as a protective precaution and to eliminate all that extra work, I just had them tape
and cover all the windows, as well as this tape, I believe is gonna help us achieve a very straight line where the finished drywall meets the black aluminum frame. I decided to do drywall return windows, which essentially means I'm just wrapping this window in drywall instead of installing a bunch of wood trim casing around the window. It's a drywall return window. It's a popular option for modern style houses. And whenever we installed this drywall return, which is not finished yet, I kind of noticed a challenge or an imperfection that is a result of the framers not doing the best job. So whenever the framers threw up this house in 7 days, you know, they didn't make sure that the rough opening was perfectly square and the exact size it needed to be. They just freaking threw it up. Well, as a result, the window installer came in and just installed the window. Now we installed the drywall, and I noticed that there was not symmetrical gaps all the way around the window. Over here may have been a 1/2 inch gap. Over here may have been a 3/4 gap. Up there may be a 3/4 gap, but down here might be a 1/4 inch gap. So all that unevenness caused some imperfections in the drywall return. And so I spoke with the drywall subcontractor, and we came to a conclusion that he would just shim the drywall the best he can with either some cardboard or wood shims or something like that to make everything symmetrical as possible. And it's something that I'm just gonna have to live with. All of the drywall return reveals are not going to be perfect, but that is something that I'm willing to accept because I am getting, you know, I do get very good labor rates. And in order for me to have all this perfect and have a 1/2 inch gap reveal here, a 1/2 inch reveal here, 1/2 inch reveal all the way around, it's something that would just cost a lot more money to get a higher skilled labor, which is something I'm not willing to do. So I am willing to live with having a little bit of unevenness on the drywall returns on windows. So I'll make sure to show you those whenever they get finished. But since I can't show you that detail and the problems there, I can show you this, which is something I'm considering, which is installing flush outlets and flush light switches. So all throughout the house there might be 50 or 70 outlets and switches, and I'm contemplating on if I want to spend an extra probably $1,500 or $2,000 on the material and labor to do flush light switches and flush outlets, which are a very special material that gets mounted in and then mudded in, and then it looks very sleek and modern, although like I said, it comes with a fairly expensive cost. The other alternative is just going with normal outlets and normal light switches, but given that this is a custom house and I want to try to do some custom details and, you know, further my experience and knowledge as a home builder, it's something I'm really considering doing. And I guess here in a matter of a couple seconds, you will know my decision on if I'm going to do it or not. So let's see what I do. All right, it has probably been several days, if not actually probably a couple weeks since I last checked in here on the stucco process. And honestly, that's because it's taken so long to do the stucco, like 5 or 6 weeks. Just like the subcontractor I hired said it would, but honestly I didn't feel like sitting out here and filming these guys making 20 passes all the way around the house with the same gray thin set. I know it's all different material, but today something exciting is actually happening, and that is the crew is applying what is called the color coat, which is the finish coat on the stucco process. So this is the very last application layer of the stucco, and I learned something about it. And that is that this material actually comes in this bucket, which is color matched to the color that me and my wife chose from Sherwin-Williams. So we went to Sherwin-Williams. They said, choose a color, whatever color you want. I chose a color named Snowbound, Sherwin-Williams -7004. Sent that to the stucco subcontractor, and his supplier matched the color of the stucco to the color that we chose from Sherwin-Williams. So today we're getting it applied. They just have to do one full pass with the color coat. And then tomorrow they're going to come back out and clean up this mess that they made, because this is definitely a messy process here at the bottom of the walls. They'll take down all of the scaffolding, and then the stucco process will finally be finished. This color coat material seems to go on relatively thin. 2 guys are using trowels to smear it on, and then 2 more guys are in the back using a different kind of float to smoothen it out and make it all look pretty and dial it in. So now let me tell you why I decided to do a full stucco exterior on this home build.
All right, so right now the guys are wrapping up what is going to soon be my covered parking area, covered porta-shade. 2 guards are gonna put in here. We're gonna do a stained tongue and groove ceiling on the ceiling behind me. The guys are making their way out of this area and into the garage entrance area. But one thing that I'm sure you guys are wondering are why I chose to do a full stucco exterior on this house. Well, first let me start by saying it was not all just my decision, unfortunately. If it were up to me, I would most certainly not be doing a full stucco exterior for several reasons. For one, it's just kind of plain. And I like to do kind of modern, different architectural elements all implemented throughout the house, and that is not what a all stucco exterior does. So the HOA I'm building in requires you to either do one of the 3 things, or maybe you could do a combination of the 3, and that is stucco, stone, or brick. Well, I kind of eliminated stone out of the equation because stone does not necessarily go with modern, so that goes out. Next was brick or stucco, and I don't necessarily like all brick houses. And to do a modern brick house, modern brick is really expensive material. So kind of threw that out the door, and we said, okay, we're gonna do an all stucco option. I considered actually implementing or adding some brick to the exterior for some different variation, but then after considering, you know, I did not really want to have to include another subcontractor into the part of the home building process. I did not want to have, you know, if I were to add brick into the exterior, I would have to get probably 4 or 5 bids from 5 different brickers. I would have to get different bids from different suppliers on the brick. I'd have to go out and find exactly what brick I wanted to do. So it's not just as simple as saying, hey, I want to add some brick in the stucco exterior. There's a lot more that goes into it than just that. So I decided to forego that option and just go with a all stucco exterior. And this would by far not be my exterior material of choice if it were not for the HOA, because it is a terrible exterior option when it comes to waterproofing, because stucco itself is a cementitious material. It is porous and it is permeable, meaning water will go inside, inevitably. Nothing you can do about it. Water will penetrate. And of course, that is not what the purpose of an exterior finish is. You want it to be waterproof. So I would definitely not be doing a stucco exterior if it was my choice, but because the HOA requires one of those 3 things, stone, brick, or stucco, I decided to go all stucco, eliminated adding anything else in just for my ease of building the house. Doing all stucco would be the easiest. It's also looks the best in my opinion. I'm not looking forward to the water damage that this stucco exterior is inevitably going to produce. Hopefully I get rid of the house before I have to make any repairs in that matter. Now all that's left is to get the finish coat finished all the way around the house, and then we'll get this mess cleaned up. The stucco exterior will be finally complete, where we can move on to the driveway. What is that shit called over there? The shit? Yeah, literally the shit. It starts with a P, I think. Oh, septic. Where we can move on to the driveway, the septic system, the landscape, finishing the backyard area, because all this shit is in the way and we can't proceed until it's out of the way. So let's get this stuff done. Oh! So right now the drywall finishers are working on the house. You can see one guy here in the hallway is sanding down the walls and ceilings. So they've probably got about 85 or 90% of the drywall finish work. And you can see these walls are very smooth. I decided to do level 5 walls in some areas and level 4 ceilings for the most part, but I'll talk about that here in a little bit. I wanted to tell you something I've learned about this process and also give you an update on the status of the baseboards and on the status of the doors. So one thing I've learned is that whenever you do regular level 4 drywall with regular baseboards that stick out and regular door trim that sticks out, you know, call it regular, it's very easy. Drywall hangers come in, they do the hanging. Drywall finishers come in, they do the finish. And then carpenters come in and they freaking slap on the baseboards, stick in the doors and cover it up with trim. Very easy process. I've learned that this is going to be a lot of coordinating back and forth between drywallers, carpenters, drywall, carpenter, and back and forth to get everything fine-tuned. Because there's just so many details that go into this. So I figured out that the drywall finishers are only able to finish a certain amount of drywall, and then the carpenters have to come in, and it is to be determined if I'm even going to be able to do trimless doors, because I did not order the special order width and thickness for the door jamb. So that's yet to be determined on how I'm going to be able to do trimless doors. But once the carpenter comes in, installs all the baseboards and all the doors, the drywall finishers have to come back out and install drywall all the way up to the doors, do the trim pieces, mud everything in. So I've learned that, man, just doing it regular is freaking easy compared to this, because there's so much coordination that's going to go on to be able to get these details done. But as of right now, you can see along the bottom, the baseboard area is still open, and we've actually installed the Drywall Z reveal trim that is running back down the bottom behind the base where the baseboards will go. There's a 3/4 inch flange, and the baseboard should cover that flange by about 1/4 inch. So that's the status of the baseboards. And then for the door trim, and you can see that this is what the doors currently look like. As I just mentioned, I'm a little bit nervous on the trimless doors because we did not do the rough opening super accurate whenever they built the frame of the house. So we decided that the drywallers are going to stop the drywall right here at the edge of the rough opening. We're going to get the doors in, and we're going to try to attempt to figure out how we can do trimless doors with them. I have a feeling that we're going to have to add on to the existing door trim with like an extra 1x6. And then maybe even a trim piece on the inside and outside. So that is to be determined. I'm interested to see how we do that. And then the drywall finishers are gonna have to come back out, install the Z reveal trim, and also mud it in, finish everything out. So this process is taking forever, a pain in the ass, but I think we're making progress towards getting it done. So let's finish the drywall. Carpenters will be here Monday, and I'll pick it up then. All right, I'm out here on a Sunday afternoon. Just paid the drywall finishers, and they got everything finished up. The drywall finishing part of the drywall trade probably took like 7 or 8 days. It's 2 twin brothers, and they're in here working every day, sun up to sundown. They took forever, but I'll show you the inside in just a second. The interior doors just got delivered, and let's go check them out, because I unfortunately made a very big mistake on the interior door order material type and door type. And I'm gonna show you that right now, but I know I say it all the time, but I don't mind making mistakes, because that's how I learn from them, you know? So I'll make this kind of mistake one time, I'll never make it again, I promise you that. So right here's an interior door. This is a 24-inch interior door, it's only 2 foot wide. And you can see this is the door jamb. Right here, door jambs. Well, these doors also came with trim. So whenever I placed this order, like 5 weeks ago, didn't know what I was doing on doing trimless doors. So I just said, hey, I need these door sizes, and they shipped it with trim. So I probably paid $500–600 in trim that I'm not even gonna use. So that's one waste. Next mistake is that I did not do a special order door jamb. So this is a regular old door jamb that you're supposed to cover up with this trim, and it's not supposed to be really too visible, just supposed to get encased in trim, and that's all that goes into it. Well, doing trimless doors, you ideally want to do a like pre-finished or a very nice door jamb special order. That way, whenever you put the drywall plastic trim up to it or metal trim, everything's smooth and finished and looks good. This is not a good looking door jamb. This is a regular door jamb. So also comes with that, I'll show you tomorrow when we start installing these doors, is this door jamb is not wide enough. Since I decided to go with 5/8 drywall instead of 1/2 inch drywall, that means the wall is like a 2x4, and then whenever you add a 5/8 drywall on either side, the drywall is going to stick out further than the door jamb. Ideally, you want it to be flush. So since the door jamb is more narrow than the wall, I should have ordered a wider door jamb, special order door jamb to fit the 5/8 drywall. My wife's just sitting there shaking her head all pissed off. God, imagine trying to do this, okay? So next up is also the back of the door jamb. Just something else that goes into ordering a special door jamb whenever you do this is you want the whole door jamb to be finished. So nothing about this door jamb is finished. It's not finished on the back. It's all like ugly. It's not finished on the side. So yeah, mucho problemas con mi puertas. Door jamb, everything's wrong. But I'm gonna try to make it work. We're still going to cut a little groove in here. We're gonna try to make it work. I'll show you how to do that tomorrow. So all the interior doors are here. Look how many interior doors are here. Look, probably like 30 interior doors or 28 or something like that. And yeah, it really should be my job as a builder to, you know, go over here, read the sticker, say, okay, that door, check my building plans. Okay, the pantry door's here. Oh, read that door, the master bedroom door's here. But that's just the stuff I just can't stand doing as a builder, and they're like OCD and they can do that and be a superhero builder, but I can't. So we're gonna start installing the doors, probably take like a day and a half tomorrow, and then I'll know whether or not that I made a mistake on the door order and I was short or ordered too many. I'm sure there's some kind of miscalculation. I did something wrong. Probably ordered one or two too many doors or didn't order enough, and then there'll be a big delay and yeah, so on. So coming into the house, you can see the drywall is all hung and finished. We got a major problema aquí, but we'll talk about that later, so come on this way. So drywall is hung. You can see the drywall is finished. So you can see the drywall is finished, and all of this is white, smooth white. Then we get to the chimney, and it's not all smooth white. We keep going, all smooth white, and then up on the ceiling, it is not smooth white. So essentially, I decided to do some level 5 drywall in this build. Level 5 is where they take it to the level 4 type right here. This is called level 4 or level 3 or something. Essentially, it is taped and floated and sanded down and smooth, ready for paint. But level 5, where it is white everywhere, like on the wall right beside it, is a upgraded drywall finish where you do not have to apply any texture, and they essentially add a full skim coat on the wall with the drywall mud and sand it down to where everything is perfectly smooth. I decided to do level 5 drywall in many places in this build because of how much natural light is going to be coming in from all the windows I ordered. And the more natural light that is in the house, as well as I did a bunch of LED lights on the ceiling. With all that lighting in the house, it's really gonna show all them imperfections on the smooth walls. So I decided to do level 5 drywall finish on all of the walls that are gonna get painted. But any areas you see that are just like level 4, level 3, or whatever you wanna call this, this is going to get covered with a plaster. And then if you look over here this way into the kitchen, you can see this wall right here. This isn't finished, it's gonna get covered with quartz. This wall isn't finished. It's also gonna get covered all the way with cabinets and quartz. This is gonna get, like, I think it's called a cloud vent or something. It's gonna get covered with quartz. This wall, floor to ceiling cabinetry. So there's no reason for the drywall finisher to take this all the way to a level 5 finish. So there, that kind of shows. Also show the ceiling one more time. You'll see up there is level 4 ceiling. I did level 4 ceilings everywhere because they're 10-foot ceilings throughout most of the house, 20-foot ceilings here in the living room and in the stairwell, and no one's really gonna be up there with a magnifying glass checking out all the imperfections. So to save a little bit of money on labor, did level 4 drywall there. So that's why there's different levels to the drywall finishes throughout the house. So what I'm having to do today, unfortunately, let me explain something to you. I kind of figured out in new construction is all of these subcontractors, whenever you hire like experienced new construction subcontractors, all they do is a large volume of their trade. And that's what I do. I hire framers that freaking throw up a normal size house in like a day, full frame. And so whenever you hire people like that, for some reason they have this like stigma that they will only do their trade and nothing more. So a framer will only use a nail gun and a skill saw and cut wood and shoot nails to do a frame. He will not hang a cabinet, and if you ask him to, he'll act like, you know, like, I don't know, they act crazy. They don't want to do anything else. So unfortunately, I'm out here doing some physical labor this Sunday afternoon. The
I did polished concrete floors in this house, and if you haven't seen that video, you can go check it out. But the polished floor contractor covered all the floors with this T-ply material, and this is essentially just like a thick cardboard material, and we're using it to protect all of the polished concrete floors. So what they did is they installed this T-ply material all the way up against the bottom plate and all the way up against all the bottom plates on the walls. And tomorrow the carpenter is coming to install all the baseboards, and I want the baseboards to sit flush on the ground. But this presents a problem because there is T-ply in the way. So of course I would rather just ask the carpenter to come out whenever he gets started and to cut back, you know, about 2 or 3 inches on this T-ply. That way he can sit the baseboards on the ground. But he would refuse to do so. He would probably go home and throw a fit. Probably try to make me pay him money for wasting his time for a day. So in order to avoid that, and also I could call the original subcontractor who put this down and say, hey, can you come out here, cut it back a couple inches? That would easily cause a 2 or 3 day delay just for him to come out, get on the schedule, come out and cut this back. So in order to avoid all these problems, I'm taking like 2 hours of my Sunday afternoon to cut this back about 2 or 3 inches. That way, when the carpenter shows up tomorrow, he can install the baseboards flush on the wall and flush against the floor without the T-ply being in the way. So that's what I'm doing on my Sunday afternoon. What are you guys doing on your Sunday afternoon? Probably not the funnest thing, but tomorrow we'll pick it back up whenever we're installing the interior doors, and I'll show you the progress we're gonna be making towards trimless doors and flush baseboards. So here are the interior doors I decided to go with on this project. They are a smooth panel, hollow core interior door. The smoothness is gonna match the smoothness of the walls and the modern look, as well as they're a hollow core door, meaning that the inside is empty instead of it being solid wood. And I decided to do that because they're probably about half as expensive. So I saved money by going with a hollow core door. I don't see the real value in upgrading to a solid core interior door just because it feels heavier whenever you move it around. So that's the door I decided to go with, and I already touched on earlier in the video, I already touched on why the door jamb I ordered was incorrect, and sure enough, it's coming back to bite me in the butt now because that is the reason we're having all these mistakes. So before the carpenter installed the interior doors, which he's only installed maybe 7 or 8 out of the 20 right now, I had him make kerf cuts on both sides of the door jamb, on this side of the wall and on the other side of the wall. They made these kerf cuts all the way around the door jamb, and these kerf cuts sink into the door about 1/4 of an inch, and that was going to allow us to slide in the shadow reveal piece. We're gonna slide this in 1/4 of an inch, and then it was gonna leave us a 1/2 inch shadow reveal all the way around the door. So this is where we're experiencing some problems. Since the door jamb is incorrect, whenever we go to install the shadow reveal, let me see if I can even get this thing in here. The carpenter's cut the kerf cut too far on the inside of the door, and that is causing the edge of the lip, this lip over here that gets stapled down and mudded into the drywall, it's causing it to be raised. So there's no way for that lip to lay flat on the wall and get mudded down. And this is going to cause a problem because if we were to attempt to staple it in and mud it in, essentially it's gonna lift out through the mud, it's gonna be visible, it's gonna be ugly. So that's problem 1. Now the next problem is down here. I don't know what you call this piece, but essentially it's where, you see my finger down here, where this slides in and locks in. The keyhole deal, where I don't know the freaking name of it, but where it goes through, essentially there's no way to hide that on either the inside or the outside of the door. I'm just gonna pop it up on camera so you can see exactly what I'm talking about. But since the door jamb was ordered incorrectly, there's no way to hide that detail right there. If you ordered a thicker door jamb, you would be able to hide it. So those are the 2 main problems that I have with the interior doors. One is the Z reveal will not lay flat on the wall where it could get stapled down and mudded in and be flush. And then the second reason is that this keyhole deal where the door shuts and locks, there's no way to hide that detail. You can see it from both the outside and from the inside. So that's the 2 main problems with the trimless doors. Now let's take a look at the baseboards. So if you can recall back to the beginning of this video, I had the carpenter install these temporary baseboards, which are essentially just ripped pieces of OSB that are 6 inches wide. Had them install them at the bottom of the walls That way the drywall hangers could use this temporary baseboard as a bumper, slide the sheets of drywall down, bump on top of that temporary baseboard, and then screw everything in. That way we knew everything was getting hung at the exact right height. And I think there's several reasons that could have a play in why the temporary baseboards are not turning out great as of right now. And that is maybe the carpenter did not rip every single one of these pieces exactly 6 inches like they needed to be. I figured out throughout this process that to achieve this kind of detail, everything literally comes down to about 1/8 of an inch. That's about how big of a error variance you can have. Anything more than that, it's gonna make the detail look bad. So maybe there's a chance that all these pieces were not ripped to the exact width that we needed. Next thing that could be causing a problem is that whenever he installed them, he may have installed some pieces directly onto the floor, and then some pieces may have set on top of this T-ply, which is the protective board for the flooring. And this T-ply is about 1/8 of an inch thick. So that may cause the temporary baseboard to be 1/8 of an inch higher or 1/8 of an inch lower in some places. Next is maybe the drywall hangers. Whenever they hung the drywall on top of the temporary baseboards, maybe they're, you know, obviously we're rushing. Maybe some pieces crushed down on top of this temporary baseboard and was 1/8 of an inch low. Maybe some pieces was 1/8 of an inch high. They didn't use the temporary baseboards perfectly because they were, you know, going fast, trying to get the job done. That may be an issue. And then one of the for sure issues that I'm finding out as they're cutting more of these baseboards and putting them up against the wall is that the concrete slab, which is my finished floor, is uneven. If you can recall back to the concrete foundation video, the crew of 3 finishers who did the concrete slab were using a bunch of different tools to attempt to level out the concrete and smooth it and finish it. And to my knowledge, there's just not a way to get the 5,000 square foot slab perfectly level with a crew of 3 finishers, you know, whenever the slab gets poured in like 4 hours. I've seen some machines that make it look pretty smooth and pretty level, but that's not what I had here. So given that 3 concrete finishers finished my concrete slab, there is a little bit of unlevelness. And of course, if you add all 3 of those factors in together, that is going to cause some problems whenever you're trying to achieve a detail that's all gonna come down to about 1/8 of an inch variance. So with all that said, the problem with the baseboards is that the shadow reveal, if you can see right here, the shadow reveal, the hole in between the baseboards and the drywall is anywhere from non-existent in some places to a 1/2 inch in some places, which was what I was shooting for, all the way up to 3/4 of an inch, and at some places a little bit, even a little bit higher than that. So the problem is that the shadow gap is not 1/2 inch thick all the way around the house like I was intending to. Instead, it's either non-existent or too big or just right in some areas. So that's one hurdle I'm gonna have to figure out how to overcome, and then also I have to figure out what I'm gonna do for the door. So let's go back and talk about a solution that I have to fix this mess that's gonna cost me a lot of money. So unfortunately, I think I only have one solution that is a real viable option to me in this situation to fix this mess of a situation, which is going to be encase the doors like this door jamb was manufactured to be done. Go ahead and encase the doors, trim out the doors with maybe not a 1x6 like I'm holding here, but maybe a 1x4. And then that will cover all of this mess. And honestly, it's really not that big of a deal to do that. But when it comes to fixing the flush baseboard situation, I think the only option I have is to order all new baseboards in the 1x8 size. That way, we'll have to go ahead and install these 1x6 baseboards. Unfortunately, that'll be a waste of money on material and labor. And then I'm gonna have to buy all new 1x8 baseboards that I can install, and they will be 2 inches taller than this 1x6. So essentially it will be up here like freaking that. It'll be 2 inches taller, and it will cover the shadow reveal gap, and it will cover the baseboard completely. And essentially we will have encased doors and 1x8 baseboards. And at this time, that's all I can really come up with. I believe we could possibly explore the idea of trimming out the doors. So encasing the doors and then trying to make the flush baseboard work. The problem that presents itself then is that we will have a door casing that is protruding from the wall. It's sticking out 1 inch from the wall. And then the baseboards are still recessed, so the door casing kind of goes out and into the baseboard, and I think that may not be the best look. So I think for the next couple hours of the day, I'm gonna be trying to come up with some kind of solution. That way the carpenters can continue working and we can make progress on the build instead of taking big steps backwards and wasting money. So I guess I'll let you guys know here in a couple hours what I come up with for a solution for this mess. Okay, so what I like to call the whiteout stage of the home build is now complete, and I figured it was a good time to show an update on what decision I decided to do for the baseboards and the no more trimless doors. So I like to think of a home build in several different stages. First, you have the site prep, you prepare the land to get ready to build the home. Next is time to build the shell of the house, which is the concrete foundation, the framing, the siding, the roofing. Basically, that's getting everything ready to insulate the house. Right before you insulate the house, I consider that the shell of the house. And then you move on to the mechanicals. That's where you do all the mechanicals, the HVAC roughing, the plumbing roughing, the electrical roughing, the technology roughing. Then you finally insulate the house. And then it's time to move on to the whiteout stage of the home build, which is the stage that we just finished. And that is where we hang all the drywall, we install the baseboards, install the doors, and the house goes from being pink insulation or spray foam insulation to full whiteout. Like you can see behind me, everything is white. And right now we have finished the whiteout stage of the home build, where we are about to transition into the finishing stage of the home build, where we do the paint, the cabinets, the countertops, and so on, all that other stuff. So let me show you what solution I decided to go with. Let me close this door. Oh, my gun safe door has arrived and has not been installed yet, but it is gonna be in the way in this clip. So you can see here's one door that we've kind of been looking at. And I decided to install essentially 1x2 door casing. This is 1 inch thick by about 2 inches wide. It's actually a little less than 2 inches. And that's the material I decided to install in the door jambs. And then for the bottom, we ended up keeping the flush baseboards. So this, in my opinion, it was the cheapest thing. Still looks good, but it does present two problems. And whether or not it's a problem, maybe it's not a problem. So look down here, we have the door jamb, or the door casing does stick out from the baseboard. Usually the baseboard butts into the door casing, but in this instance, the door casing sticks out 1 inch. And does that look bad? You know, I'm not sure. I guess depends who you ask. Maybe we can act like it was an intentional design on the house, but even though it wasn't, it was just a costly mistake. I think it looks okay. I think once it's all caulked and painted, it'll look fine. Then moving up here, another problem that presented itself is since the door jamb was not ordered the correct size, whenever you install the door casing on the outside of it, it kind of created some gaps. So here you can see there is a clear gap. That one's a relatively small gap, but there are most certainly some bigger gaps throughout the house where the door jamb was not installed directly in the center of the wall. And since it's smaller, whenever you installed the door casing on each side, it created some gaps on either side in some places. So I wanted to do as little caulking as possible in this home build, considering it's a custom home, and I think caulking is kind of used to cover problems, but unfortunately, I believe the painters are gonna have to do a good job caulking some areas on the door casing, the door trim, and also under the baseboards, because there's some areas where there is a true freaking 1/4 inch gap on the bottom of the baseboards because the concrete floors aren't level, like right here. That's a solid 1/4 inch, maybe 3/8 inch gap below the baseboards. It's gonna have to get caulked. I didn't want to caulk the bottom of the baseboards, but I guess if you don't put down a floor leveler and install a completely level floor, you can't do that. So yeah, now the house is at this whiteout stage where everything is completely whited out. Drywall is installed, baseboards are installed, doors are installed. As you can see, the cabinets have been delivered. A lot of cabinets. I'm spending quite a penny on cabinetry and countertops. They're getting ready to be installed, and we're moving on from the whiteout stage of the home build into the finishing stage. So I'm not going to end this video yet because I do have a couple more things I want to show you on the drywall, where I'm going to attempt, I'm not as confident this time, I'm going to attempt to install some LED light strips
inside some channels inside the drywall. We'll have to cut open the drywall, install a channel, install the wiring, install the LED light strip, and then mud it all in. Hopefully that looks good. I'm hopeful this time, not quite as confident. I'm just gonna say I'm hopeful. So, not gonna end this video yet. I'm gonna show you the finished product once everything is caulked and painted, the LED light strips getting installed, then we'll wrap up the video. So before we get into the finishing stage part of this home build, I want to go over everything that I learned on trying to accomplish this very complicated detail on this home build. That way, if either you or I try to do it again in the future, we can all learn from my mistakes and hopefully everybody do better in the future. So before I get into that, I just want to start by saying I'm not going to be showing any of the LED lights that I intend on embedding into the drywall using the metal channels and LED light tape strips. Instead, I'm going to be showing that in a future video. So if you're not yet subscribed, then hit the subscribe button down below so you don't miss out on that video or any of my other future videos. Also, earlier in the video, I mentioned the possibility of doing flush mounted light switches, flush mounted electrical outlets, and also flush mounted HVAC or air vents. And this is where instead of the vents getting screwed in, essentially they get mudded into the drywall and they have a flush, modern look and appearance. And there's one main reason I decided not to make this upgrade, and that was all depending on the lead time. So I just essentially waited way too long to consider making this upgrade. I figured it was going to cost roughly $2,000 to $3,000 rough cost on the upgrade in material and labor, $2,000 probably in material, $1,000 in labor. But I just waited too long to consider making this upgrade. It was not until I was halfway through the drywall phase whenever I did the research and checked out the lead times and the rough cost and saw that it was like 2 to 3 weeks of lead time for them to even come in. So that eliminated the possibility of making that specific upgrade. And in retrospect, I'm glad I didn't make that upgrade because I intend on turning the dream home build into a smart home once I get moved in, which is making upgrades to the light switches and probably to some electrical outlets, making them smart and compatible with the phone. That way I can control everything on my phone. And I do not think those smart home devices, light switches and light electrical outlets and things like that, I don't think they're compatible with the flush mounted receptacles or boxes and whatnot. So in retrospect, I'm honestly glad I did not make that upgrade, but that's the reason on why I didn't make that upgrade. It's just because of lead time. So now let's talk about the mistakes that I did on flush baseboards. Overall, I think the process, order of operations that you saw in this video for me to try to achieve that detail was correct. I'm sure there's several ways you could do that detail. That's the one that I learned on the internet. I can't even remember what YouTube channel I came across it on, but they kind of showed the process as I did, not quite as in depth. But that is how I learned the detail, and I would give them credit, but I don't know where I got it from. But I think the order of operations of what I went through is fairly correct. Again, you could probably do it that way or several different ways, but I think my main problem was that I was just set up for failure given that I did polished concrete floors and my floors were not level. So in the future, if I were to try to do this detail, I would only try to do this detail. I would only try to do flush baseboards if I could have perfectly level floors. And that is achievable if you put down a floor leveling mix and then come in and do like a glue down hardwood floor or a LVP floating floor, something of that nature where you can in fact guarantee you have a
perfectly level floor, it would make the detail, the gap, much more consistent, because here on my build, the flush baseboards turned out pretty well. I would say in the end they turned out pretty good. Now the problem is that I was going for a 1/2 inch shadow gap, and there's probably about an 1/8 inch variance throughout the house. So there's some places where the gap is 5/8 inch, some places, probably most places, it's 1/2 inch, and then some places it's 3/8, which is less than 1/2 inch. So it's just not perfect, and I would really blame that mostly on the floors not being level. So in the future, I would just guarantee that I'm gonna have perfectly level floors before I do this detail, as well as I would implement many more inspections as the builder throughout the process to guarantee every step that happens, we are making sure everything is perfect. So whenever we do the bumpers for the drywall hangers, I would have the carpenter cut the bumpers, and I would physically inspect everyone after it's installed, make sure it's the exact height off the floor. Next, when the drywall hangers hang the drywall, I would make sure that it is hung all at the proper height. Then when the drywall finishers come in and install the Z reveal trim, I would make sure, again, that's all hung at the right height. Essentially, until we get all the way down to the end, I would do inspections throughout the process on every single part of the house, because it's very attention to detail to make sure everything's perfect. That way, in the end, whenever the carpenter brings the baseboards, cuts them up and slaps them in, everything's perfectly 1/2 inch. Whereas that's where my main mistakes lied, I believe, is that my floor was just not level, which kind of set me up for failure. So that's a little unfortunate, but moving forward, I know that it's very important to have perfectly level floors if I'm going to try to do this detail again in the future. Next, moving on to the trimless doors. So this is what a trimless door looks like. That's what I was going for. Completely failed miserably at trying to do this. So not ashamed of it whatsoever. If y'all can't tell, I'm very transparent in everything that I do. And that's because that's what I would want as a viewer of someone's channel like mine. And honestly, I could care less to show my mistakes and whatnot. So I'm very transparent. I failed miserably. I'm not going to hide it from you guys. I showed you I failed. And I failed for a couple reasons. The main one is that I did not put in the time in the beginning, not because I just was negligent, just is more so because I did not know I needed to, but I didn't put in the time in the beginning to do the planning to figure out the exact detail on the door jamb thickness and width that I would need to order. So in the future, if I were to do this again, I would special order door jamb thicknesses, special order door jamb width, as well as I would have the manufacturer do the kerf cuts all the way around the edge, so the Z reveal trim, drywall trim would slip inside those kerf cuts. I would have all that done at the manufacturer. That way, whenever they show up, we could install them and trimless doors would turn out the way they're supposed to. Also, if I did this in the future, I would make sure that the rough openings from the framer were perfect as can be, as tight as can be, because when they're not tight enough, then it becomes a problem with the drywall finishers. So those are the two main things that I would make sure to do in the future if I try to do trimless doors: the correct door jamb thickness and width, as well as have the factory do the kerf cut. And one more note in regards to the drywall finishing, and that is about the level 5 choice. As you guys seen, I did level 5 walls and level 4 ceilings, and after it's all said and done, level 5 walls did not come out all that much different than level 4. Yeah, they're a little better, but it's definitely not worth the upgrade in my opinion. Instead, I would just choose to do level 5 drywall finish, where I know there's going to be a surplus of natural light, because natural light is really what highlights those imperfections on the drywall. So if I have one wall with several windows, that's where I should have elected to do level 5, because to help you understand, I pay 60 cents per square foot of finished level 4 drywall, and I pay like $1 per square foot for level 5 finished drywall. So whenever you do the calculations, I ended up paying like probably 7 to 10 grand extra for level 5 drywall finish, and it didn't really come out all that much better. It was my first time doing level 5, you know, live and learn, regret wasted money. Won't do it again in the future. Instead, I'll just do level 4, do as good a level 4 as possible, and then we'll paint it and we'll move on, and it'll look just fine. And then maybe I'll consider doing a level 5 smooth finish drywall when I know there's a wall that's going to be getting a bunch of natural light. So that's just my thoughts and how I'm going to do it moving forward. So now let's go over the cost of everything that kind of went into this video. Starting with the drywall, I paid $7,320 for that Mexico drywall. I paid $540 for the Z reveal trim. I paid $22,343 in drywall labor. And I don't have my phone. Are you kidding me? Okay, 60 cents times 20,000 square feet, because there's about 20,000 square foot in this home build. I could have did drywall labor. I could have did probably about 13 grand in drywall labor if I would have did regular level 4 finish as well as regular baseboards. I could have did it for about 13 grand. So if you look at it, I paid an extra probably 8 or 9 grand in upgrades on this home build related to the drywall, whether that be flush baseboard details or level 5 finish. So definitely overpaid. Regret. So that brings the total cost for the drywall part of this home build to $30,204, including the drywall material, the Z reveal trim, and also the labor. Now for the carpentry cost, we'll start with the baseboards, which were just regular 1x6 pine baseboards, $2,498 for the entire house. Fold down attic stairs. These are the attic stairs that just fold down and give you access to the attic. $603, bought them off Home Depot's website. Next is interior doors. This was all of the hollow core interior doors with the door jambs and also the pocket doors. Cost $6,750. And lastly, carpentry labor to install the baseboards, install the attic stairs, install the interior doors, and then also install some minor shelving throughout the house. $4,500. So again, I overpaid about 10 grand in all these very complicated details that this video was really about, and probably looking back, I wouldn't do it again. Today we're starting the very last part of the stucco trade, and that is I'm going to be building a pretty simple outdoor kitchen along this wall in my backyard covered patio area. It's going to go up, it's going to be L-shaped, and it's going to dead end into this post. And as of right now, all that it's going to consist of is a white stucco box on the bottom. It's going to be built with block, and then they're going to do the stucco application. So it's going to match the walls, and then it's going to have some kind of natural stone countertop. And then the only two things it's going to have is probably a sink with a cabinet below it. And then over here, it's going to have a gas-powered grill. And that's all I'm thinking I'm going to incorporate into this outdoor kitchen. I know that you can jam-pack these things full of all kinds of storage and refrigerators and ice makers and stuff like that, but you know, really, I feel like me and my family would not really utilize all those different components of storage and whatnot. So I'm just gonna do those two components because that's the two things I know we would use, and keep it simple, also keep it cheap. So this process, he said, is gonna take roughly 4 days to do the block work, and then about 3 days to do all of the stucco process, once again, to get it to that white color coat. So let's get this knocked out, and I can't wait to be done with the stucco trade because it just takes forever. And I don't like stuff to take forever. So I've made it this far into the home build, which I only have hopefully about 2 weeks left. I've made it to this point without having a staircase, which is super bad on me as a builder because this has been my temporary staircase, which is just a man-made ladder made out of a couple 2x4s thrown together where contractors have been going up and down to the second floor, carrying cabinets, countertops, paint buckets, drywall, getting everything finished up there. So I got a lot to do within the next 2 weeks to get this project wrapped up, but let me explain what problem has happened this far to why I don't even have a staircase in the stairwell at this point. Now, well, all right, real quick, if you're looking to learn how to build your own houses and become an owner builder like me, like I'm doing on this project right here, then check out all the links in the top of the description of this video where you can see all the owner builder resources I have to offer, any of which that you can purchase. Now back to the video. So this whole stairwell situation is clearly a pretty big problem, and I guess let me give you a little backstory on how I got this far into the project and this far into the build without having a staircase here. So whenever I was designing the house with the architect and we're drawing everything into the building plans, ¿qué pasó? We did not really design this staircase. I just told him to draw in some stairs here, and then I'll kind of freestyle with a stair contractor for the exact design we wanted. Well, that kind of caused some problems because as I got into the build, I told my framer who just showed up, Manuel, I said, hey, let's try to frame some special stairs out of wood. And long story short, this is a very difficult shape stairwell, as you guys will see, and I'll talk about later in this video. And he was kind of like, hey, it's not really possible to do it out of wood. You probably got to do it out of steel. So I talked with a steel contractor. I was like, hey, I want to do a steel monorail floating staircase from the bottom to the top and make it look really good. I'm going to pay a lot of money for it, and that's the design I want. Well, I get the steel contractor started. He says, yeah, give me a couple weeks. Well, this is the first time throughout my building career where I had to kind of fire a contractor off of a job because I guess he gave me a price and he was not able to really do it for that price. So he kind of made a mistake on his end and he kept just putting me off, which was a first for me. So I ended up telling him, get out of here. So then I kept exploring. I needed to find a specialty stair contractor to build this very complicated staircase. Well, I ended up getting 2 bids from 2 actual staircase contractors who would do the steel, the treads, and the railing. And I paid a deposit for them. Actually, they were going to charge me $26,000. I paid a $13,000 deposit, all with the common understanding between me and them that they were going to be able to complete this by like yesterday, which was going to be a 4-week timeline. Well, it turns out there was a huge miscommunication between me and my point of contact that I had with the stairwell company. So I ended up talking to the owner of the company and say, look, this is a huge miscommunication on your part. They ended up saying they couldn't do it in the 4 weeks I gave them. Instead, they were going to need probably 7 to 8 weeks, which is a whole month from now. And I'm trying to have this whole house finished in the next 2 weeks and moved in. So I couldn't put my life on hold for them to get in here and do the stairs. We're trying to move in. I have other things in my life going on that are more important than having that nice of a staircase. So I ended up canceling with them. The owner gave me all of my money back from the initial deposit. And now here we are where my framer just showed up and we're kind of back to square one where we're just going to frame somewhat of a traditional staircase that is going to wind up, make a 90-degree turn, wind up, make a 90-degree turn, and then tie into the landing up there. Also, you can see this is a window here where I was going to put some glass that you would be able to sit in the dining room and see through and see the floating staircase, which would kind of keep this area open and just, you know, a design element of the house. Well, considering now we're going to have a normal staircase going up in this window area, we have to close in this entire arched window that my wife came up with because you'd be able to see inside the bottom of the staircase, which wouldn't be too appealing to look at. So that's kind of how I got to this point in the build. The framer just showed up and he's snooping around looking at the house. And we're about to get started framing the stairs. We're going to talk about the design first, get on the same page as much as possible, and get the frame of the stairs knocked out. Manuel, ¿cuántos días por terminar escaladas? Un día. Only the frame. He said him and 2 other guys are... Tú tienes 2 personas, ¿ya? ¿Dos chalangs?
Yeah. No. Maestros, teachers.
Okay. He said he has 3 professional framers, not even any helpers. 3 professional framers are going to show up. It's like, I think 12 o'clock here. It's 12:19, so they got about 7 hours till dark, and he said they're going to finish the entire frame of the staircase in one day. So one obvious problem that I have now that I have to build this staircase in almost a finished house is that I have a rough framer coming in who is used to just framing on a bare concrete slab, getting all dirty, muddy, whatever. And right now the house is almost finished. The drywall's in and finished. The paint is on. I have electrical switches right here. The flooring is finished, it just needs to be cleaned. So pretty much the house is almost finished, and I'm bringing in this contractor who is not used to staying clean and being careful inside a almost finished house. So I think it's almost inevitable, although I'm gonna really try to get him to be careful. I think it's almost inevitable that there's going to be some sort of damage here, whether that be on the sheetrock or on the flooring. Hopefully not the flooring, but one thing about the flooring choice I have is that it is a polished concrete, which is fairly durable, so I'd be kind of pissed off if it got damaged from dropping a couple pieces of wood on it or something like that. And then if we do damage the sheetrock or the paint, or obviously the sheetrock is what would get damaged, I still have one more day on the punch where the drywall contractor is going to come in and do all kinds of touch-ups on the drywall, and then we'll do touch-up paint. As well as, obviously, if I'm framing the stairs, I have to install drywall on the stairs themselves. So, you know, if we damage some things on the drywall, it's not that big of a deal, because I do have to have the drywall contractor come back out and do some touch-ups and install some drywall anyway. So that's not that big of a deal. Also, it's a good thing that there's not any water lines inside these walls. So whenever he's shooting big long framing nails inside the walls, trying to hit the studs, there's not any water lines there. So it's not like we're at risk of hitting any water lines. So he's about to come in here. We're gonna try to go over the design. I'm gonna tell him be careful and try not to damage anything, and we'll see what we can come up with. Unfortunately, it's gonna have to be somewhat of a simple staircase because we're framing it out of just a traditional staircase. I wasn't able to pull off the cool floating staircase that I was hoping for. So it's just gonna have to be somewhat of a normal staircase. Put some oak treads on the top of it, and then probably an iron railing. It's gonna go up this way, all the way to the top, and maybe I'll put a door here to access the storage if there's enough room. So let's talk to Manuel, see what we can come up with. Should be fairly simple, design-wise. Ready? Okay. I think, okay, the stairs.
The stairs I have to finish.
Okay, look. I think yo quiero una pared aquí. Y una pared aquí. Pero ahí, slope.
Yeah, I got it.
Ah, fácil, okay?
Yeah.
Pero is, hey, yo quiero open.
Yes, I know.
Okay, pero maybe no posible por una puerta aquí.
Yeah, I have to fix. Hold on. For the dogs, right?
Dogs?
The dogs, yeah? House the dogs?
Storage.
No, house of the dogs.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Okay, so right now Manuel has his first stringer up right here. I think we're about to run into our first problem. And that is that this stringer on the other side may not clear the door. So therefore, I have an idea in mind if that's the case, because I already saw this. And if it is the case, then Will's gonna be pissed. He's not gonna wanna do what I wanna do.
Oh, yeah.
What? Check.
No, it's not possible. It's not possible. It's like this.
Seguro?
I have to do it like that. Hold on. You?
Yeah. One notch?
Yeah, for the trim. For not remove the trim. But,
It's gonna be fair? The sheetrock?
that's okay, bro. Yeah. That's okay. Hold on.
So of course the stringer, as y'all just saw, does not clear that corner of the door. And I guess his idea is he's gonna cut a notch in the stringer. I'm just kind of curious how the sheetrock will look if he does that notch, but he like doesn't stop, he just goes. So it's not like I can sit there and run other ideas by him, but whenever this one doesn't work out, I think it's not gonna work out. I'm gonna tell him, maybe we can do a normal staircase for this first L, but for the top, maybe I can talk him into attempting to do some sort of monostringer wood frame, and then do floating treads up there because then it doesn't really matter if it clears this corner of the door because it's going to be floating. We'll see though.
No, you put it here, sheet rock, little notch. There's no problem for the door. The door open good, no? Close
Sí,
the door.
pero fea.
What? It's not my problem.
I know.
It's okay. Whatever. Ah, man, please.
No.
No what? Right here is nothing more. You can put a sheet rock here. That's okay. You little, maybe like a little angle, only here to here, like a 45. That's no problem for the door. Close the door. Close the door. Be careful for me. Okay. You see the door is closed, right? You can put it like a little bit 45, like an angle, like good. You understand? That's it.
Hey,
Perfect.
I have an idea.
What?
I have another idea.
Idea for what?
For better.
No, for right now it's...
Listen. This is better. I don't know if you have the material. For do this one, normal. This one is easy, more easy. Right here, you put, what is this, 2x12?
No. Right here is the... I don't have changed nothing here.
This is 2x12?
No, I don't have changed nothing here.
This is 2x12, yeah?
2x12.
You put one in the center?
Yeah.
Only 3?
Yes.
Okay, maybe you do 4, but you put todos in center.
No.
And I put wood treads arriba.
No, change this one.
Yes.
No.
Okay, only for one for right here.
No.
Pero cuatro.
Only for the door, it's okay. Don't go for the door.
Yes, listen. If you put 4 2x12s like this, one 2x12, another 2x12, another 2x12.
The problem is not... What are you talking about?
Okay. Call right now.
Hey. Espérame. What is the pin?
8271. 8271.
8271, güey. Lucas, please.
It's 3 inches. I can tell you the tread is no problem. 4.
Okay.
What's the problem?
2000.
For right here?
Yes.
Why? It's nothing.
It's not 2000. You want it?
Why are you doing this?
I don't know. You want it what?
You want more money? Ah.
This is more money, huh?
Huh?
This is more money. Yes, I tell you 2000 more. But you put it only for put 3.
In the center.
Yeah, 4.
So only for this is an extra $750.
It's a lot of problem for me. I have to fix right here.
You don't have to fix it.
And
you just need to put 4.
If yours not working, remember, he said nearly 16 inches, no 8 inches in the mirror. 16.
Okay.
You know, like 16 inches.
Yeah.
Here. It's not 3. But remember, when you have problems, that's for you, right?
Yeah, if I have problems, I have to take it all out. But I don't have problems.
Okay.
It's normal.
It's normal, okay. Damn, man. I need this also.
Where is it? ¿Dónde? You need one line.
Okay, let me go.
Yeah, your guys are here.
Okay. Hey, for the time, right now. For total. Right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I can go another. Remember, when you have problems, not tell them, hey. Maybe, but for this, only maybe put it like this.
I don't know if I'm going to include this argument with Manuel in the video, but it's like this on everything. He's unreasonable, honestly, and just wants more money for any little problem. So, of course, we put up these stairs. I just told you, or these stringers. That stringer does not clear the master bedroom door, so I proposed an idea that we just move them inside. We're going to do like some little floating stairs right there. That way the stringer is not all the way up against the corner of the door, cutting it off. So just for him to move those stringers inside, originally, I guess there was a little miscommunication on the tread thickness, so he thought he was gonna have to recut these stringers and then come back, take these down, install them in the middle, and he was wanting an additional, we agreed on $1,250 for this job. He was wanting $2,000, an additional $750. Long story short, we did some communicating. He's gonna move them all in. I'm gonna pay him an extra $250, so it's just how Manuel is, but I don't know. I don't even know if my idea is really gonna work at the end of the day because I've never done this before, so we'll see. Shit. So today is day 2 of the special staircase I'm trying to build, and we're actually going to be installing the sheetrock. There's not much sheetrock that I need to install in this staircase. For the most part, this should be the order of the staircase. Framing, day 2 of sheetrock. Next is the carpentry, where we're going to wrap all of the treads and the other parts of the stairs in wood. And then lastly, a aluminum railing. Well, I've already kind of made some mistakes on this, and that is that the drywallers have showed up and they're about to install the drywall, no problem. But I met with the carpenter yesterday to go over how we can wrap the treads, and he informed me that in order for him to do it the way that I want it done, we need to take off all these treads, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 treads. We need to take them off. And then he's gonna come wrap certain areas that need to be wrapped on the stringer and on that set of stairs up there. And then once he finishes that work, I need the framer to come back out and reinstall these 11 treads. At that point, he's going to come out and wrap the treads to make them 3 inches thick, you know, with all the miter cuts and whatnot, and make them look like floating treads. So that's one problem that after I spoke with the carpenter, I had to get the framer scheduled to come back out and handle everything. And he notified me there was going to be a $600 charge with that, as I've mentioned and as you saw in this video and previously on my channel. Manuel, the framer, is just kind of like that. A little expensive on these change orders. So he's going to charge me $300 to come out and take these treads off today, and then later he's going to come back and charge me $300 again to reinstall all of the treads. But today we're going to go ahead and install the drywall, and then the framer is going to come by and rip off all these treads. Next I'll have the carpenter come out, do his first part of carpentry, then the framer will come out and reinstall the treads, then the carpenter will come back and wrap all the treads, and then everything should be finished for the most part, besides the railing, which will hopefully come next week right before we finish the build. Let me show you one other detail we're about to do, and I'll make sure to get this on camera. So I purchased these metal channels here, and if you're in construction, you probably noticed this is a drywall channel of some sort. This is going to get embedded into the drywall. Right here, this is a LED light wire that I ran during the wiring stage of the home build, and it is going to run somewhere around here, a couple inches above the treads, on an angle all the way up the staircase. And me and the drywaller are going to determine this angle here in just a second and mark it with a chalk line, but it's going to follow the stairs all the way up at an angle. And then hopefully we'll have a light switch that'll turn it on, and it'll just kind of be a cool feature of the staircase, which is relatively affordable to install. It just takes a lot of detail work and planning in the beginning stages of this process. We've made it this far, so I think we're going to be able to pull it off, and I'm excited to see how that turns out. So I'll make sure to include that in this video. So the drywaller just showed up at 7 o'clock on day 2 of this. We're going to get the drywall installed and keep on trucking along. the lines, which is that red chalk line you see going up the bottom of the stairs, and I'm not really liking it. So my brain is working hard to try to figure out the best way to snap these lines to be able to achieve this detail, because I do not think that is it. That line up there is kind of faint, but you can see, well, I think that since this landing is flat and this line is at an angle, that's what's throwing me off. So I'm gonna try to find a way to make the flat landings have a straight LED line, and then you see where there's steps and it has a 45 degree. I think that's fine. I just need to find a way to fix where the flat landings are meeting an angled red chalk line. So let me do some thinking, and then we're probably gonna have to re-snap chalk lines for a better design. So let me pull out my architect skills, see if I can design something better than that. So we're about halfway through day number 2 of this stair project, and the drywall contractor already got all of the drywall installed, which is on this front wall here, around this door, and then also on the inside and here in the ceiling and on this wall over here. He's making sure to leave enough space so that we can install the baseboard there and still have that 1/2 inch reveal gap like we do on the other baseboards throughout the house with the flush baseboard design. So the drywall is going great. He's also installing the LED channel. I got the LED channel, what do I want to call it, design, or the line or whatever, figured out. I was struggling with that for about an hour or hour and a half this morning. You can see the old chalk lines, but I made some adjustments and now I think I have a much better design where the LED follows this incline here, and then it stops at that top and it is flat where that landing is, and then it starts to go back up in this corner where it then goes back flat with the flat landing, and then it goes up and stops right there. And go back down, show you a little bit more, talk about a problem that has happened, which is I spoke with the carpenter yesterday whenever I was getting a bid on the carpentry for the stairs, and he told me I needed to take out the tread. So of course I call the framer and I get that scheduled. Hey, come take off the treads. Well, he came, and as you can see, he took off like every other tread. He actually took off all the treads, and then that was this morning. My drywall contractor called me and he said, hey, why are you taking off all the treads? I need to use them to stand on to work on the LED channel. So I was like, oh my gosh. So the framer ended up reinstalling every other tread. So right now we have every other tread installed, and instead of having him come back out, I'll probably just pop these 5 treads off, and then the carpenter will come back in. Regardless, that's the next start. That is the next step of the stairs. But here's what the LED channels look like. We got a 3/4 inch hole cut in the existing drywall, and then the LED channel gets embedded into that hole, and then of course taped and floated in. And then next, once this is all finished, at some point the electrician is going to come and connect this low voltage wire to a piece of LED light tape that's going to get stuck inside that channel. And then thereafter, there's a little piece, this stuff here, that's going to snap over the top of that LED light tape. So far that is an update on drywall day. These guys are going to get all the drywall taken care of. Next, the carpenter is going to come in and do the first step of carpentry, and then we'll probably be about the midway point on the stairs. So I got about a week and a half left here on this project, and I figured I'd take a quick break in this video, show the progress of what this current project looks like. So right here, we got somebody working on the stain. They did the 2 other stain areas in the other part of the house, but here you can see there's a contractor sanding it all off, because apparently they applied it with a brush on the other 2 areas and it came out perfectly, but then they decided to try to make up some time and spray it in that larger area, and it came out way too dark. So this is what it's actually supposed to look like, which looks great, but it was about twice as dark as that where they sprayed it. So now they got to sand it all off. They spent like all day yesterday sanding, and now they're getting ready to spray it on, put it on with a brush. Anyway, so that's what they are doing. We have a carpenter here in the red van who's doing some work under the stairs. A bunch of landscapers are here installing all the plants. You can see we still got to install the grass, but they're making good progress on the landscape, where we got the rocks going in, these shrub lines going in, got some huge trees going in right there. And then going through the house, got everything swept up for the most part. Today, actually they're not here yet, but the plumbers are coming to install all of the toilets and all the plumbing fixtures, faucets, and whatnot. You can see right here, got the toilet. Appliances need to go in, but they're not coming in today. Also, the HVAC crew is showing up to finally turn on the air conditioning with just a week or a week and a half left in this build. So we made it this far without having any AC. And then now for what the video is actually about. Actually, let me show the backyard, because the backyard's pretty cool. Go out my 16-foot sliding glass door into my backyard. Here's a little update on the backyard. Guys are working on the plant beds, rock beds and whatnot. Here's a pool update. They're coming to do the pool plaster prep today, which is Monday. I don't know what that really consists of, but the pool plaster is a 3-day process where they have to do 1 day of prep, whatever that is. Maybe that's just like cleaning out all the trash and draining the water in the pool. And then they come in a couple days. They actually come Thursday. So Thursday of this week, they're coming back to put all the plaster in the pool, smoothing it all out, and then there's one more day of a acid wash, and then they fill it up. So it's a 3-day process. That's also starting this week. Then of course the landscapers also have to install all the grass. But that is an update here on the project with about a week and a half left. One thing that's really pushing the clock, cutting it close, is the stairs, of course, considering these should have been done a long time ago here on the project, but let me show you where we're at right now. So here's what they look like. You see all the treads have been taken off. Actually, one just now got installed. I thought about doing it myself, but when I considered the scope of work that was gonna need to go into it, that I was gonna have to do, is gonna take me several hours, I was like, screw it, I'm gonna get a carpenter to do it. So we're getting these treads back installed. But as you saw, we originally built the frame of the stairs and we had all of these 2x12 treads on. Well, I met with the carpenter, the finished carpenter, who's doing the finished carpentry work, and he's also going to be installing all of this red oak on the stairs. He told me that the treads needed to come off so that he could come wrap the stringer in this material here, which is just 1/2-inch birch plywood that's going to get painted white. So he needed the treads off so that he could install all of this plywood wrap around the stringers. So you see, we got that plywood installed, also right here, going up the stairs, and then also on the top stringer. Once he finished that work, I then needed to get the treads back installed, which is what we're doing today. I have a carpenter installing the 2x12 treads. One thing we have to do is they're actually 11.5 inches wide or something like that, and we need to rip them down to 10 inches. So he's having to do a couple cuts on these treads, and then he is going to install them all the way back up the stairs. And then tomorrow, the finished carpenter is coming back, and he's actually going to be installing all of the red oak material that was fairly expensive. I'll go over the cost at the end of this video, of course, but this material right here was pretty expensive. Most of the time, a stair tread gets one of these, but considering I'm wrapping a 2x12 on the top, the bottom, the right, the left, the front, the back. It's taken like 2.5 or 3 treads of red oak to wrap the 2x12 per stair. So that material was pretty expensive, a lot more than I anticipated. But that's the progress right now. Today we're gonna get these treads back installed, and then tomorrow the finished carpenter is gonna show back up and start wrapping the treads in all the red oak material and also getting the rest of all the red oak treads installed. So let's get it done, baby. Here's an update on the stairs. Today we got drywall touch-up going on about 3 days before the house gets finished. So the drywall contractor is here just touching up the channel. Yesterday the electricians installed the LED tape lights inside the channels using the wires we ran during the rough-in stage. So a lot of planning went into this detail. But drywall touch-up today. And the drywall contractor is now actually the one who I'm getting to install the plastic covers that covers the LED tape. You can see him getting it installed there. He's about to make a miter cut on it. And then, I'm trying to think what is left here on the stairs. We have paint, of course, where we gotta paint the closet area below where we installed the new drywall. We have paint touch up all in this area. Of course, we have to stain the treads and paint the wood that got in, which is getting done very next in this process. And then once we get everything stained and painted, the metal fabricator is coming to install the railing on this staircase, and then this staircase will be finished. Pon tu mano. Mira.
¿Te gusta?
Sí, es perfecto. Yo puedo comerte como a ti te gusta. Yo puedo comerte. Yo quiero perfecto porque yo caminar arriba de escaleras todos los días y yo mira ahí y yo quiero perfecto, no quiero un hoyo en la luz. Solo cortar perfecto. We're having problems putting this plastic piece. Louis says we should have cut it whenever we cut the metal piece with the miter saw, the actual channel, and cut the plastic all at once. But whenever the miter blade hits this plastic, it just like kind of throws it out of the way. It doesn't really cut through it very good. So we're cutting it with pinzas. I don't know the name in English, tijeras. What's the name? Tin snips or something. We're using damn scissors to cut the stuff, trying to make it as perfect as possible, and then pushing it in, and then we have to make the next cut as perfect as possible. There might be a little bit of caulking and paint that has to go on these plastic covers so that it all looks good once we get finished up. But we got about 40% of the covers in, getting it knocked out. So over the past 3 days, we were able to get this staircase project fully wrapped up and finished. As y'all saw, the painter came in and he stained and sealed all of the treads. And then he also painted white everything. I decided to paint white, which was the mono stringer itself, the white trim that comes down and around the staircase wall. And then that trim also wraps under each tread on this side. And then he also painted white the mono stringer on this side. And with a floating staircase that's made out of steel, of course that steel is usually painted black, but I didn't want to paint this black because I didn't really feel like it would mimic a steel stringer because it's made out of wood. So I just decided to paint it white, and I think it just kind of matches the rest of the house, and it turned out good. Then he also stained each tread this dark brown color, which is common throughout the color palette here in the house because we have dark brown cabinets with a wood grain on it in the kitchen, and then on all of the covered patio, covered front entry, soffit, and also on the covered portiche, we have tongue and groove wood there that is also stained a very similar color. So this color kind of matches the rest of the house, and it turned out really good. And the painter did an incredible job because all of his paint lines are super sharp, and he was able to do it by himself in one day, which I thought would probably take 2 days and be very tedious considering he had to get under here and, you know, do all this very hard to reach areas. But he did it all in one day, and all of his paint work came out fantastic. So after the paint and stain work was finished, the steel contractor came out and he did the railing. So this is black steel railing. Day one, he came out and he just made like kind of a template. So he came out with very minimal material, just enough to get the shape of the railing, which was essentially like put a post right here, put a post right there, and then weld a top rail and a bottom rail. And he didn't weld it all the way, of course, he just tacked it on there. And then he put another post here, top rail, bottom rail, post, top rail, bottom rail, post, top rail, bottom rail. And then once he had the template of the exact shape all finished up, he then disconnected so he could carry them in manageable pieces. So he'd disconnect this piece, carry it out to his truck, disconnect another small piece, carry it out, disconnect it, carry it out. So he disconnected it into like maybe 4 or 5 manageable carryable pieces, carried that out to his trailer, went back to his shop where he then did all the finish work by installing each rail, welding everything up, grinding everything down, making sure everything was dialed in and perfect, at which, oh, he also painted it there at the shop, and then he returned and then essentially just carried those same manageable pieces in, screwed down the post into the solid treads. He might have had to make a little bit more welds to get everything together, and then the railing was finished. I really like doing this railing. It's really easy. I think he came out originally to make the template, and it took him only a matter of probably 2.5 hours of work. He went back to the shop, but when he returned on the second trip, it took him like another 2 hours to get it installed. They just bring it in, screw it down, make a couple extra welds to weld it all together. And then they also put these, I don't know what you call these. I'm gonna say post bottom covers or something, where it covers the steel plate that gets screwed down into the tread. And I think those are a nice finishing touch. Maybe these aren't the best quality in the world, but he didn't really give me options on it. He just installed them. I think they turned out good. Maybe in the future I'll try to find some cooler ones to do, but they turned out good, and they cover up the screw plates that are on the bottom of the post. After the railing was installed, the electrician showed up and he installed the LED light tape inside of the LED light channels that me and the drywaller installed. And I think that really added the finishing touch on their staircase. They look good in the day, and they also look really good in the night. And I walked up and down this staircase one time already without turning on the lights, and I guess because the stairs treads are a very dark color, I literally almost fell right here. And luckily we had the glass inside that window right there because I hit the glass and it saved me. So I think they're gonna serve a very good purpose in illuminating each stair tread throughout the night in the future. That way when you walk down the stairs, you can see exactly where you're stepping. Because yeah, I learned that lesson. Luckily I didn't learn it the hard way and the glass caught me, because that would have been really bad. So with that said, we also installed that glass inside of the interior curved window area, which is actually a pretty cool design element. So, you know, let me just start by saying this wasn't the original plan. Originally, I wanted to do that $26,000 really cool steel floating staircase. But obviously, with the troubles I've explained that I went through, I think it all worked out. I ended up doing the design on this myself, getting it built in just a matter of about 2 weeks, saved some money along the way, and then also it just came out with a very unique design. I can truly say this is probably one of a kind. I don't know anyone else out there that has this exact staircase. Now, I'm not saying this my proudest thing in the world, but I think it's unique. We got the window that you can see through the wall. It really creates an open feeling from the living room into this space, so that opens up the area. We have a floating staircase on this bottom part, a floating staircase on this top part, which is fairly unique and cool to me. And then we also have this storage room here, of course, which actually is gonna be beneficial in the future for storage. So it actually worked out really well. Of course, a lot went into making this decision to do it floating originally, as you saw me arguing with the framer, because if this was not like a floating mono stringer here, it would have covered up this corner of the door, which I think would have looked really tacky. And I guess eventually, the problem was the architect's fault for not catching that would happen if you put a normal staircase right there by that door. But I think through the design phases and communication with the architect in the beginning, I told him I was going to try to do a floating staircase. So that kind of caused that problem. Otherwise, maybe the architect would have called it. But we were able to avoid that problem by trying to do this floating staircase design. And yeah, I think it turned out fantastic. Okay, so now let's go over every single cost I paid on this staircase, starting with the framing, material, and labor. And I have down right here $1,800. I think I paid the framer originally $1,500 to provide the material and labor to build the original frame. And then throughout the process, I ended up figuring out I needed him to take off the stair treads that he installed, the 2x12s or whatever it was. So I paid him an extra $300 to make that trip out here. So I paid a total of $1,800 in framing, material, and labor. Then drywall material. I bought, I can't remember, 6 or 7 sheets from Home Depot, and that was $227. The drywall labor I put on here free, because throughout the process of building a house, the drywall contractor comes out, he hangs all the drywall, he finishes all the drywall, and then he makes like maybe 2 or 3 or maybe even 4 extra trips out here for any kind of touch-up work. So the drywall labor I put free because he didn't charge me anything extra for it, because he was already going to be coming out and doing touch-up work that day. I guess he already had it built into his price. So not mad about that. Drywall labor free. The staircase treads. Wow, this was a cost that really caught me off guard. I intended on spending like $26,000 with the floating staircase contractor that I ended up getting my deposit refunded to and canceled with that contractor. And I really thought I was going to be able to save a lot more money than I did. But unfortunately, I had some surprise costs, one of them being the staircase treads. So all of the red oak material that I bought to wrap the 2x12 treads in to make it this 3-inch thick tread, all of this material cost me $5,628, which is insane to me. That's just insane. I don't know why it's so expensive. I get it's somewhat of a precious finished material, but yikes. And I think it really cost more than I anticipated, because we're not just installing one 48-inch tread per stair. We're essentially installing like 2.5 or 3 treads per stair, because the carpenter installed one on the top, one on the bottom essentially, and then also had to wrap the front, the back, the left, and the right. So instead of just using one 48-inch tread per stair like a normal staircase. We ended up using like 2.5 per stair. So I think that's why it came out to be more than anticipated. Also, those big triangular landings, I have one there, and then of course 2 more right up there. Those are fairly expensive, and those were massive squares that we cut in half to make triangles. So that material, $5,628. The next cost, another surprise cost, which I'm not necessarily mad at because he did a fantastic job. Carpenter labor, $6,500. And I think he did this job in 2 trips, maybe in 2.5 trips out here. And it was just him and his helper. So I know that he made a good chunk of change on this job, which is not normal for me to really overpay that much. I would say on 9 out of 10 contractors I work with in this home building phase of my life, I get a very great bang for my buck. But as y'all saw, considering the situation, I was in a little bit of a rush, didn't have that much time to try to go out and find different carpenters to get bids from. He came out and he gave me a price, and I thought he would do a good job, and I had to pull the trigger because I had to get this thing done. So I paid him $6,500, and I think his craftsmanship as a carpenter is like perfection. I mean, everything looks perfect. I hired a rough carpenter. I'm going to call him a rough carpenter, even though I think the rough carpenter is really the framer. But I hired another carpenter on this project to do the baseboards, to hang the cabinets, to install the interior doors, to do the door trim, to do some shelving in the house. So that carpenter, he is not on this level whatsoever. He's honestly a lot more affordable, but he is not on this level. And honestly, I wouldn't have trusted him to do this delicate of carpentry, finished carpentry work. So Hector, if you're watching this video, I'm sorry, but that's how I truly feel. I feel like you and your guys don't have this quality of work. So this guy did a fantastic job. $6,500. Wow, that was a surprise cost there. So just between that and the staircase tread material, that's already 12 grand, which I was expecting like half of that. So next cost is the steel railing that's painted black. $2,900. I think it's just such an awesome product for how cheap it is. $2,900 for the railing. Also, the door for the storage closet under the stairs was free. And I say that because on my last build, I over-ordered an extra door and I hung on to it, hoping that I'd be able to use it on this project, which I did not anticipate being able to use it throughout the process, because on the previous builds, I did all the doors 8 foot tall, but on this build, I did all of the doors 9 foot tall. And I ended up being able to use it here under the staircase because the door is shorter because of the design of the staircase. So since it was shorter, we were able to we even had to modify it. We chopped off like the top 6 inches, and it was hollow on the inside, but then we installed a piece of plywood there in the middle, nailed it in, and it worked out. So that door was free. Moving on, next cost. I think that's going to be it. I had that rough carpenter come out, and he actually had to install the door and install the baseboards, but he had to make an extra trip out here as well, so I don't know. I'm not going to include a cost for that. So that brings the total cost on this staircase to a very surprising, pretty much expensive in my opinion, $17,055. Yeah, I think that's pretty expensive, but considering the pinch I was in, and I had to get this thing done so that me and my family could get moved in here and moved out of our primary residence because we're getting that thing leased out. I'm not mad at how it turned out. I think it has a very unique design. I was going for the steel framed monostringer floating staircase that looks really cool, but I think it came out fairly similar. It has some similar characteristics with the floating treads in this area and also up top. And then also it has a little bit of functionality on the bottom with that storage closet, which I guess you can't really ever have too much storage, at least in most people's eyes. So I think it turned out great. So one guy showed up from my concrete crew, and he has just gotten started doing the prep work for the right side of the driveway. We're also going to be doing the prep work for the other flat work here on this project. And just a year ago, I didn't know what the term flat work meant. So if you've never built a house, or if you're not in construction, I'm sure you're wondering what it means too. So let me explain. So flat work is a term that describes concrete work that is not structural. So if you can think back 3 months ago, whenever I was starting building this house, we did structural concrete work, which was the foundation for this home build. So we poured a 5,000 square foot concrete slab for the house, which was structural, essentially meaning it just has a structure on top of it. And it has to be structural because it has to be able to support whatever is on top of it. Well, the term that describes non-structural concrete work is flat work. So now we're at the stage of the build where we're doing the driveway, which is non-structural, and then a walkway over there, which is non-structural. And if I wanted to pour any other kind of sidewalk or anything like that, that would be considered flat work. So we're at the point in the build where we're doing the driveway and the flat work. We're about to start doing all the prep work, putting up all the forms, putting up and tying all the rebar. So let me show you what we are doing, what the scope of work is on this project for flat work. So we got a big, huge driveway leading into my 2-car garage on that side. And it's also gonna split off and go into my covered parking area over here called the portiche. So it's a massive 2-car driveway. At some point, it's probably gonna be like a 4-car driveway. And it's gonna bend around this really big oak tree that I'm trying to keep here on the build. I've trimmed it off of the house. You can see it's hanging over the house. So really cool tree where we're gonna bend the concrete around to right, like here. And then it's gonna go up in the covered portiche. And then right here, we're gonna do a big concrete paver thing that's gonna go into the front door, probably like 6 foot wide, 5 foot long pavers with like 6 inches in between them with rock in between them. And pretty much that makes up the full scope of work for the flat work on this home build. I was considering putting some more concrete here in my backyard. I'll show you where, but I elected not to for one main reason. So let me go show you where I'm talking about. So walking out this back door of my garage, it steps down. There's the pool area right there. And over here to the left is the pool equipment. And I thought about putting concrete in this area, but I decided to not do a concrete pool deck. Instead, I'm doing a paver deck that is going to wrap around the pool. It's also going to come right here in front of my master bedroom door. And then the pavers, I think I'm just, instead of pouring a little bit of concrete right here, I'm just going to wrap the pavers all inside of here so I can walk right up to my pool equipment. So that wraps up the scope of work for the flat work that I'm going to be doing on this project. So let's get the driveway prepped. Let's get the other paver walkway area prepped up. And then tomorrow at 11 a.m., I got the concrete scheduled, 30 yards. I also got a trailer pump scheduled for 11 a.m. Hopefully it doesn't rain. It does show a little bit of rain in the forecast. We got a lot to do because it's like 3 p.m. and we got one guy here. He said the rest of his crew is held up at another job. They're waiting on like 6 yards of concrete to finish out a full slab, and then they're gonna come here and assist with all the prep work. So yeah, domino effect in construction. It's always problems. Hopefully they show up, otherwise I'll have to push my concrete back, or who knows, probably delay it several more days because there is rain in the future. Yay for me. Let's get it prepped. Oh, all right, you guys, it is the next morning. The crew stayed here working until about 7 p.m. when the sun went down, and I think they showed up at like 6 o'clock this morning. So let's check out the progress. Looks like they're almost ready for concrete, which is coming in just a couple hours. Still got to get this area ready here for sure, but you can definitely see. What's this?
You can definitely see the driveway is taking shape. Here's the main driveway. It's gonna split off and go into the covered portiche there. You see here on this side, we got the head walls. These are gonna be actual walls of concrete that are put right around the culvert, 3 feet on either side, I think, to protect any washouts on the culvert. Just protect the culvert, because over time all the water that runs through here, it'll wash out all the dirt and then it'll cause problems for the driveway. So this is really going to help protect the integrity of the culvert. Got to get this area formed up. Still got to get rebar installed in a couple areas, but major progress. Let's go take a look at the walkway area leading into the front door, the big paver step idea that we had. You can see it right there. I'm gonna go around this tree and we'll talk about it. So originally I wanted to do massive concrete pavers, but I ended up not, wow, my hat is janky this morning. It's gonna have to work though. I wanted to do really wide pavers right here, but unable to do so because this is a tree that I don't want to encroach too much on, because I want to keep it and I want it to live forever. And I wanted to do, these pavers are currently 4 foot wide by 6 foot long. I wanted to do like 6 or 7 foot wide, but at that point it wouldn't be in line with the driveway and the driveway would get too close to the tree. So this is gonna have to work. So essentially, these pavers are gonna be like long ways leading you to walk this way. So you're gonna walk this way here. We'll have landscape on the left going up that way. And then right here, they're gonna turn wide, leading into the wide front door. So that was by design. I gotta look at myself, holy moly. This hat needs to go in the sun. Okay, anyways, the prep work's getting done. Unfortunately, I have a meeting that I have to get out of here for, because I'm meeting with Allstate Insurance Company. I own a roof company, so I'm going to meet with them at a client's house to see if I can get their roof approved by insurance. That's at 10:30, and that is like 45 minutes away. It's typically gonna last like an hour at least, but the concrete is showing up here for my driveway at 11 o'clock. So I'm likely going to miss the entire pour unless a miracle happens and either the concrete is late, which I'm not hoping for, or the adjuster appointment goes really fast, which would be nice, and they approve the roof. So maybe I'll pick it up the adjuster appointment and see, let you know if I get the roof approved, because that'll be a pretty good paycheck. That'll help me because I'm way over budget on this freaking home build. So the guys are gonna finish up the prep work. Concrete will be here in like 2.5 hours. And then today, by the end of the day, the concrete flat work will be all finished. Perfect timing. Just started coming out of the pump. Right now we're getting the driveway and the walkway poured. I'll say we're roughly 40% finished. We've got this front part of the driveway poured. Now we're working on the walkway. You can see concrete goes inside the paver area, but nothing in here. Inside the paver area, but nothing in those little slots. We're gonna put rocks in between the concrete pavers. And one thing I did on the design was I just made this a short paver because of the layout. The math didn't really work for this one to be full 6 foot long. So instead it's like pretty much just 4 foot by 4 foot. And then the 6 foot long ones all start there. So I don't know, I kind of feel like it's like, okay, you're entering on the walkway. So I thought it was fine. I know that really don't make sense to y'all. But the concrete supplier's doing a good job. The concrete looks great today. Concrete finishers are all working hard, doing a good job. And then also I had to order what's called a trailer pump on this job with a long hose to pump all the concrete in to the job site. The other option would be backing that big 20,000 pound concrete truck
all the way back down the driveway and just pumping it right in off of his, out of the drum. But that causes damage to the rebar. It like bends the rebar and keeps it from being, you know, just a couple inches off the ground like you want it. So in order to prevent that from happening, I paid roughly $850 for the trailer pump and this long hose that's running on the ground, 100 feet of hose, for them to pump it in perfectly. Less work on the crew, keeps the crew happy, and also doesn't damage the rebar. This is my first time doing a concrete driveway in the flat work as a labor-only piecemeal kind of ordeal. Previously, I've always done it turnkey. I've always just hired a turnkey contractor to provide all the material and labor, and then I just showed up and watched it happen. But I increased my responsibilities like I did on the concrete foundation of this home build, where I saved like $20,000 by doing everything labor only and then me buying all the material. There's benefits to that. You save money. This is my first time doing this concrete flat work labor only, so I was responsible for coordinating with the concrete material supplier in those big trucks, also the concrete pump, and then also the finish crew. The finish crew on this, they provided the form boards and also the rebar. So it wasn't too big of an ordeal. I'm interested to see how much money I can really save by doing the concrete flat work labor only, because I know exactly how much this would have cost me if I hired someone turnkey. So by the end of the video, I'll be able to let you know how much I saved and if it was worth it for me to hire someone turnkey or for me to just hire this crew labor only and then schedule the concrete material and the concrete trailer pump. So far, so good. The only bad thing is I kind of was hoping for like 30 yards of concrete, and turns out I'm going to need at least 40 yards plus. So that's 4 full trucks. Each truck I think is roughly $1,000. So every time I send a new truck, it's $1,000. I was hoping to spend like $3,000 to $3,500 in concrete, and it sounds like and looks like I'm going to end up spending more than $4,000, 4 to 5 trucks, maybe even 5 full trucks, maybe more than that. So stay tuned for that. Anyways, so far so good. Getting it knocked out. Rain's holding off. Let's get it finished up. So it's been a couple days since the driveway was poured, and for the most part it turned out fantastic, but there was one major problem that I'm going to reveal to you guys, and hopefully both myself and you can learn from it so it doesn't happen to you. So you'll see it is now dried and cured. There's a vehicle parked at the end of my driveway, and it's currently under use, doing what it's supposed to, as well as you'll notice it's a little bit dirty, and that is because I let my subcontractors use the driveway to get from the street to the house. That way they don't have to carry all their tools and material, you know, 60 feet from the street to the house back and forth, making their job more difficult than it has to be. I just let them use the driveway. Therefore, there are going to be some tire marks like this here as a result, as well as they are going to be tracking some dirt using dollies and whatnot if they happen to go off in the dirt on either side of the driveway and then walk back on the concrete. But I like to make my subcontractors' life a little bit easier, so I let them use the driveway if they want to. So before I get into the major problem that happened here on my concrete flat work, let me tell you my favorite part about the driveway, and that is just how massive it is. Obviously, I have a really big garage here that will be very easily to get boats and vehicles in and out of, but my favorite part is that me and my wife are gonna likely both park in that covered porta-shade, and instead of having to back straight out all the way down the driveway and then back onto the street and then pull out going forward, we'll be able to park there and then back out like this, make this little turn, and then pull out going this way going forwards right onto the street. But that's most certainly my favorite part, because instead of having to back out all the way, you'll be able to just turn around and pull out going forward. Here is the concrete pavers. They also turned out great. They may look a little bit bare right now considering landscape and rocks are not in surrounding it, but that is coming soon and they will look great then. Here they are leading into my front door. Now let me reveal the major problem that happened on my concrete flat work. So we finished the pour around maybe 2 or 3 in the afternoon, and the crew left out of here, and so did I. And then we had a little pop-up storm around 4 or 5 o'clock, which the driveway had kind of been curing for, 2, 3, 4 hours at this point, considering we started the pour here about 9 o'clock, if I can remember right. And then obviously this concrete up here is going to cure a little bit faster than the concrete that got poured at the very end around, I don't know, 12, 1 or 2, down at the very end of the driveway. Well, like I said, the crew and myself all left around maybe 3 o'clock. Well, we had a pop-up thunderstorm around 5 o'clock where it just kind of downpoured. And, me being a new builder, I did not really expect to have any problems with the driveway, but I did not have gutters up on the house yet. So all the water that hit the roof ran off the roof and of course fell right here onto my driveway, where it chipped off the broom finish everywhere the water was splashing down onto the concrete. So now it has this damaged part where the broom finish was just completely knocked off. And also at the very end of my driveway, I had to order a kicker truck of about 6 yards of concrete, and here in this area was the very last part that got poured, maybe around 12 or 1 or 2. And they poured this section here, and then also a little bit of this section here. And since this was the last poured, it was the freshest concrete, whenever it started to rain, the rain also damaged the surface on these last 6 yards of concrete. Now, maybe I'll just consider it a learning experience, because I know structurally the concrete is sound. It's not going to cause any structural problems. It's not going to just start cracking and breaking and I need to replace it by any means, but it is a visual imperfection. Now, this was a pop-up thunderstorm that wasn't really in the forecast, so I don't really know that there was a way either myself or the crew could have done anything to prevent this damage, but I know that moving forward, if I know it's going to rain after we pour the concrete, I think what I should have done is either lay down a tarp or lay down some 2x6s right here in this area. That way, everywhere the water was running off the roof and hitting the concrete, it would have just hit the tarp or hit the 2x6s or hit the wood instead of falling directly onto the concrete finish and causing any damage. Same for down here. I probably should have just laid out a tarp, and I think that would have prevented, the damage that happened here. So hopefully that's something that both you and I can learn from in the future. But now the concrete driveway is finished. Okay, now for a quick break in the video, and that is to address a comment that I get all the time in my comment section, which is, how do you get the money to do this at such a young age? Where do you make all this money? Which, of course, building houses, getting real estate investments, building our dream house, all this stuff costs money. So I just want to address that comment and give y'all a little bit of insight to the answer to that, which is I own my own roofing company. So right now I'm headed to an appointment where I'm going to install a couple sections of samples for a customer so they can choose what shingle color they want on the roof replacement. So I've just left the build and I got out of my yellow TRX and hopped in my little work van, my little roofing van where I have my equipment, and I'm about to pull up to the homeowner's house now. And first I need to change shirts real quick so I can look a little more presentable like a roofing contractor. So let me do that. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna pull up here and get these shingle samples installed. I usually don't do any physical labor whatsoever, and honestly, I'm just kind of doing this as a courtesy for the customers because they're having a difficult time choosing their shingle color off of a small sample board. So I'm actually taking the time to come out here myself to install a couple samples on the roof so that they can make their decision. But after I get this done, I'll get back in the vehicle on the way out of here, and I'll tell you a little bit more about this job, and I guess maybe how much money I'm probably going to be making off this job. That way you guys can understand where I make the money to invest in the real estate and build houses, build our dream house at a young age. How you doing? Doing great. Knock this out. So I think I got 3 colors. I can install them, just 3 little sections here on this main area. That way you can get a good sight and make your decision. This is why I hate doing the freaking labor. These shingles are so nasty. They stink, make my hands stink, make my clothes stink, ruin my clothes. My wife gets mad. She can't get it out. The one in the middle kind of like your roof now.
Yeah.
What do y'all think?
Middle.
That's stinking too.
Okay, middle. You want to take a walk around or no?
Yeah.
Let's take a walk. Bye-bye. All right, so that was a success. I got the shingle samples installed on the roof to help the customer make their decision on shingle color. And they were happy I did that because they were having a difficult time selecting their shingle color just based off of a little 2 foot by 2 foot shingle sample board that the manufacturer gives me. So, you know, happy customers equals more customers. So I'm taking care of them. Maybe they'll take care of me and send me a referral. But that job there is a job where we are replacing the shingle roof. So tearing off the old shingle roof and installing a new one. And then we're also detaching and resetting the gutter system so we don't damage it during the roof replacement. And also so we can replace the drip edge flashing on the roof. That job there is a, let me think, give me 1 second. So I'm not sure if you can see the contract there. I pulled it up through my CRM on my phone app. But that job there is a $40,292.05 job. $40,000 job. I'm gonna have about $8,000 in material, maybe $5,000 in labor. So anyways, my total cost on that job is probably $12,000 or $13,000, meaning I'm going to be profiting like $27,000 on that job, which is extremely healthy profit margins, like 68%. And this was a job that I got approved by their insurance company and had some trouble getting it approved at that. So I feel very happy taking that healthy of a profit margin on this job, considering all the work that has went into it on getting it approved with the insurance company on the front end. So just wanted to give you guys a little bit of insight of what goes in behind the scenes on me actually making the money to be able to do what you guys see in my videos, which is build these houses for real estate investments, and now obviously building my dream home. So hopefully that gives you guys a little bit more understanding of how I actually make my money and do the things I do and provide for my family and climb towards my very, very high set of goals I have to reach in a very short amount of time. So hope y'all enjoyed that. Back to the build. CenterPoint is finally here to install the natural gas supply line on the home build. It's been probably started this process in January, so February, March, April, May. 4 long months of emails and phone calls requesting for them to come out here. Initially they told me it would be 4 to 6 weeks, and here we are 4 months later, which is 16 weeks. And they're finally out to take care of part 1 of this 2-part process to get a natural gas supply to my house. Part 1 is what they're doing today. They said it takes about an hour or 2, and they're digging this trench all the way to the meter location, the future meter location, and they're installing the natural gas line. At that point, whenever they finish later on today, I have to get back on the phone with CenterPoint. I have to call them and request for them to come install the meter, at which point they'll come out and install the actual meter and the regulators and whatever else that goes in that area. This is my first time doing natural gas because in my current primary residence, I have a propane tank, and then on the 2 other homes I built and I own as rental properties, one has a propane tank, but the other one doesn't even have any gas at all. It's all electric appliances, and I did that strategically so I didn't have to mess with the propane tank. But on this home build, I have pretty much all gas appliances. I have gas furnaces, gas water heaters, and gas pool heater, and some other gas items where I need a natural gas supply. Therefore, I need CenterPoint to provide me with natural gas. All I know is one guy's digging the actual trench to location, and then there's 3 other guys here on this crew. One guy, I believe, is using some kind of pump machine to bore all the way under the street. And then there's 2 guys in my neighbor's yard across the street that are digging a massive hole. I would imagine trying to dig down to access the main line over there that we're gonna tap into. So this septic system process actually started several months ago during the actual planning stages of the project. After I got my building plans back on the house that were designed by the architect, I had to consult with someone that is called a sanitary sewer engineer. And this person, I guess, had the qualifications to be able to design me a customized septic system that would be able to handle the exact amount of sewage that this house size should produce. I guess you can't have one too big, or at least that'd be a waste of money. And you definitely can't have one too small, because then it wouldn't be able to process all the sewer that the house would produce. So once he gave me that set of septic plans, I was able to send those to different certified installers, and they gave me all the bids, as well as I took those plans to the county, and that is what I used to obtain the septic system permit. So on this house build, I had to get 2 permits, one on the actual home build permit, and then one for the septic system permit. And believe it or not, I did not have to get a single home building inspection done throughout the project of this build. I was able to bring in all the dirt, do the concrete foundation, do the framing, do the mechanicals, do the roof, and everything else on this project without any inspections whatsoever, which I know is a little crazy to hear, but you know, I don't make the rules. So, but there is one inspection that I have to get done on that project, on this project, and that is on the septic system installation. So once they set the septic system in the ground, we're going to leave it uncovered, call the county, and they should come out here within the next 5 business days to perform an inspection, make sure everything was done exactly the way that the septic plan that I turned into the county says it should be done. Once we pass that, we'll cover everything up and continue on with the build. So I only have about 3 weeks left on this project between all the interior finishes, which we are doing interior paint today, and then I guess call it all the exterior finishes, which only consist of installing this septic system, finishing the backyard pool area, doing the final grade, and then lastly doing all the landscape, which I'm gonna go crazy on the landscape, so stay tuned for that. I'm excited about that. Not excited about the amount of money I have to pay for it, but excited for how it's gonna turn out. And one challenge I've been facing on the exterior of this home build over the past month and a half is I've just been battling rain. There's been like no exterior progress whatsoever on the exterior of this home build over the past 6 weeks, 7 weeks, month and a half. And that's because we have been getting like flood level rains. It's been flooding everyone around here, like flood levels over people's houses. We've been getting crazy windstorms that have been blowing out windows and skyscrapers in downtown Houston. So crazy weather has really halted the progress on the exterior of this home build. Also, another challenge is that I think there could have been some progress, but we've been waiting to get this septic system installed. And originally, I hired another subcontractor to install this septic system, and he just was full of excuses. And there was a couple dry times when we really probably could have got in the septic system, but he just kept giving me excuses on how it was too wet for him to be able to do his job. And since that guy was kind of full of excuses, last week there was a time when the site was finally really dry enough. I thought he was going to get the job done, and he came out and did a site inspection and sent me a message, hey, I think the site's too wet. I'm going to have to do it later. And I finally just told him, you're fired. And I ended up hiring this crew. This guy's name is Roger. He's a good guy, and he was able to take care of the job on like probably a 3 or 4 day notice. The site is dry enough today for them to be digging the hole, set the septic system inside, and then be digging all the trenches to run all the sprinkler lines for the septic system. But that is one main challenge I've really been facing between the rain and also a subcontractor that was full of excuses. As you can see, my septic system is fully installed. Unfortunately, I did not get any footage whatsoever of it getting installed, so I'm a little bummed out. I was excited for that. I had a time-lapse, GoPro time-lapse set up right here to get it all captured on camera while I was out, and I don't know if I didn't press record or if the battery died, but regardless, it didn't do its job. Therefore, I don't have any footage of that getting installed, so we're gonna skip past that. I wasn't able to be here because I'm so far over budget on this project that I have to go out and knock doors to try to sell roofs for my roofing company to make money to be able to pay for this project and provide for my family and all those other things that, while money is important in life. So yeah, I didn't get any footage. Let's move on. So I believe they just backed the crane truck right across the ditch, and they used a crane to set these big, heavy concrete tanks into the ground where they dug the hole. And I believe that's kind of all the installation consists of as far as installing this. Maybe they had to get it level, something like that, and then backfill a little bit. So they got the tanks installed, and then they also dug the trenches to run the irrigation lines for where the aerobic septic system is going to spray out the treated sewer. I believe that's how the septic system installation went. And I know one question you guys may be wondering is, why did I do a septic system instead of just connecting to the public sewer system? Well, here in this specific community and really whenever you're building a home, you're either gonna have two options. Either you're gonna have to do septic if there's not a public sewer pipe available, or if there is a public sewer pipe available, you're gonna be forced to connect to that sewer pipe, which is obviously preferred because you just run out there, connect to the sewer pipe and don't have to worry about it. Here in my instance, they don't have a public sewer pipe here in this community, therefore I had no choice. I had to do a private septic system. So I have my own little septic system that's gonna treat all of my sewer from my house. So every time we flush the toilet, everything that goes down the drain in the sink or the showers, it's all gonna run out this main drain line and into these, whoa, okay. Not gonna go any further than that. It's gonna run out here into these septic tanks where it's gonna do its thing, where the solids are gonna sink to the bottom and that's gonna become sludge, very nasty. And then all of the gases are gonna rise to the top and I believe they're gonna escape out of here somehow. And then the water is gonna, liquid part is gonna be right in the middle of the tank. Essentially, it's gonna move through this process of my septic system and then go out through the irrigation lines and get sprayed out into the rest of my property. I know it sounds nasty, but you know, it's science. There's obviously, it's gonna be treated to some extent with chlorine and whatnot, so when it gets sprayed, it's not the nastiest thing in the world, although I probably won't be out there playing in it. And I would recommend my kids not go out there and play in it either. So that's how the septic system works to my knowledge. This is my first time ever having a septic system, so I probably have a lot to learn. Hopefully it doesn't cause me any problems, and hopefully it don't cost me any more money than what it already has. But now that the septic system is installed, all that we're lacking is a inspection from the county that I already explained, which is scheduled for next Wednesday. The contractor is gonna come in here and pump all this water out so that they can visibly see it next Wednesday, which is in a couple days. Once we pass inspection, he will slick all this dirt back out and then we'll move right on to the landscape, which I am very excited for because I'm going all out on the landscape, gonna really try to make this place look nice with a bunch of plants and a bunch of rocks and some other cool stuff. So let's get the inspection passed and we'll move to landscape. All right, it is 7 o'clock Monday morning. Got about 2 weeks left on the build. And right now I just pulled into the dirt supplier. I'm about to run in this little office here and give them a credit card because today I'm purchasing some dirt material from this dirt supplier. I'm getting 2 truckloads of bank sand that my grading contractor is going to use to do the final grade. And then I'm also getting 6 truckloads of topsoil that the grading contractor is going to spread out. That way I'll have good soil for the sod I'm going to be laying down, so it'll be set up for success and hopefully grow fast and grow thick and look good in the future. Also, I'm meeting a truck driver here that I've never met before. I've never worked with a truck driver before. He drives a dump truck, but one day I saw him working on a job site. I took down his contact information. I said, hey, I'm gonna give you a call one day because I know there's an instance where I'm gonna need you. And then voila, I gave him a call for this job and he gave me a price of $60 per truckload, and there is 8 truckloads. So I'm paying him a total of $480 to haul all this material back and forth from this dirt supplier to my job site, which I think is a pretty good value considering it's probably gonna take him all day, and $480 for the job. Once you take out his, you know, maintenance and fuel cost and whatnot, he's probably gonna be left with about $350 profit on the day, which for him, if he's happy with that, great. But to me, I feel like I'm getting a pretty good value because I did ask for the suppliers to deliver the material and the pricing they were giving me was outrageous. They were gonna charge me $1,000 to $2,000 or $3,000 to drop all this material at the site, and I'm gonna be paying only 480 bucks. So I'm gonna go ahead and go in here and put a credit card on file, and then we'll pick it back up at the job site. I'll show you what the material I'm getting looks like and what we're gonna be using it for, and hopefully we can get this lot fully graded within the next 2 days. So we have 2 days left before we move on to the landscape part of the build, which is the very last step of the exterior of this entire project. I'm very excited for it, but I'm gonna be spending over 50 grand. I already know that on landscape, so stay tuned for that part of the video. But before we get to the landscape, we have to do the final grade, which the final grade is about a day to a day and a half's process that consists of 2 parts. The first part is actually grading the lot, making sure that water drainage is pristine, because on this project I want to make sure there is zero standing water whatsoever. So when we get a big heavy rain, I want all the water that's on the property to run off to the ditches that surround my property. I do not want anything to be wet for an extended amount of time, and that's for several reasons. But one of the main reasons is that we have dogs and we also have kids, and when we let out our dogs, I don't want my dogs to go out in the yard, use the restroom, get in the mud, and then come back and track inside the house. Also for the kids, when I let the kids out the back door, I don't want them going out into the yard and not being able to play because it's wet and whatnot. I want everything drained perfectly. The second part of the final grade is something I'm deciding to do and invest a little bit extra money into the landscape, which is we're going to be spreading, I think it was 6 loads of this topsoil. Most people would most probably neglect to do this extra step, but I've found in my experience, if you just throw sod down on top of select fill, which we use to build the pad, or maybe even this bank sand that we're using to do the final grade, it's not the most nutritious soil. So I decided to spend roughly another $4,000 on that 6 truckloads of topsoil and about another $1,500 in skid steer labor to spread it all out, so I have roughly an inch or half an inch thick of that nutritious topsoil. That way when we lay down the sod, it has the best chance to thrive and grow lush and thick, because I want my property to look like a golf course, if at all possible, or at least give it the best chance to survive and look the best. All right, it is 2 days later, and I'm glad that we finished the final grade when we did. The grading contractor ended up bringing several more machines to get the final grade finished. There was 3 skid steers running at once, and then also 1 tractor with a blade on the back of it to spread the topsoil and also to cut the swell. So I'm glad we finished it when we did that day, because yesterday it was a straight downpour for like 3 hours. But the grading did its job, and for the most part, the lot is pretty dry, at least dry enough for the landscaping crew to show up and start installing all of the irrigation, which is what they're gonna do today and tomorrow. But this rain has also caused me some other delays, like this septic system over here that got installed earlier in the video. It's been open like this for about 2 weeks because the tanks kind of got silted in, also filled up with water, and the inspector refuses to do the inspection when it's this wet. I guess he doesn't want to get out of his truck and walk across a dirty ditch, a muddy ditch, so he just keeps delaying the process. I only got about a week and a half left on this project, so he better put on some rubber boots and come out here and inspect the thing so we can cover it up and proceed with the landscape. For the most part, the final grade went great. There's a couple areas like you're seeing right here where I'm not going to pay the final grade contractor yet, because as you'll see whenever I go over the pricing in the end of the video, I feel like I paid quite a bit for the final grade on the labor side. And off the top of my head, I think I paid like around $3 grand, give or take, for them to come out here, run those machines, and get everything fine-tuned on the grading side for the drainage. And therefore, since I'm paying, to me, what I feel like is somewhat of a premium, a higher cost to that contractor, I'm gonna hold them accountable and make sure everything is perfect, because this standing water is not just like an eyesore of standing water that would probably dry up in a day or two. It causes a lot more problems in my life that I don't want to deal with in the future. So I'm gonna hold them accountable. I'm about to make a phone call and tell them, hey, you need to come back out here, because there's a couple areas that need to be addressed like this. There might be 2 or 3 here on the 1 acre lot that I just need to make sure are perfect, because that's obviously what I hired him for. And if he didn't do the job exactly right, then I'm not gonna pay the bill until it's done. So that's one thing. Other than that, we're getting the irrigation knocked out. I have to do irrigation on this entire property. I think the HOA required for me to irrigate, I think, the front yard, which my front yard takes up 70% of this 1 acre lot.
and I want the grass in the back to look nice as well, so I'm gonna go ahead and irrigate the back. So pretty much irrigation is going to cover this entire 1 acre property that I have so that my property can always look nice. And the crew showed up this morning with their trencher. They're starting to dig these trenches so they can install all the irrigation lines, and then we'll be moving on to the hardscape stuff like the rocks, and then of course all the plants and the grass. So before we get into the actual landscaping part of the video, let me go to my office and we will go over the proposal I accepted for the landscape on this project, and also the overall design that I'm shooting for on the landscape, because I'm trying to go big on it and I want it to be very nice, as I've mentioned several times in this video. So to my office. All right, so let's start by taking a look at this 3D in color visualization video that I had created for my project. Actually, I had one done for the exterior and the interior. Essentially, I took my paper 2D blueprints that were not in color, obviously, some inspiration photos from the internet, just some ideas in writing, some photos of the raw land. I submitted them to this service, and they took all that as well as combined it with their just architect design skills and created this in color visualization video, and they did a great job. So if you're looking for a service to do this for your project, then check out their contact information down in the description of this video, because I highly recommend them. They did a great job. This video has been extremely helpful on both the design phase of the build in the beginning as well as the actual execution throughout the project. And if you're new here, then you've probably never seen this video, but if you're not new here, then you've probably seen this video 2 to 3 times. This time we watch it through, let's take a look specifically at the landscape design in this video, because that's what this video is all about, this specific YouTube video. So here you can see my property, and my lot is 1 acre in size. My back property line runs essentially right here, runs all the way down into this group of trees way over here, then comes down, connects to the street, almost to the street, and then runs along this front ditch, and then back up. So it's like a football field, 100 yards long, 50 yards wide, and since it is naturally a long lot, it has a long, narrower but long building envelope, which is essentially, the building envelope is the space in which I can build a house, because on the back there's a drainage easement, there's a utility easement, same for the sides, and then also from the front there's easements like 20 feet off the street, but for some reason, I don't know if it's deed restrictions, I think it's the HOA requires for houses to be built 60 feet from the street, so you cannot be within 60 feet. So with all those different setbacks, it creates a certain building envelope, and my building envelope was fairly long and rectangular, which caused me to build a long rectangular house to fit within what I had available to me. And that kind of created us to have a large side and front yard here, very large side and front yard, very large front and side yard on this side of the house, but you can kind of see really don't have that big of a backyard. A little bit unfortunate, a little bit of a bummer, but it is what it is. You can see the property line's like right here, and then here's our backyard area behind the pool. So just wanted to start by saying that we'll have a pretty big front and side yard, but not very big backyard. So here's the landscape design. The number one thing that kind of makes the landscape design stand out is actually something the service came up with that created this video, and that is this continuous shrub line that goes all the way around the house, that is accompanied by a rock bed that goes all the way around the house, goes all the way around the pool, comes all the way back around and down this side of the driveway. So 360 degrees around the house and pool, connects back to the street. And I think it looks really cool. So we're gonna try to do that. You also see here in the front area is another place we are going to try to add some different landscape plant elements coming up to the front. You can see here is a big agave. I don't know that I'm going to do this raised plant bed, although I wish I could. I think it's just going to be too expensive, like an extra $2 or $3 grand to get that big of a landscape box. So we're going to put a grand agave in the ground, some different plants right here, some grass plants similar to these you're seeing. But this shrub line is going to continue all the way around the house. We're not going to put these agaves here. We also did, concrete pavers here, similar to this, but just different color, different material leading into the front door. You'll see this is a tall tree. Well, this is a tall white wall. I have a tall window there.
And I just felt it was appropriate to cover this tall white wall with some type of tall greenery. So we decided to put a tall tree here, and then also on this wall, it's the same thing. You'll see here in just a second. It's just a massive white wall. I think it would look a little odd if we didn't put something there, so we're gonna put a couple of tall trees there as well. Here in the video, he only has 2, but we're gonna add another one. We're gonna put 3 on this wall. You can see how big and tall that wall is. So this shrub line and rock bed goes all the way around the house. You can see, fairly unique. I don't think I've really seen it anywhere else. And I like to do cool stuff, be a little different than everyone else. So cool shrub line. One thing I know is that my shrubs are not gonna look like this. Like, I'm not gonna gain instant satisfaction once they set them in the ground, because this is probably 950 feet from start of the driveway all the way around the house, all the way back down to the other side of the driveway. It's probably 900 linear feet of rocks and plants, and that's a lot of plants. So I'm not gonna have this instant satisfaction of a perfect shrub. Not even that this is the style I'm going for, but it's not just gonna be this perfect shrub hedge all the way around the house immediately. We're gonna go with some smaller, younger plants, and then we're just gonna have to be a little bit patient to let them grow into the perfect hedge that we're going to be going for. I'm gonna be living here a couple years anyway, so I think it's achievable. Within maybe 2 years, the plants will start being shaped into a hedge. But I have to do that because it is 900 linear feet of plants, which if you're planting them every 3 feet, like you're seeing here in this video, that is probably 900 feet divided by 3 feet is like 300 plants that I'm gonna be planting here. And to upgrade from small ones to like mediums is like double the price. So you can imagine that would be very expensive. We'll go over that here in the proposal in here in just a second. So landscape, you can see in this video, just gonna wrap around the pool. And that is, for the most part, that is the landscape design. Here's a good aerial view showing it going all the way around the house. All right, so now let's take a look at the proposal that I have accepted from the landscape contractor. And let's start with line item number 1, landscape, plants, and trees. Let's see, plant material and installation, 4 65-gallon slender silhouette sweet gums. That's the tall trees that are gonna go on those tall white walls, 4 of those. 14 30-gallon Japanese yews, 5 to 6 feet tall. A couple places we're putting those. 265 3-gallon dwarf Japanese yews. This is for the hedge all the way around the house. 265 of those, and I'm doing 3 gallons. And to go from 3 gallons to I guess maybe 6 gallons or 7 gallons, the ones that are 1 up in size, it would probably be like an extra $9 grand. So 22 1-gallon dwarf hamlins, 22 1-gallon laropes, 1 45-gallon agave plant. That plant itself is like $650, and then approximately 25 cubic yards of planting mix and hardwood mulch for a total of $21,000 in plants. And again, if I were to try to upgrade from 3-gallon dwarf Japanese yews to 6 or 7 gallons, this could be like $30,000 line item. So just gonna have to be patient and go with the smaller ones. Next is hardscape, approximately 1,960 square feet of limestone gravel at 4-inch max depth with filter fabric, inside and outside bed edge of slab, $8,000 in rocks to go all the way around the house. Hardscape says 1,140 linear feet of 4-inch steel edging, $5,130. This is for the steel edging that's going to separate the hedge plant line from the actual rocks themselves. 1,140 linear feet. I was thinking like 900, so I was pretty close, but 1,100 is a lot. $5,000 in steel edging. Yikes, that's expensive. Next is 23,915 square feet of St. Augustine sod, $16,000. Irrigation system, this is for 17 1-inch zones, $6,800 to irrigate this entire 1-acre lot. I'm going to be irrigating the front, the back, both sides. Everything that's going to have grass is going to be getting water. Then we have install limestone looter border for the front yard tree well. There's a big oak tree right by the driveway. I'm going to be putting this border around, $850 for that. 6 30-gallon Japanese yews, 11. This is just some extra plants. I had him revise the proposal and add on an extra $2,340 and some extra plants. Then we have the area drainage, $630. This is for 90 linear feet of 4-inch PVC gutter laterals and 3 pop-up emitters. So that's for drainage pipe. Essentially throughout the process, the gutter contractor ran the downspouts to where they needed to go. The pool contractor, he put some drainage pipes, like for instance, the pool drainage pipe. It has an overflow drain. So whenever it rains and the pool fills up, it flows out of an overflow drain that he just extended the pipe 10 feet out into the yard and then stopped. Anyways, throughout the process, there might be a couple drains here and there that just get moved away from the house and then terminated. And then the landscape contractor comes in and he actually is the one that connects to those pipes, runs them to their final destination, puts on the pop-up emitters. So this line item is to account for $630 extra of drainage work for a total of $61,075 I'm going to be paying for landscape on this project. I think that's very expensive, obviously. There's no doubt about that, at least for the Houston, Texas market. And I think it's just gonna make this property luxurious and special, because I personally think that in order to make a property really stand out and be luxurious, it has to have, one element it has to have is a bunch of plants and landscape. And this is definitely going to accomplish that. I think obviously I probably could save 15, 20 grand if I were to stop the front landscape, like do the front landscaping here, but stop it here and not continue it all the way around the house and just stop this side here. You know, limit everything to the front of the property. Of course, that could cut some money in half. Cut the bill maybe in half, or probably 15, 20 grand off the bill, but you know, I don't want to cheap out. This is something I really want to invest in to make my property feel luxurious. So that is the design I'm going for. So now let's go back to the build and see if I can replicate this exact design from the video onto my current blank canvas that is just a dirt-filled lot. So back to the build.
All right, you guys, it has actually been about 4 weeks since I finished the home build itself. And honestly, it's been about 3 weeks since me and my family got moved in to our dream home. And by the way, the landscape came out fantastic. Unfortunately, after we finished the landscape, I wasn't able to really get any footage because I was really focused on finishing the build itself and getting moved in here, because we listed our previous primary residence for rent for like $3 grand. It's like a 3-bed, 2-bath house, and we got it leased out, and they requested a earlier move-in date than we were really able to do, but we agreed to it. Therefore, I was fighting that deadline of getting the house finished and getting moved in here so that the new tenants could move in to our third rental property, which was our last primary residence. So I didn't get any footage of, didn't get much footage of the actual landscape install itself, but I didn't get any footage of the landscape once it was fully installed immediately thereafter it was finished, because I was focused on that. So now let's check out the landscape. First, you can see here, can't miss it, I have a huge pile of debris in the ditch, which is a result of Hurricane Beryl. Unfortunately, took out 2 of my trees here on this property. One was like a 120 foot tall, 100 foot tall oak tree, which was massive. Wind blew that over, and also took out about an 80 foot tall pine tree, costing me $1,800 in tree service and also about $800 in fence repair, because the pine tree fell directly on 2 of my wrought iron panels. So that's a little unfortunate. But now let's check out the landscape. This side, not the prettiest side, because this group of trees doesn't really provide that much sunlight. Therefore, we didn't plant sod.
under there because we knew sod would just die, it'd be a waste of money. So instead I just threw down some seed, which is starting to grow in. My plan with this area is just to let natural vegetation overtake and grow in, and then of course mow it and weed eat it, and it'll look fine. It's just not gonna be luscious grass like that on the left. So there's that, but now let's take a look at the good side of the landscape, which, let me start by saying this. 1 acre lot, put all this sod, irrigated the entire thing. Over the past month, I've been freaking watering the crap out of my yard. I mean, keeping it pretty wet because of course I want the grass to not die and be a waste of money. I want it to grow in thick. So with that said, the past month I've been watering this thing. Essentially, you turn on my sprinkler system, and from the time it starts to the time it goes through each zone and stops, each cycle is like 5 hours. You turn it on, 5 hours, goes all the way through and then stops 5 hours later, right? So I was watering it twice a day. So if it starts the first cycle at 8 a.m. and waters for 5 hours, essentially it stops at like, I don't know, 1 or 2 o'clock p.m. And then it turned right back on at 3 p.m. and would go until like 8 p.m. So that's how much I was watering it. I just got my first water bill back. $1,600. 16,000 gallons was to fill up the pool. The total bill said 120,000 gallons. So maybe 20,000 gallons was for the pool and 100,000 gallons was for both house usage and also watering the yard. So safe to say I will not be watering the yard as much this coming month or any more in the future unless we're in a drought. So hopefully I can get that water bill lowered, but it has paid off because our landscape has really taken root. Plants look great, look like they're thriving. Here's the front entry leading to the front door. We have the shrub hedge on the left, which honestly the plants look really good. They're fairly small, but again, we knew that we're gonna have to be a little bit patient, let these things grow up over the next year or so, and then start to trim them and shape them into a hedge. But that's the hedge line there, looks good. And then on the right, we have the agave, big agave plant, statement plant there with some little grass. These are called dwarf Hamlin plants, surrounding it in a square shape. And then here we have a little line of the lorope. It's like wild grass there, leading into the front door. Boom. And then on this side, we have the tall sweet gum silhouette trees to take up. You see the tall window on the right. I think that's a good fitting area for that tree there on that wall. You can probably tell in the camera the bottom half of that tree does not look as good as the top half. And that's because immediately after we moved in, I noticed there were all these freaking caterpillars climbing on that tree. And unfortunately, they ate like the bottom half of all the leaves on that tree. So I ended up spraying it with some spray from Home Depot and they were gone the next day. So I took care of that, but the leaves haven't grown back yet. Here you can see this massive wall and you can see 3 slender silhouette trees. Hedge line continues all the way around. I think it will take roughly a year to get it before it really looks like a hedge. You can see some taller Japanese yews there. And I had to put those because here's the septic system. A design failure on my end, and maybe the architect's end, is that we designed to put the septic system here in the front of the house, and you can see it has 3 ugly green tops, which are ugly from the street. Ideally, I would like these in like the back corner of my property where I never lay my eyes on them, but here they are. And with that said, they had to run electrical connections and whatnot right here to be connected on the house. So there's a freaking, the clean out is there, that green box is there for the septic system, and then on that wall is another electrical panel and some other access panels. And since it's on the front wall of my house, I had to pay for these 3 Japanese yews that are about 6 feet tall to cover that mess up, so it's not visible from the street. And these are expensive. These are like, I want to say like $400 each for these tall Japanese yews that are like 5 or 6 foot tall. Then coming around the side of my house all the way to the back corner is another hedge of Japanese yews, because right here is a street, and as people drive by, I wanted a little bit of privacy. So as they drive by here on the street, they could, if I did not have that tall hedge there, see right into my backyard, and I'd rather have a little bit of privacy. So I put like 1, 2, 3, like 6 or 7 of these tall Japanese yews to create a privacy hedge. And I know these Japanese yews don't look perfectly groomed right now because they're brand new, but once they take roots and start to grow, you can really shape them up to become, you know, perfectly rectangular or whatever kind of shape I prefer for them to be in the future. All right, here we go into my backyard. Coming through the gate, you can see my wrought iron fence. There's the 2 panels that got damaged by the tree that fell on it. Right now I just have them tied up with some straps. Obviously damaged there. There's a massive stump over there that I don't know what I'm gonna do with. That's the tall oak tree stump. Let me know down in the comment section, what should I do? Because the tree service was using a small tractor to carry everything to the front of the property, but the trunk was too heavy. I could grind it, but that would cost me like $800 or $600 to grind that large of a stump. Or the other option I think is to burn it, but the stump is covered in dirt. So I don't know what I'm gonna do for that yet. But here's the landscape in the back of the property, and pretty simple back here. It just kind of goes all the way around the pool, exactly like the rendering design showed it was going to. And then it connects over there at that fence. All right, now for a quick cost breakdown of everything that went into this part of the build, starting with the driveway. And the first cost I have listed for the driveway is labor cost. And labor just refers to the crew I hired, but the crew actually provided some material. They provided the rebar as well as the form board material and the joint board material, which is 1x4s and then of course rebar. And they charged me $3.50 a foot. And this driveway, as well as the steps, equated to roughly 2,625 square feet. So that brings the grand total for the labor, the form boards material, and also the rebar to $9,187. Again, $3.50 a foot. Next cost was the actual concrete mix material. I paid $6,802, and I think that was like 45 yards of concrete, 4.5 trucks. The next cost was the trailer pump, or the trash pump, which was the pump that pumped all the concrete into the driveway with a 100-foot of hose. That was $850. That makes the total cost on the driveway $16,840. $16,840 divided by 2,625 square feet. I paid $6.41 a square foot for this concrete flat work, or the driveway. And I really didn't save that much money by piecemealing this part of the build, or hiring a labor contractor and then having to get the trash pump and having to order the concrete. I kind of figured I'd save more money, but I didn't really check the numbers and run the numbers with the labor. I know I overpaid on the labor, so I didn't really run the numbers on the labor before I got started on this part of the build. I was just kind of rolling. They gave me the price. I was like, go for it. And now looking back, I really didn't save any money because I think I overpaid on labor. And I say that because on my last driveway I did, on a previous rental property build, I paid $7 a foot for a turnkey contractor to provide all the material. He said $7 a foot, gave me the total price. I said, do it. He did all the material, all the labor, and $7 a foot. If I would have hired him on this build, he probably would have gave me a better rate than $7 a foot, considering how big the driveway is, how big the job is. And just say he would have hired me, just say I would have hired him and he would have charged me $7 a foot. I would have paid him $7 times 26.25. I would have paid him $18,375, and I ended up paying myself for this driveway $16,840. So I would have saved like $1,000 doing it this way in comparison to hiring him. Was it worth it? Yeah, I guess it was in the end. At least I know I learned not to pay $3.50 a foot in the future. Instead, just say, hey, that's a little too much. You're gonna have to give me a better rate than that. So not really any savings from piecemeal, only $1,000. Moving on, septic cost, $8,656 for the septic system install, and also to run all the sprinkler lines. One was just going off in the background. I don't know if you were able to see that, but the sprinkler heads for the septic system, the sprinkler lines, and of course the septic system itself, $8,656. That also comes with like a 2-year initial contract, maintenance contract for them to come out and maintenance the system every quarter for the next 2 years, and that contract had to be signed and turned into the county. So $8,656 covers the original install and also 2 years of maintenance on the septic system. Now moving on to the grading. The rough grade was $1,600, and this was where the grading contractor brought out his skid steer, and essentially he just did a rough grade on the entire property before we even got into the final grade. Okay, then we moved on to the final grade. I said a rough grade was $1,600, and he said this was required to be able to determine how much the final grade was actually going to cost and how much dirt we needed for the final grade. So now moving on to the final grade material was $4,200. $2,000 was for the bank sand for just grading, and then $2,200 was for the topsoil material that we just overlaid over the top, about 1/2 inch everywhere, 1/4 inch to 1/2 inch everywhere, just to give the soil a little bit of nutrition so that when we laid the sod, it would have good nutritious soil. And then the final grade labor to spread all that bank sand and topsoil, $3,200. So that makes the total grading cost on this project $7,000, $8,000, $9,000. Damn, I really paid $9,000 on grading. It's crazy. All right, now for the landscape costs. Obviously, you guys saw us go. Obviously, you guys know how much I paid for the landscape, considering we just went over the entire proposal and the invoice, $61,075. The only other cost that I haven't mentioned yet, and that I didn't really plan on mentioning on any other video, is the cost for the fence, which is that 4-foot tall wrought iron fence, $5,350. The guy I hired was very, very, very affordable. Just a guy in a truck with some fence equipment, $5,350, and relatively affordable material. I know you can get much better wrought iron material than what I got, but the stuff I got will last long enough and looks good to me. So $5,350 for the fence. With that said, I'm excited for the future. I'm right now in the planning stages, very preliminary planning stages, like in my imagination, trying to plan and run the numbers on how I can build and afford to build a 4-plex, my first multifamily property. I know I'm hoping to be able to spend around $1 million on it, of course involving a bank and getting a construction loan. Having a little bit of difficulty running the numbers right now, considering interest rates are at like freaking, on that kind of loan would be at like 8%, and it would probably require a little bit more of a down payment. But again, just preliminary stages of that project, and you guys know me. I've done everything I've said I'm gonna do up to this point. Built my first 2 properties, kept those as rentals, both cash flowing roughly $500 or $600 each per month, and then built this $1 million dream home. So you guys hit the subscribe button if you're not yet subscribed. I appreciate you watching. If you are still watching this far into the video, catch you on the next one. Deuces.